need to research. Research and focus. I can't even talk right now. I need to focus. Wait, did I bug invincibility? Bro, it's a glitch! Bugged invincibility! No way! Stinky cheese! Stinky cheese! I bugged it! Bros! Bug! Glitch! Stinky cheese! Can we clip that? How did that happen? Something there. Someone clip that. How did that happen? How did this happen? Don't tell the developers.
Oh god! It's Phil!
Oh!
Oh! He's hacking at us! Oh no, he's killing me! Got to go, I think.
Rush away. Rush away.
Why did you not just shoot at the barrel? Well, oh, I blew myself up. Lovely. Amazing. I fucking blew myself up.
Just because your friend Big G can't start a family doesn't mean you can't. Bro, name a kid Big G, all good. Or Little G, I don't care. Just make sure you move on, that's the main thing. You can grieve as much as you'd like, just make sure you move on. Oh, squirrel!
They also put it on top of hot dogs, which I think is common anywhere, but this one's on top of spaghetti. It's a Cincinnati thing. And they're actually this one's called a 3-way, a 4-way. The local one, like near my high school when I was growing up, actually had on their sign, have a 3-way after prom. Yeah. Yeah. Can't make it up. Can't make it up.
Hostile square. Oh my god, I almost died there. Wait, there's still someone there. Wait for it, wait for it, wait for it. Wait for it, wait for it, wait for it. Yes! What is your bidding, master? Like I'm 6 years old again. Oh, mate, yes! Best purchase I ever made.
I mean, Beach Beach Splash should have a crossover with Splatoon. Money Waifu plays cute waifu game.
Chalupa. This one's for you. Hello, my baby. Hello, my honey. Hello, my ragtime gal. Baby, my heart's on. Wait, no. Send me a kiss by wire. Baby, my heart's on fire. If you refuse me, then you will lose me. Then you'll be left alone. Oh, baby, telephone and tell me I'm your own. Everybody do the Michigan rag. Everybody do the Michigan rag. That crazy rag. No, Magnus. Don't kill the vibe, okay?
All right. What? Fucking what the? Jesus. Why? Why? What was that? No. No, 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 no.
Ladies and gentlemen, Garfield and friends.
We're ready to party. We're ready. I hope you bring lots of spaghetti. I'm scared. Come on in, come to the place where fun never ends. Come on in, it's time to party with Garfield and friends. Dancing, fiesta, romancing, siesta, samba, la bamba. Ay caramba, disguises, surprises, and pies of all sizes. Come on in, come to the place where fun never ends. Come on in, it's time to party with Garfield and friends. Come on in, it's time to party with Garfield and friends. Garfield and friends.
And pay attention. There'll be a test at the end.
Whoa! Well, hey there, everybody. Hello, and welcome. Howdy do, and hullabaloo, and all that good stuff, too. Welcome in, guys. I hope you had a lovely Wednesday evening. I hope this Wednesday evening has found you as well as it has found me. I'm back again, jacking it off. I can't stop myself. I've got uncontrollable urges that can only be satiated by me getting all the fucking nonsense precursor orbs in this game, of which I have less than 400 to collect. Now, I know that sounds like a high number, but apparently a lot of these are tied to side missions, where you just get like a lot of them all at once. It's not like there are like 400 hiding out in the various levels of the overworld, you know? But big ups to the dinguses, the ding-dongs, the dingers, the dongers, the dinglers. No relation to the dingers. The dinglers are different from dingers. They're a completely different entity. No relation whatsoever. And the swollen __ ones who are here existing in the now. And big ups to the ding-dongs, the dingers, dongers, dinglers, ding-dongs, and swollen __ ones who may be existing in the immediate and far-flung future. Like Discord Merchant, Halligan, Chrono, Astro, J Frosty. Can I replay the game, says Astro? No. I will not. Instead, I will run around aimlessly trying to look for the last bits of shit that I still gotta do. Let's see. Yeah, big ups J Frosty. Today's streams is you doing the same race for 40 times watching Arlo? Shut up! Maybe. Maybe. But yes, it's time. It's finally time to catch up on the video backlog, because guess what? Yup. Even though it's a Wednesday, Kino Casino has canceled again. Triple P just can't get that router working. I don't know. There's some theory crafting that Triple P is in hiding. He's scared. He doesn't want to have to be forced to do another iDubbbz segment where he has to cover one of iDubbbz's boring streams. I'm sure they're not that bad. They can't be any more boring than mine. Ba-dum-bum-bum-bum. But yeah, we're in the post game. Jack has saved the world. Daxter was there for a lot of it, I guess. And the game allows you to continue roaming after beating the game. It's like a based RPG. You know, because most RPGs don't let you do that. Alas, the orb hunt begins now. I will say the secrets in this one are much better than the secrets in 2. Got a much wider range of diversity for the secrets. So you may have noticed I'm down to 3 orbs again if you missed it last night. I spent most of the orbs I had to get some of the secrets that were available, like Neil Druckmann had been telling me to do the entire game. Some of them I imagine will become useful in the challenges to come, like unlimited ammo for the gun cores, unlimited turbo boost for the racing. Apparently it's necessary to have that if you want to even get a shot at the gold time, so it's like fucking bullshit. You have to actually cheat at the game to get a whiff of the gold time, but whatever. Whatever, Mr. Druckmann, I'll play your game. I'm already playing it right now. I'll play your psychological game. I watched his stream, holy fuck, I can't tell if the chat is legit or LARPers. Arlo's stream? I thought for a second you may have been talking about the guy. The guy did finish Mafia, I'm told. He put out a video review of it. I suppose that's something we can watch after we look over the Daily Wrap. I'm not in a particular rush to watch that until we get to that dedicated Dave time slot where it's like, okay guys, put the controller down, it's time to get mad at Dave for no reason. We don't get mad at him, we just point and laugh at him. If you're getting mad at him, you're already too lost in the sauce. You gotta detox, take a break. But I imagine, like, now that he's done this for Mafia, and he did it for Mario Kart World as well, he is absolutely going to do it for DK Bonanza, which he is playing tonight. I said yesterday that he's going to finish the Groove layer, because he's already at the ass end of it. And then he's going to go into the Feast layer. Much of the stream will be on the Feast layer. If he rushes it, he can get to the Forbidden layer, but I can't imagine he will be beating the game. It's going to take 2 more night streams, including tonight, and then he will be done with the game. He'll roast it in like a 30-minute video, which I will be very delighted to eventually watch. And then he'll just move on to the next cinematic experience. I gotta get that one somehow. And there's ones that are like, I got a hoverboard to reach some of these, or jetboard rather. I'll figure it out. What else was I gonna say? Oh yeah, he's not gonna be doing the post game. From how he's talking, no post game. Do not expect post game whatsoever. It's just not on the cards, buddy. Been doing good not watching him lately. I saw a teensy bit yesterday, and even less of him today. I liked how he dropped the hard R earlier this week, but it wasn't the hard R. It was a South Park Wheel of Fortune reference, and he shouted what Randy should have shouted, not what Randy actually shouted in that episode. He shouted what Randy was supposed to shout. People who annoy you. Oh, and he's his husband streams. Okay, my bad. Yeah, can't tell if his chat is legit or LARPers. I would say, despite all the coverage of iDubbbz, the people who cover him, Astro, and their viewers, like I'm including the casino in that, they probably would not be one to watch the raw content. So I'm actually gonna on a limb. Big Dick Dingus prediction. Those are legitimate dents that you're looking at in those chats. That's why we're gonna cheat. I think Dave will point out the same things his son did in his review. Yes. Does that mean Phil watches Synthetic Man? No. But Synthetic Man does watch Phil. That's why they call him DSP Jr. Alright. Well, it's not just the races that I gotta do for the Precursor Orbs, we still got the mini games left as well. So I'll go ahead and hop on some of those. Phil already calls dings and people regard it, might as well drop the hard R. I don't know, I feel like he's been restraining himself on the usage of retarded lately. He should just go back to saying what we say, regarded. He should call all of his viewers well-regarded. Better yet, he should call all of his chat fruits and vegetables. I saw a real hilarious message, I believe in a Raw Phil chat, from Silent Weapons, the king of the zing! And he said, Phil has more fruits and vegetables in his chat than on his dinner plate. And I thought that was like, ooh, chef's kiss. Zing! Because it's true. He does have more fruits and vegetables in his chat than on his dinner plate. Alright, let's see what the goal is. Okay, this is this variation of the minigame, not the Dark Maker version. I guess it wouldn't make canonical sense to have Jack go up against the Dark Makers again if we just defeated them. Ah yes, the Dark Makers. What a ridiculous final antagonist for this trilogy. I enjoyed my time with the game, but thinking on it, the storytelling, you know, I slept on this. The storytelling, it's a bit of a step down from Jak 2, I gotta say. And I feel like the world you explore in Jak 3, including Jak 3's version of Haven City, it's just a step down from what you were presented with in Jak 2. the world felt more open in Jak 2, like a bit more cohesive, and it feels like in Jak 3, a lot of the world is now more like segmented and sequestered. I think it works against the open world nature of the game, or about as open world as a PS2 game could possibly be in 2004. I was going a little critical on the game after the credits last night because I did beat the story last night. Felted Errol into the ether, and it's absolutely a good game. But I want to say 2 is better. I think 2 is just a more complete and fulfilling package. And here's the thing, right? Because I was talking about it yesterday with some other people. I think it was Golem. I was talking about it with Golem. I'm like, okay, Jak 3 is a shorter, more concise experience, and that could be a good thing. Like, on the face of it, that's a good thing. But I would almost say, because like he was saying, Jak 2 has too much filler, which made it a longer game. A lot of filler that just, it doesn't feel like you're doing, it just feels like Jak is an errand boy. And that's true. A lot of those missions you just do, and it's for no purpose other than to move the game along. Like, you don't even really get a narrative. The narrative doesn't continue as a result of you doing whatever mission that Jak gets sent on in Jak 2 compared to Jak 3. There's no meaningful progress made toward the overall objective of the characters. There's just a lot more filler missions in 2. That said, I would say... To that I would say, filler is not inherently bad. I know, like, people who like anime are just gonna jump on me for this, but filler is not an inherently bad thing. The filler works to, you know, just give you more time to take in the world of Jak 2. In Jak 3, it feels like a lot of places you go to either once, maybe twice if you're lucky, but then you never go back. It really goes against the philosophy of Jak 2 making you have repeated trips to the areas in that game, like the mountain, the forest, the weapons factory, the sewers, God forbid the sewers, the fortress, the strip mine, the drill platform, the dig. All of the locations I mentioned are locations you visit more than twice. More than twice! And does that make it feel repetitive? A little bit, I guess, if you look at it from that aspect. But again, I'm looking at it as the filler works to enrich and flourish the world. It makes the world feel a bit more alive. So you're constantly returning, but you're not always, just because you're going to the same place, you're not doing the same thing. You go back to the same location, but you take a different route that wasn't open for, you go to a different area within that area, like, it gets more open. And I think Jak 3 was missing a lot of that, because people said Jak 2 was too long, or it had too much filler. And honestly, while Jak 3 is shorter, and it's a more concise experience, it's more consistent and whatever, it's easier. I would say sometimes that shortness works against it. Like, I think we should have got more scenes between Jak and Damus. I think what we have is sufficient enough, but I wish we would have had a little bit more time for some one-on-one between those two characters. Because I thought his death scene yesterday was very, like for a PS2 game where you're playing as a boy and his little orangey rat partner, I thought that was a pretty emotional scene. And it wasn't even written by Druckmann. You could tell they had like a story that they wanted to tell, and again, it's not badly told. It is badly told in some aspects, but like that part of it isn't badly told. But it just needed some more time to flesh out the relationship between the characters. Like, what we have is good. It's not bad. I just want more of it. On the stuff that I will criticize, everything with the Dark Makers is retarded. The precursors being Ottsels, that's funny. It doesn't necessarily present any plot holes. It does make me ask more questions, though, because the Dark Makers are supposed to be Ottsels that have been infected with Dark Eco. But Daxter turned into a Ottsel through Dark Eco. And is Daxter a precursor or not? Because he got turned into an Ottsel. Does that make him a precursor? So, all precursors are Ottsels that we know of. But are all Otzel's precursors? When the Otzel leader tells Daxter, like, when he tells Daxter the rationale for what happened and why he turned into an Otzel when he fell into Dark Eco, Daxter hears that news, that it's like, oh, you were blessed, you weren't cursed. This whole time you were actually blessed. And he dances around like, whoa, whoopee, that means I'm a precursor now. But how does that work exactly? So he's just retroactively a precursor? It kind of doesn't make sense. Even with the time travel shenanigans involved, that doesn't... I feel like that shouldn't make Daxter a precursor just because he got turned into an Otzel, because he wasn't... he didn't fucking build that ancient civilization. I guess I just look at it as like, Otzel is their species, whereas precursor is a title. Daxter acts as though he now has the title because he has been transformed into the animal, but I don't think that should be true. And you could say, oh, Daxter was just wrong. Like how would Daxter know, right? But the Otzel leader doesn't correct him on that. He just lets Daxter do his silly little dance. So ostensibly, like, that is true. Daxter is a precursor. And is Tess a precursor? What about Vigor? They both got transformed into Otzels. Why was the Otzel leader so obsessed with transforming people into Otzels? How does he have that power? Like, I thought the precursors were like a technologically advanced race. But that dude has like magic powers? Just... I guess you could look at Eco as a form of magic, if you want to know the truth about it. And I know I see you guys in chat. I will scroll up. I'm focusing on the mini game here. I just got to get to 40,000, 8,000 more points. So yeah, just the fact that the precursors are Otzels, it's like, okay, that's fine, that's hilarious, it makes sense. Because it's like, who are the precursors? Well, Daxter's the only Otzel in the series that we know of. When would be the opportunity to introduce more of his species? Because they know... Okay. Everyone in the world acts as though they already know what an Otzel is. Like, like Daxter calls his Bard the Naughty Otzel. So like his species is already known. They just didn't know the precursors were all Otzels. Almost there. This one wasn't that bad. You just got a little bit of endurance here. Hey, Nurgle. Alright, I technically got it. Alright, let me scroll up. Big ups, Nurgle. Let me, scroll up here. Big ups, everybody showing up. He had near 300 viewers today. Refused to believe more than half aren't hate watching. That was a nice little cheer. The Orbiter of Taste. Like 300 precursor orbs. So I think I had 287 last night? What was it, like 13 orbs for doing that? What are we at? Since I spent some orbs, I now have to check secrets to know how many I've collected. Oh, okay, yeah, okay. We're already halfway done, guys. Phil already calls things and people regard it, might as well drop the heart out. Only the finest of Dixie products for the king.
Look, we use paper plates so that we don't have to fucking constantly clean, alright?
Speaking of vegetables, Jade isn't appearing very often anymore. Oh no, something going on with Jade? When go mad, just remember chill. Astro says, I think a part of that has all to do with the fact that a lot of the world is locked and your progress is a story to unlock it all in Jak 2. I think that's a lot of it too, for Jak 2. So it looks like you're speaking about Jak 2 in that regard. As the world, because when you get to Haven City, a lot of the shit is locked, but as you progress through the story, so much of it opens up, and by the end of it, when you beat Core, you know, you can go wherever you want. There's almost no restrictions except that you can't go back to the Metalhead Nest. Everywhere else you can return to, and by the end of it, you have a very complete and cohesive world. In Jak 3, because of what's going on with Haven City with the war, you end up with the Haven City that's all fractured, and it's cool for the narrative, but it's not as explorable as it was in 2, and so it feels a bit more restricted. Then you have the Wasteland, and it's gigantic, but there's not that much to do there. Well, I say that, but there's like a shitload of side missions I have to do over there. And then you have Sparkus City, which is like cool that we have a second city. Like, whoa, it's like we're getting big RPG energy in here. But it's pretty small relative to Haven. Also very beginning with checkpoints, which I'm sure cuts playtime to compare to Jak'd. Yeah.
It's on your Twitter feed right now! Yeah. Go check your Twitter feed right now! I'm looking. Go check your Twitter feed right now! It's on there right now!
Thank you, Pop-Tart, for the Twitter redeem. I'll check it in a second. But yeah, the tale is old as time. They make the game harder so that you spend more time on it. That shit's been true since video game rentals back in the Blockbuster days. Hey, Jobla. What benefit is there to being an Ottsel? Yeah, I don't know. Why did Tess have to be an Ottsel? Like, what was the punchline? Just the felt of people who wanted to sexualize her? What were they thinking, chat? Let's see. Nurgle says, "Yo, what up, my dinga? And yes, I'm using the hard R. How are you doing? I had 2 hot dogs and a bag of fries from an establishment called Scooby's Red Hots. It was very delicious." I'm assuming that's a local chain. I've never heard of that chain. But big ups, Nurgle. I wish I had a glizzy right now in my hand that I could consume without even taking a bite, a full swallow. Chrono says, "I think that's what makes the story better is that it's not 100% spelled out to you that he is Jack's father." Yeah, there's that implication. Like, I was talking with Golem last night. If it was possible that Damus knew, and that was supposed to be, like, his way of communicating that to Jack in his dying moments, because, you know, he's a hardened, grizzled, tough warrior and doesn't really know how to approach such a subject to him. Okay, Chicago only chain. Big ups. And yeah, thank you, Pop-Tart. Let's see what's trending on Twitter. I could be very, very lazy, and I could just talk about something that happened at Gamescom, but I will be nice to Pop-Tart this one time, and I will go out of my way to open Twitter.com, X.com, and we will comment on what's in the trending tab. Cracker Barrel's new logo. Did you see this, guys? Cracker Barrel's got a new logo. It's fucking over. People hate it. Let's get a look here, look, listen. Oh my god. Yeah, they rebranded for the first time since 1977. Do you guys have a Cracker Barrel near you? Now, see, I don't know if that's like a regional chain or something. I assume it's a national situation. Let me put this up. Yeah, I haven't ate at Cracker Barrel in so long, but I've only ever seen them with that one logo. So that's a bit of a shame. They've been felted by a private equity firm. Many such cases in the casual dining sphere. Only like 2 left in California, and they're all in the middle of the desert. Well, isn't the theming supposed to be like it's an old county store? You can't say that it isn't fitting. Alright, but here it is. Cracker Barrel has rebranded for the first time since 1977, baby. So you have the old logo on the left. I think it's very fitting for the theme and aesthetic of the chain. It's supposed to be like an old country store. You're living in the deep south, where you get hanged if you're the wrong color, and you go down to the old general store, and it's Cracker Barrel, and it's run by crackers, and you go there and you eat a big fat breakfast served by Aunt Jemina, and then you go about your day. And then on the right, you have the post-private equity firm acquisition Cracker Barrel. Honestly, I'm surprised they didn't just flat out change the name.
I love you too.
Hey, Carl. Yeah, they're changing the logo. I don't know if, like, they're changing the menu. It seems to be just the logo for right now, but this is bad. This is lame. I hate this. Carl, remember what they took from you, Carl. Remember what they took from you. Let's be honest. Let's call it out for what it is, chat. They don't want a white man on the logo. That's what it is. They don't want a white man and a barrel on the logo. They should have just renamed it. If you're gonna go this far, you just rename it. Why do we need to call it? Why does it need to be called Cracker Barrel at this point? It's just, let's call it out for what it is. Cracker Barrel is mid. It's about It's about the principal, Discord merchant. The food doesn't matter. But I liked it for what it was when my my family last ate there. But of course, last ate there was like a decade ago. Maybe the food quality has declined since then. Maybe it depends on the location. Like a lot of these establishments. Maybe we ate at one that wasn't franchised out. We ate at the corporate-owned Cracker Barrel. If you're from the South, Cracker Barrel is mid. It's trash. Get out of here. I'm sorry. I kneel. Look, I have not ate there in a long time. My memory was pretty good. Maybe it's this. Here's what it is. We were on a long road trip, and a lot of other places had long since closed already. I think it was about maybe 10 or 11. Cracker Barrel was still open, and they allowed us to eat, and the employees were very nice, and they weren't upset by us being there. You know how, like, if you go somewhere, and like, I was like this too when I worked retail. It's like, oh, someone comes in at the last minute, and it's like, oh my god, I just want to fucking close. You know, it was like literal Southern hospitality. Now, maybe deep down, inside, internally, they were seething, and they really wanted us to get the fuck out of there so they could close up already. But, you know, we were a big party. It was me, you know, the folks, I think some of my cousins, and you know, we weren't rowdy or nothing like Brazilian Disney World tourists, but you know, we thanked them, obviously, and we had a good time. Look, we had literally nowhere else to eat. Everywhere else was closed on the road, and you're on the highway, you know, kind of strapped for options. Everywhere else was already done. Everyone clocked out and went home. But Cracker Barrel, the porch lights were still on at Cracker Barrel, and we had a nice little southern slop of feast. Their catfish Fridays were the only decent thing. I think we went on a Friday, or was it Saturday? I certainly didn't have the catfish. It's for old people with bland taste who can't taste their food. Well, I would have said that was like Denny's or IHOP. Pickups Coggers. Last time I went there, it's because I knew a waitress. Carl says Discord merchant is gaslighting. Ah! See, a step above bland cafeterias. It's like removing the fights from Waffle Houses. Carl says it's good. Get you over to Tudor's Biscuit World or local catfish house if you want something decent. I am the most southern... Wait, no, I can't finish that sentence. I'm gonna get in trouble. Discord Merchant says, quote, from Discord Merchant, the user Discord Merchant in chat, that he is the most southern and therefore the most racist. Now, I don't have my racistometer. I can't measure this. I'm just gonna take his word for it. Well, I almost caught myself. I almost caught myself saying something I wasn't supposed to say, you guys. But I do have a local catfish house for Friday catfish. Friday catfish nights. I think we call them Catfish Friday. Like fish fry Friday. We only really do fish on Fridays when it's Lent season, though. What did I give up for Lent this year? That's a good question. What did I give up? I don't think I gave up anything. I'm a fake Catholic. This is why I don't do charity. Y'all ever eat that fried gator meat? I have never eaten gator meat, no. Okay, what am I looking for next? The satellite minigame? That's the next one I gotta do. Over here running around aimlessly. Many such cases. You know what's by the coastline? What am I doing? Yeah, but back to Pop-Tarts Redeem. Yes, I would say the new logo is a big step down. What are you doing? 2 out of 10. Massive L. Massive L by Cracker Barrel. I don't have the confirmation, you know, right here on my desk here. You know, I don't have the press release, but I feel like you don't do that unless you got bought out by somebody. The quality of that cafeteria food's gonna go even lower. Usually when you say like cafeteria, casual dining, I just think of Lubies. I don't think there are any Lubies left in the country though. And it might not have even been national, so some of you might not even know what a Lubies is. It's a place where a bunch of people got shut up like 4 decades ago. That's what Lubies is. The satellite isn't here. Where the hell do I go for it? It's in the high scores, is it not? Correct and correct, Discord merchant. Oh yeah, we gotta do the Ratchet & Clank gun course. Pickups D-Side, the 230 stream straight. Unsurprisingly, Phil appears on cam and immediately starts whining about support. Yeah, so if you weren't here last night, we went over the daily wrap. Phil is in trouble. He's got 3 streams to hit the goal to do DSP Tries It on Thursday. Mafia, DK, and Suikoden are the 3 streams in question. Mafia already failed to hit the goal. He ended with 120 doing Q&A. Even with Q&A, Phil, remember when Phil bragged recently that doing the Q&A, he always hits the goal, therefore it can't possibly be the game that's at fault? Couldn't even hit the goal during Q&A. He did a full hour of it because he beat the game early, beat Mafia early, it's out of the rotation. Could not hit the goal even with a full hour of Q&A. I thought it was your personality that helped you hit the goal, buddy. What happened? So he's doing DK tonight. DK rarely hits the goal. DK's in trouble. DK's on thin ice. If he wants to make this up, Carl, DK must hit 2 goals. 2 goals for DK. $300 for DK on the end game. I don't even think he'll see K. Rool. Maybe if he saw K. Rool, that could be something to hype it up. Otherwise, what? If DK doesn't hit the goal, Suikoden has to hit 3 goals tomorrow? Or he just fucking kneels and accepts that it can't happen tomorrow. He will press hard for 2 goals tomorrow. You go for 1 tonight. 1 tonight and 2 tomorrow. That seems a bit more reasonable. The night stream just is not enough time to farm 2 goals for a game like DK. He needs to focus 1 goal and then 2 goals during Suikoden. And maybe hone in on the fact that like Suikoden, from his own beliefs, farm in his own beliefs that Suikoden has its own distinct audience. Now, he claims a lot of people show up for Suikoden. I don't know who this particular Suikoden audience is, but they apparently they exist. Wait, what am I doing? I was looking for... I got distracted by Carl's lovely facade. Okay, satellite game. Where do I go to play this? The satellite is no longer here. You should become a truck driver. A truck streamer. Dude, we were looking at the Future Game Showcase earlier. Who knows what the Future Game Showcase is? It's some bum sideshow. Oh, hey, there's an orb. It's some bummy-ass sideshow they put on whenever, well, when E3 would have happened. Whenever there's Summer Games Fest or Gamescom, you always have the bum sideshows on the side for, like, the lesser games that can't make it into the main shows. And the Future Game Show always seems to be one of them. Seru made the mistake of tuning in today. And sure, you had some minor updates for stuff like Resident Evil, but it wasn't updates so much as, here, we're talking about it again. We're talking about it again. We're advertising it again. We're not revealing any particular new information about the game because all that information was already distilled at the bigger shows. You know, it was already shown off at Gamescom Live. So, you know, you're not going to give a scoop, an exclusive reveal to the fucking Future Game Show. So they just show it off again, and then you don't learn anything. You just get to see more of the game. It's not even new footage. It's them. It's the Japanese guy talking over reused footage, like talking over B-roll. Hey, Plan. Never cared much for Kylene, but it and Copper's Cove have built up a lot over the past 25 years. I've not been in that area in particular myself. I just know about it. A bud of mine I knew a long time ago came from there, though. I think that one time he told me about it, he said he wasn't a fan, which is why he left in the first place. Yeah, it's mainly for indies, Jay Frosty, or at least that's what I thought going in, but I'm watching it with Seru, and it's like actual first-party stuff, or like actual AAA, not first-party, actual AAA stuff making an appearance, like Resident Evil. Like, why? Like, well, fucking, like, you have your own show for that. I think it was like 2 hours? It was 2 hours. It was David Hayter. David Hayter, the man as I live and breathe, and Lady Dimitrescu lady. The lady who voiced Lady Dimitrescu in Resident Evil Village. It seems to be like her one gimmick. Just like David Hayter's one gimmick is that he was Solid Snake. So these were two peas in a pod, hosting this show for 2 hours, but it felt like it was 3 hours. And, well, just like Gamescom, there was like maybe 1 or 2 games there that looked like they were of any substance that weren't already revealed as well. A lot of it was indies and smaller AA stuff that couldn't get a full slot on the main show. Saw an LWO rated stereo. It's two soy guys talking about shit. No, that was the after show. That was Ludwig rated during the after show. Like that was already over when Ludwig showed up. At least they were funny, just having fun. Yeah, but like Nurgle, come on, you know it was scripted. I think for me, a lot of it is just like, okay, like, bitch, we get it. You were Lady D in Resident Evil Village. Like, can you do something else now? Like that game's how many years old? Okay. And David Hayter, like, do I even need to say it? Like, holy shit. Halligan says, all these things are just loaded with people who are unfunny, that think they are funny and fucking suck. Are you talking about my stream? Alright, I guess, I don't know where the satellite minigame is. Maybe it's outside. It was over here during the main game, but now it's no longer here. I'll also start watching stuff. Let me get the playlist ready. I'm just gonna be bouncing around random stuff. A lot of this is like Donkey Kong stuff too. That's already, you know, it's already out of date technically, but fuck it, whatever. Streams don't need to be funny at all times, dingus. What? They didn't teach me that in streaming school. God damn it. Community college scammed me again. At least Snake is a protagonist. Lady Dimitrescu, everyone thought she would be a meaningful villain. She was literally one and done. Like, yeah, you meet her right away. Like, okay, I didn't play the game, obviously, but I watched Phil play it and a couple of other people. But yeah, she shows up for her little area, and then you kill her like a quarter of the way into the game, and that's it. But I don't really think that was communicated well by the marketing. You think you go in thinking that she's like the main villain, or at least a pawn for the main villain, working for the real big bad, the real final boss. But you kind of just like do her segment and then like, okay, you're done. On to the next lord. I guess you could say that's why she ended up being so iconic, was that she did not steal too much screen time. You know, she kind of did her thing. She showed her hand, played her part, and she was off stage just like that. And in some aspects, you know, that leaves a stronger first impression. Alright, this one is by Harmful Opinions. It's just him talking about the Catboy thing. The Catboy thing.
Nowadays, I practically never play FPS games. Now that I'm an old man in my 30s, I seem to have developed some kind of motion sickness problem. For a while, I couldn't play any games at all, but after getting my glasses prescription sorted out, some special eye drops, and getting rid of a cologne I was apparently allergic to, I'm mostly okay, but first-person games where you look around real fast still make me feel all messed up, dizzy, and sick. Several years ago though, I was playing Quake Live, Quake Champions, Overwatch.
Oh, dude. Okay, Jay Frosty says, she was popular because she was kind of a safe horny when that was the thing people talked about. Remember when people would just say safe horny all the time? That really fell off the vernacular there. Now everyone just calls everything woke. I guess they just said, fuck it, take the mask off. Take off the facade. It's not that it's safe horny, it's just woke. You know, people used to say safe edgy too. I used to see safe edgy a lot.
Crunker, fast games that needed fast, good aim, which I didn't have. I'm extremely clumsy, so I also got really into the whole aim training thing. I'd put on a podcast and do scenarios for hours. Now I ended up as one of those guys who has okay aim, but is terrible at every game, because I spent all my time in Kovacs and aim labs instead of actually playing. But for years and years, the whole aimer thing was a main hobby of mine, so when I see controversy related to it, I still have a bit of a special interest. And scrolling my Twitter feed, I keep seeing these catgirl accusations that have popped up.
The
Riley CS posted a
accusations.
Battlefield highlight reel, and it went viral. People immediately started calling cheats based on what they saw. In particular, the now infamous rock clip seems very suspicious to a lot of people, especially given what was said.
Wow, I flicked straight at that guy through the wall. Oopsie.
But checkmate,
Oopsie.
that is neither a rock nor a wall. It's a pile of debris if you actually look. In seriousness
Oh,
though, could we have
exposed.
just seen some genuine cheating? Yes, especially since, to my knowledge, cheats can be a lot subtler than you'd expect. But is this clip proof of cheating? I don't think so. And unfortunately, commentary on this clip alone is a damn mess. Claims on both
Whoa,
sides
he's
of the
gonna
argument
sweep
are
for
all
the
jacked
cat
up
boy.
about this little snippet.
No.
Let's take it slow, step by step. Problem one is that that flick is claimed to be locking onto someone through the wall, and Riley even says that's what happened.
Wow, I flicked straight at that guy through the wall.
My issue is, I don't think the clip proves that even happened.
Man,
What the hell
I
do
thought I
mean?
sounded
Well, This is
zesty.
where Riley flicked to. I haven't seen any evidence that there was actually a guy right there. Like, we know there's a guy somewhere behind that, but unless I'm missing something, there's no evidence that it actually snapped to him. Which also actually brings us to a faulty counter-argument against cheating. There, of course, isn't any evidence that it didn't snap directly onto the guy, either. One explanation for what happened was that Riley saw a ping on the minimap, and so flicked over to that guy and overshot. When the flick happens, you can see there's a guy on C, and if you draw a straight line up, aim's not on him. Problem is, that's not the guy Riley's accused of locking onto to begin with. That ping appears to be this guy who was shot next.
I flicked straight at that guy through.
As you can see from his position on the minimap, when the lock-on accusation is about this guy, who absolutely was somewhere behind that wall, we just don't have proof he was locked onto. There is a difference between something maybe looking suspicious and being solid proof. And speaking of suspicious things, some are claiming that what happens right after that flick is proof of shenanigans. How did Riley know that guy's right there? Now, bear in mind, I'm not a pro or anything. I was only ever intermediate.
He's
at
just
best.
that good at the game.
Battlefield was never my game, but that looks like a pretty normal corner approach to me. You'll also notice that the correction of the flick before the strafe does line up with where the ping was on the minimap. Aside from this being a natural corner approach, information that there was something in that direction was available. And additionally, while strafing past that wall, Riley goes too far.
Too far!
It's only after clear visual information is gained that the guy gets shot. And it wasn't exactly a challenging target. Immediately after this though, there's something else I've seen people find suspicious. I've seen it claimed that there is a one-frame flick
It's so weird
perfectly
that
to the next.
so many people care about this random person cheating. It's just because that they're using a VTuber. It's not even a, well, it's not even a custom VTuber. You know, neither is my own, but it's a VTuber I've seen, a VTuber model that I've seen Praise That Sun use. So to me, that's like the silly part, because it's kind of like people are going after Praise That Sun exclusively for cheating. That's why I think it's silly, because it's like, well, Praise That Sun, how could you? But you know, it's the principle of the thing, Carl. People don't like a cheater.
Target, as shown here. There are a couple issues with this claim though. One, that ain't exactly a crazy flick. Two, it didn't happen. The
Praise That Sun as a
microflick
cat
actually-
boy. No, they just use, so the VTuber model that this Riley person uses, it's a free model that anybody can use, and it's a model that I've seen Praise That Sun use before. That's all I mean. I've always been the first person to sweep for cheaters. Why the sudden change of opinion? What do you mean? Billy didn't cheat. He was not legally declared to be a cheater. I don't know what you're talking about. It's really how defensive people got, saying he didn't cheat because he was trans. People don't like being lied directly like that. Yeah, they just don't like liars. They don't like cheaters. They don't like people who don't kneel, and they don't like people who double down. And that's, I think that's really it. Beyond like I really think the alphabet person part is that's just completely tertiary. Like that's like an auxiliary detail to the whole chicanery. I've seen people give the big ups to alphabet people, but still go after this person for cheating.
He totally missed the guy.
Like that's kind of like
I personally wouldn't
unrelated
even
to
call
the
that
conversation.
close. No matter how suspicious it might seem to you, the concrete proof just ain't there. But one question remains.
But what do you think?
How did he have any knowledge of these players? And why adjust his aim like he was ready for them coming around the rock?
And the answer is, because it's a fucking enemy-controlled capture point. And more important than that, the game mode was King of the Hill. Everyone is going for the same point. It's worth looking at the context of the clip as well, which is very easy to do. Even though there's hours and hours of VOD, there is a counter on screen, and it was only briefly on 49. After respawning, Riley was running to the point. Naturally, lines of sight to the point are checked during this run. An enemy is encountered and killed, having made noise, the direction of the point that is controlled by the enemy.
Astro says, the real discourse are two parts. The first are other top players are gaslighting the internet to hide the fact that cheating is more rampant than people realize. There's a lot of that too. Where the cheaters are covering for cheaters, because if this blows up even more, of course more people are going to look into it and realize that it's something that happens more often than people realize. Number two, workies are using the fact that the cat is trans as the real reason why people are hating. No, people just don't like cheaters. Again, look at how Billy Mitchell was regarded prior to him winning the court case. Hey, Gondola. Also, I guess it went viral for the extent that people tried to sweep for the person. Yeah, like Alphabet people saying it's okay to trans people to cheat. She was, I didn't see anyone saying that. It's okay for trans people to cheat because they're, I didn't see anyone say that. Now, wait a minute. If they did say that, show me the tweet. Speaking of femboys, bish. Hey, Gondola. I'm catching up on videos because I finished Jak'd 3, but I gotta do post-game stuff.
The world's been kind of trash. I'm not even gonna lie. You can't change my mind on this. Like,
you can't change his mind, chat. You can't.
It had the most content. That's all that matters in a Monster Hunter game. It's like EDF. All that matters is that it has the most content. But yeah, we're on that EDF 6 grind right now. So if you've never seen EDF 6, welcome to the meat grinder.
I grind meat every day, brother. Let's see. Anna's here with a wall of text. And then Nurgle, I think Nurgle said something as well. I gotta scroll up. He is cheating as he is always aiming at a specific area on a torso every single time in the same area. Also, my mom just showed up and gave me a bottle of Bio-Salud, and I love this stuff. A big ups to Mama Nurgle. Yeah, I assume that's the aimbot defaulting to the torso whenever possible. Anne says, I wouldn't say it's because they use a VTuber. Yeah, well, we talked about this a few days ago. I think it definitely contributes to the conversation. Just that because the original reason why it went viral before people realized the person was cheating was that, oh, it's the most locked in cat boy, haha, it's a VTuber cat boy and they're doing good at the game, haha. Like I think that was like the appeal at first before people realized they were a dirty cheater. Like that's why people were circulating it prior to realizing that they may be cheating. But yeah, it's what gets it more attention. I should have rephrased what I said. It's not the sole reason, but it definitely attracts more attention than there would have been otherwise. Because there's always it always seems like there's discourse on VTubers. It's because the original thread was very blatant, highlighting every big Twitter person responded to his thread by saying, "No, look, see more proof I am not cheating." The big issue was that they were not only showcasing cheating, it was a mini trend that he hopped on. His defense has evolved to, in fact, the reason why people care is because I'm a heckin' alphabetian, and you must respect me. The usual suspects are running to his defense. Okay, well, Chrono said that earlier, but that seems so cartoonish that it reads like parody. I can't believe people are even bringing it to that level. Oh, yeah, it's not because he's a cheater. You guys are only going after him because he's trans. And as a matter of fact, he didn't cheat in the first place. Yeah, Strava. Are we dinging today? We are dinging. I am watching videos, going over this Catboy shit again. And I finished the Jak'd 3 story, but I'm doing side content to gather orbs. D-Sipe says the other clip of Riley uploaded of them snapping at people while obscured by smoke is a lot more blatant anyway. Well, he's had a lot of bad clips from what I'm to understand. Again, it's other cheaters trying to gaslight the internet anyway. They can sweep the fact that that more people cheat than realize. I think it's a multifaceted issue. It really was a bunch of people posting clip farming that were defending each other during that time. It's cheaters sweeping for each other. And then on top of that, you have people in his identitarian camp running to his defense. And then apparently, according to Anne, he's going with those people because it serves his interests. But in the grand scheme, does it really matter that much? Not really. It's just what people want to talk about this week. They defended Christian after what he did. It's a dipshit hive mind and they just need to be ignored. I don't think that's what all of them think. They don't collectively say, okay, I know he raped his mom, but you need to respect him, this and that. I have seen that. I have seen that both ironically and unironically posted. He has a history in a cheat in Tarkov. He got banned for it, so his behavior isn't surprising. Yeah. I've seen clips. Actually, I think Harmful goes over a few clips here of him doing it in other games. Hey, FPS Mal. They've already received ban on Twitch for cheating, and they're going to get perma for doing it again. I was told, Ostrava, the ban was because so many people reported them. Like you got so many reports that triggered the auto report or automatic ban, but he was just banned for a day, or they were just banned for a day, or she zim zam zibbity zobbity zoo was just banned for a day, and then they got unbanned. Twitch works like that? See, I'm not even sure. I just read that. It seems like if you got banned for cheating, don't you think the ban would be longer than a day? No, it was right there. Okay, Ostrava confirms you can get banned for mass reporting. So I imagine that's what happened to Riley. Was that it wasn't that they were banned for cheating, it was just that they were banned because so many people were reporting them because the clip went viral. Because yeah, if you're getting caught for cheating in a game, and it's like a legit serious issue, you know, in a different timeline, this could have been like someone that's an actual competitive gamer, part of an esports league or something. You know, you wouldn't get banned for just a day if it was a serious situation. Enjoy my day off, dingus. No, don't mass report. Ah! Yeah, that's another thing, that Twitch doesn't enforce their rules fairly. It really just depends on which human moderator you get. And there's probably like 6 human moderators, and if it's not 6 human moderators, you're just getting banned by a bot. But the human moderators don't judge equally, and they don't tell you what their parameters are for banning people, because if they did, you know, then the secret's out, and then people would just do workarounds to get around those parameters. EA needs to ban them first, and they won't because they're the worst company in the world. True. Last week they were at 1,200 viewers at this time when I was going to raid you on a Thursday or Friday, I believe. Currently he's at 600. I think he probably got what he wanted out of that.
Oh, boo.
Again, like, you're not going to be able to... You can't sustain that instant snap growth, but he's probably going to get some people who are going to stick around for the purposes of sticking around. They'll become regulars, and they'll probably either stick around for the meme and the joke of it, or maybe they just end up liking him, or maybe they trick themselves into liking this person because of the controversy. Obviously, there will be some level of benefit, but the maximum growth is not going to be sustainable. People realize how boring they are. It's no fun when he turns the cheats off. I was saying he doesn't even cheat all the time. Probably to prove that he doesn't cheat. Like, I don't care what pronouns you prefer, just don't assume that I should just know. Cheating in a game is bad regardless. What you identify in, especially because it's a multiplayer game. Yeah, agreed. Like, I just wanna have fun on the Twitch.tv platform, watching people play games and make fun of people, respectfully. Like, I'm one to talk. I'm obviously a dude. I'm a guy. I am a male. But I use a female model. I'm not afraid to say it, you guys. It is the shy gal, the shy lady. Why do I do this? So you're looking at a pair of tits on screen chat rather than a man, a guy. The same reason why you would put a lady as your phone lock screen versus a man. What are you gay? What? That's the defense, but it's like, why do you have a girl on your phone lock screen? It's like, what, you want me to have a dude? Like, what the fuck? But I don't have to explain myself. I don't have to justify it. Like, it's not like it's not like, I'm not a VTuber in the sense that I literally believe I am the shy lady. Rather, this model is a conduit for the movements of my body, while giving you something to look at. Anyway, that doesn't go with the Dingus lore anyway. The established Dingus lore is that I am the shy guy in the Shy Lady bosom. Yeah, Anne does the same thing. Ludwig does the same thing. And Anne's character is just a secretary to his actual character, who we will never see again because Anne will never get the actual model ready. And yeah, Ostrava has it right too. Like I don't want to show my face, mine. Anne doesn't want to show his face either. He's Filipino. It's the last thing he wants to do. Ah! The manager is cursed. Yeah, it was kind of cursed when you showed him off. Anne has a male model, but he never uses it. It's a very he used it once on Discord. It's a very older style model. First of all, it's white, so it's not even accurate. But it's very cursed. It's kind of buff. Like, I feel like this would appeal to the Bara styles. Face is out there, but you gotta hunt for it. No, I'm not gonna hunt for it. Here's what... Okay. I don't have Anne's model in front of me. But I can tell you what in my mind, back of my head, back of my neck, back of my mind. In my mind, what it reminds me of. It reminds me of this guy. And Anne can tell me if it was the inspiration or not. But I'm reminded by this character, thinking about his old model. It's, oh, I hate WebP. Okay, I can save it as PNG. Anne's old model is this guy. So Anne's male VTuber is this guy. It's basically this guy. And you know I'm telling the truth, Anne. It's this guy. This works because you're playing Pokemon White still, I think. This is this... It's not Drayden, right? No, Drayden's a new character. This is Drayden from Pokemon Black and White. This is Anne's manager model. If like this model I am discussing is essentially this character. So when I say he's like, oh, he's very muscular, he's old and muscular, he's got white hair, appeals to the Bara demographic styles, this is what you should be thinking of. This is the manager. Was it actually inspired by this character, Anne? Okay, just the style of the guy. Yeah, sure. Whatever. It was just the style of the guy I commissioned on Fiverr. That's what they all say. Wasn't it supposed to be the old politician that drank poison in court? That was who his avatar was supposed to be. Like, you're thinking, well, that's like 2022, Anne. Well, 2022 and earlier. I can't recall if the manager VTuber was supposed to, like, actually be that person. I know, what I know is that I saw it and I thought of Drayden. Oh, yeah, that's what it is. That's why he had to drink the poison. He wasn't a politician, he was a war criminal. But yes, the manager was modeled after him. No, he should be modeled after Drayden, because that's what he looks like.
Is immediately checked. Just comes across as natural to me. Doesn't mean there's no cheating going on, but this clip ain't it. Something quickly as an aside I want to point out is that I haven't seen anyone noticing that Riley has terminal full-blown aims, which can be seen in a clip that was before that one in the compilation. When you spend a lot of time in aim trainers like Kovacs or Aim Labs, you'll also spend a lot of time having your aim centered in the middle of a wall and then jumping to targets. Check this out. Okay, wall spotted.
Oh yeah, you've talked about it.
Kicks in. Right to the middle.
You've talked about that, the low poly 3D intern. That'd be a good idea, because then it would give you an excuse to have... You have two models, one's 2D and then one's 3D, and then they're different genders, and it's maximum variety. That means when I should do a 2D model, but it should be a guy. It'd be like the opposite. Wait, do I have this one activated? I do. It's rebranding!
You must stop the clock as often as you can. Touch freeze tokens to make time stand still.
Oh yeah, this is a time trial. Did I not do this?
Middle where no one is, then cleans up left and right. There is something wrong with this clip though, and that's you shouldn't get away with that. Those guys suck ass. Actual aim training target IQ. Back to the accusations though, another kind of example people find very suspect is shooting at people in smoke, or even just seemingly snapping onto them. Like this that I saw might give someone pause.
Maybe I should do the opposite of all of that.
You think so?
Yeah.
That sudden flick into smoke looks kind of cheaty, right? But there was obviously a guy in there, you could see him run in there, and the aim snapped to the center of where he could have come into visibility. That's not the clip people are calling out though, it's just one I found. Here's what people find sus. It's from an older montage from a previous title.
Yeah, before the VTuber.
But even here, first 3 guys are just visible.
Only using the VTuber for attention. No VTuber in this clip.
Most of the shots miss. Seems like a reasonable place to blind fire. You put smoke somewhere for a reason. A figure on the floor was aimed at, and then a guy became visible, and he got shot in the legs. And then again, far from snapping on, the last target is over-flicked, and then the aim is corrected, ending with another flick to check a corridor where no one actually was. I guess they don't make hacks like they used to. Let's check out one last clip I've seen pointed to.
Famous.
What other people see is apparently someone who's barely visible being locked onto with superhuman precision. What I see is a guy who would be much easier to see if you were actually playing the game and not watching a stream, being completely missed with a flick. Like that's the wall, and he's not actually behind it, he's to the left. And then as you can see, the aim is corrected, partly with strafing, though not in time to get the kill.
Sorry,
I can't tell
Carl.
you if cheating's involved or not.
I should have grabbed that 3-second one at the last second.
Aimbot people are saying they see. That just isn't actually happening, or at least I haven't seen a clip of it. But I suspect that's not what people will be using on stream
the
anyway,
least glitch person
because
you know.
would get caught. You'd have
God
far
damn
more
it.
concrete clips than this. And I'm sorry, yes, there's every chance this person's a cheater, but
This
if all
car
those
skids too
highlight
much.
clips to
I
you
gotta
look
swap out.
impossible and like cheating, there might be something to the claim that you just suck. None of it's superhuman, even if there does turn out to be cheating assistants involved. More interesting to me is circumstantial stuff, like the fact they were banned sometime last year because a Twitch modder admin believed they were cheating. Might be worth looking into. I personally couldn't find the alleged incident, and Riley claims to have been inactive for 2 weeks before it happened. I've seen evidence shown of Riley using HUD sight as well, which could be used to enable a crosshair overlay on the screen. And actually, yeah, I think if you use that in a game to have a crosshair all the time, even when the game doesn't give you one to help,
I'ma swap
that's
cars.
cheating. True epic gamers know to just enable that shit on their monitor. If you get your hands on them using that in a game where they shouldn't be, bam, done, cheater. Apparently there are some hidden VODs, which I find interesting. And what I find most interesting of all is that someone called Enclave Emily, who is claiming to be a former cheat dev, says they will be putting out an expert analysis video. Judging by their voice, we're going to be getting some trans-on-trans violence.
The Fallout show on Amazon Prime is not a good show. It's a show that suffers from inherent issues, most of them intentional, others not so much.
If they're legit, it's going to be incredibly interesting to find out what you actually have to look for to catch cheaters nowadays. If they're a faker, I think it'll probably be really, really funny. Win-win. Anyway, that's all for today. Have a good one and take it easy.
So he didn't sweep that much. Look, he took a nuanced position. It would be like an an tier position there. Would be interesting to see that that cheat dev speak out about it. All right, we gotta swap cars. Imagine the cheat dev just is a full-on sweep for them. Now, guys. Okay, that's the Dust Demon. The other one I unlocked was the Desert Screamer. I just need something that's not fucking skidding all over the place. One more thing, he has a friend pretending to be EA Dev saying he wasn't a cheater on Twitter. Again, it just goes back to what Asher was saying. They're all sweeping for each other because they don't want people to look into it and realize that everybody's cheating. He can't pick a side because he can't afford to get another thing wrong after Muda, in my opinion. But thing about the Muda thing is that did people really give a fuck that it wasn't that he got the gate thing wrong? And really, the gate thing was that it was the wrong Ryan, or whatever the name was. I believe it was Ryan. It's just that Muda still sucked cock. It just wasn't Ryan's cock. I don't think that did much. Oh yeah, well I haven't looked at the discussion surrounding the fallout of that, but at least within this sector, I haven't heard anyone say, "Oh well, yeah, that fucking harmful opinions. He really fucking. I don't watch him anymore because he said Muda sucked the wrong Ryan's dick." And then you could say he was wrong about the thing being legal or not, but that was originally a claim brought up by Nicandros, and he says in his original video that, you know, he's not an expert on the law, he's just bringing it up for posterity. And in Harmful Opinions, he did his due diligence. Harmful Opinions wanted to know whether it was truly illegal or not, so he did his due diligence and contacted the organization, and then found out that it wasn't illegal. It doesn't mean that Harmful Opinions would lie to you or was wrong about that. It actually means that he did his research. He actually did his research and confirmed that it was not, in fact, according to the organization, it was not, in fact, illegal. So I don't really begrudge him on that one. I guess for the gate thing, okay, you got that wrong. He still sucked cock. It just wasn't the person that we said it was. I was wrong about you. I'm not watching Harmful Opinions since they swooped for this person. That's you being wrong about me. Anne says, whoever redeemed the Anne check, I just woke up. I'm doom schooling Twitter for a bit before doing boat game dailies before I go to bed. Just enjoying the Jak'd gameplay. Going to look at whatever DSP is playing so I can predict the daily route. Will probably go in my head. He's playing DK. So he didn't hit the Mafia goal, and he got 120 for Mafia. He needs to hit 2 goals for DK or 2 goals for Suikoden. Well, really, he needs to hit 3 goals, and they have to be split between either 2 goals tonight, 1 goal tomorrow, or 1 goal tonight, 2 goals tomorrow. 3 goals total necessary for DSP tries it. Astro says, I agree with Carl. Muda can just say he was wrong, so everything else is null and void. But, like, his credit... Okay, if we want to say, like, Harmful Opinions' credibility is now brought into question, Muda's credibility is definitely shot. Like, if he just says, oh, don't trust Harmful Opinions because he got one thing wrong, so, like, the whole thing is null and void, no one's going to believe that. No one's going to accept that from him. In my opinion, yes, because it means no more Muda content, Lamau. He did put out Muda videos after that apology, though. I think that apology was a little bit overly theatrical. A lot of self-flagellation. But it was on it was on point and well within his brand. It was expected of him to do so. It was not out of character. But he was a little bit theatrical. Big up to Zarpachi. How you doing, Dingus? I'm doing great. Thank you for asking. Okay, am I caught up? Hey, phrase that, son. What's up, Dinger? How's your day going so far? It's going all right. I beat Jak'd 3, so I'm doing post-game content. Was looking at Harmful Opinions, talk about the Cat Day cheater. Probably gonna be a fly-by-night savior it's gonna be misery and a 20-minute overtime. I just want him to be DK already, so he can just shit all over it. All right, let's keep it up with Harmful Opinions. Let's keep it on the Mudahar topic, since we're already talking about him.
I know. I said no some ordinary gamers videos for the foreseeable future after the mistakes I made, but I think this is a special exception as I'm fulfilling a promise I already made to follow up on something. My fact-checking is finished. I've got my answers. Fact-checking about what, you may ask? Well, in friend of the channel Nicandros' video called Mutahar has been a fake engineer for 10 years, he floats the idea that Mutahar could be breaking Ontario law.
Now, I do want to give the disclaimer that I'm not a lawyer or a Canadian. I'm just a guy who...
He's not a lawyer, but Easy Money is. He's role-playing as Muda by saying no more drama than uploading drama. It's a nice bit, isn't it?
Look stuff up online, and based
well, hey,
on what I've read, it's
by.
actually illegal to call yourself an engineer if you are not a...
Not gonna watch DSP cry about DK tonight. Yeah, me neither.
Licensed engineer.
And he made a stronger implication about this later.
At least Pirate Software's lies didn't break the law.
If you saw me stream watching that video, you'll know I was critical of this escalation into legal territory as it was first brought up, when I felt there was a lack of certainty. And I wasn't sure that disclaiming your lack of expertise was enough to justify dropping that. Initially, I didn't think about it too much though, and watching the rest of the video, I just let it slide. Accepted it as, yeah, okay, maybe. After all, he did again emphasize his uncertainty in the last few minutes of the video.
Once again, I am not a lawyer. It might not be illegal for Mutahar to lie about being an engineer.
But over the next couple of days, I watched this idea that he was breaking the law spread. People were squabbling about it all over the place. Very annoying to see, but it also became apparent to me that there was value in clearing this up. one way or the other. Like I said in my other video, see, I'm not just a hater, I'm testing claims
What am I
other
doing?
people have made. If they're
I
wrong
hit triangle
about
by
it being
accident.
illegal, I'll make sure everyone knows what goes down. If they're right about it being illegal, maybe you shouldn't have blocked people from saying engineer because it's actually you who can't say it. I genuinely don't know which is true though, which is why I asked the experts. To be clear, as you can hear there, I do think it would be really funny if he was correct, and based on my reading into it as a layman, I thought it was possible that some of the things that were pointed out could genuinely fall foul of legislation. So, to uncover the truth, what I did was decide to completely destroy Mutahar's life by reporting some of his videos to Professional Engineers Ontario who, if he's believed to be in violation, would likely inflict the insane...
I think he's being a little bit dramatic here for this part because people did give him a little bit of shit for potential life ruination tactics by doing this little inquiry.
destroy Mutahar's life by reporting some of his videos to Professional Engineers Ontario who, if he's believed to be in violation, would likely inflict the insane punishment of asking him to please stop pretending to be an engineer. Yeah, that's kind of their thing. The majority of what they do is either ignoring old websites or asking people who have not illegally worked as unqualified engineers, but who simply falsely call themselves engineers, to voluntarily stop doing that. Look man, I'm a loose cannon. Mutahar potentially being politely asked to stop lying was a risk I was willing to take to get to the truth. And I agree with Mutahar's argument he made during his coverage of the Open Hand Foundation. You're not going to manifest criminal charges out of asking, and it's what these organizations are for. It's also a much less serious thing being brought to a much less imposing body. Of course, if there was a problem and someone
I love the
refused
cars
to
in this
comply
game,
with their
guys.
request, then they'll start trying to nail them. And maybe I wound people up a little bit by talking about the fines that can come out of that. Not in my videos, but in my streams. But were that to happen,
What am I doing?
an easy
I'm
solution
sandbagging.
would be to simply
That's what I'm
stop
doing.
breaking the law if they ask you to. Even the politician they tried to make an example of a decade ago, simply for saying in a televised debate that he's an engineer, was let off the hook when he apologized. It is true that there are technically potentially heavy fines, but you have to really go full retard to
The
actually
cars
be hit
skid
with them.
everywhere, you
It's not
guys.
exactly high stakes. The alleged illegal activity is all on tape, so there's no uncertainty about what's actually happened. This isn't just some nut making claims. The licensing body encourages anyone to get in touch regarding any possible violation, and they actually suggest that their
Yeah, see,
hotlines
Astro
are a way to
knows.
clear up exactly the uncertainty I had.
You try
about
racing in these
claims being
cars.
made. I understand people's hesitance to bring online a IRL, but I think here that happened when the idea of him breaking the law spread, with people believing the guy's a criminal or something. And besides it potentially being really funny if, after censoring people saying engineer, it turned out he's not allowed to use that title. On the other side of it, it also sucks to be called a criminal by a bunch of people when you're not, and it's easily checked. Either way, people should know. So I checked, and I wanted it in writing so I could clear it up for everyone with proof. So what I did was email them the ad Mutahar did for Intel, where he used his claim of having worked as an engineer to boost his credibility, and claimed that he still was an engineer in the comments, alongside a few other much more recent examples of him claiming to be an engineer in a way that sounded to me like he was saying it may be his profession, which is the threshold for saying you're an engineer to be a violation, specifically in Ontario. Probably doesn't work like this where you live. First response was quick, and they simply said that I didn't provide enough evidence that Mutahar is connected to Ontario, but that they'd reconsider looking into him if I provided proof of that. So I sent them his Twitter bio and some clips of him saying that's where he lives. Fast forward to yesterday, and my prediction came true. My prediction is that they won't care.
I would say on the front of him defending that being read as like life ruination, you're trying to get Mutahar in trouble. I think he put up a good defense for why that doesn't count as life ruination.
Here's my 200 IQ master plan. I'm gonna get PEO officially saying he has done nothing illegal, and then make a hit piece on Nicandros for not reporting him and checking whether it was illegal or not, for being lazy. Alright? It is the opinion of Professional Engineers Ontario that the evidence I provided does not constitute a violation of Ontario law. They quoted
Muta
the
W.
provision in the statute I showed you
Unfortunate.
earlier to emphasize that it's not literally using it alone that matters, which I understood, but brought up a point in that regard that I didn't expect. They said, an important consideration is whether or not the use of the title can clearly be attached to the province of Ontario. Although Mr. Anas is a resident of Ontario, none of his videos directly attach his use of the title to the province. If we were to interpret the statute otherwise, any person who called themselves an engineer on YouTube could be liable to prosecution under Ontario law, and that appears to be an absurd result. It would seem that despite being an Ontario resident, and perhaps even giving the impression he may be a professional engineer, he didn't in any video I sent or am aware
Oh my God, that
claim
worked?
specifically to be an engineer.
I used the boost
in
to turn my
Ontario,
ass
which
around.
would now appear to be a basic requirement for it to even begin to be considered a title violation. It's not enough that the guy doing it is connected to Ontario, the claim has to be. But of course he's saying it on YouTube and not connecting it to his province in those videos.
Why did he
They
ban the word
brought up
engineer then?
US
Because he's a
case where a man was
bitch.
fined for calling himself
And
an
he
engineer
doesn't know
in
the
an
law
email,
himself
but
either.
successfully challenged it on First Amendment grounds to demonstrate why Mutahar's usage would be protected by Section 2 of the Canadian Charter. I don't personally understand how that relates to calling yourself an engineer on an ad for Intel or broadcasting publicly you are an engineer, in contrast with being a professional lawyer, but I'm not a lawyer either, which is why I asked the most relevant experts. And they wrapped it up by saying they don't see a need to look into it further, particularly because they have seen his apology, where he promises not to use the title engineer anymore. It would indeed, of course, be pointless to check any deeper when their typical action taken is to tell people to do what he's already agreed to do, wouldn't it? I won't speculate any further about that because I'm on the naughty step still and promised I wouldn't do that kind of thing for a while. But it would be remiss of me not to mention that Mutahar's apology followed Nikandros telling Mutahar's friend, who claimed to be talking to Mutahar about this, about the politician who was let off the hook when he apologized and stopped using the title. In conclusion, it's still very easy to argue Mutahar shouldn't have used his claims of being various kinds of engineers, of having an engineering background, of having gone to school for engineering, of having gone into engineering and had it work out, and many other claims, the way he has to bolster his credibility or even directly argue that things are true, including accusing people of things. You can still comfortably say he's wrong to do all these things.
Right. It doesn't, it really, in the end, it doesn't matter if it's legal or not. It's about, not necessarily, as Phil would say, the letter of the law, but the spirit of the law.
He is at least not literally criminally wrong, and I think such suggestions should have been checked more thoroughly before floating them if you decide to explore that avenue. Even if you couch it in uncertainty, make it clear you're not an expert, and say he might not be breaking the law, you're still putting forward
People
a
are going
case
to run
that's
with
gonna
it. It doesn't
convince
matter.
people.
Yeah.
And escalating things to a level that's not justified by the level of certainty without further checking is not the worst thing in the world, especially given how he couched it. And don't get me wrong, most of the—
Whoa. We got an E-celeb alert, celebrity alert, Cerulean86, the ghost of that guy who said, look at my skeletons, bitch. Except we can't look at the skeletons because we're Chinese, has arrived with 43 idiots who I all love equally. Big ups, welcome in. Hello, Iggle Wiggle, Shroom, Dukem. Cerulean86, the guy himself. Welcome in for Jak'd Chill. We're doing more Jak'd, Jackies, and Daxter. We have beaten the game. But you know what I do. Post-game, 100% grind, watching videos, catching up on shit. I will watch the Arlo review of the Kirby Direct. What? It's an Arlo catch-up segment. Ah! Hey, UNF. Big ups again for the raid. Let's get a shout-out. Let's get some follows for Seru. Don't you right arrow Arlo me. You're not on fucking V. Oh, look, it's Noida.
The liquidity of my business.
And they are.
My business. Shut up, Bean. That's mean. Don't clip that. I gotta...
It was in fact clip. Let's get a... Let's... Why are you so mean to Bean? Seru scam.
It's just lagging too bad.
Oh, it's his favorite game, Final Fantasy IV.
Thanks for wasting my time for no reason, Treyarch and fucking Activision. I hope all y'all fucking die, bro. You die.
Why is he so mad?
Company, bro.
Fuck this company, bro.
Fucking hell, I wouldn't fucking care at all. This sucks.
You can call Stevie many things, but you can't call him a bootlicker. I think.
Hallucinating.
He must be hallucinating. Oh, I miss these days, man. Look how much of the
torch
camera
lights
you can
the way,
see.
Stevie. Your torch lights the way. Hey, DJ Runo. But yeah, we're catching up right now with the Mutahar stuff. It's old news. I'm just watching the videos where they say, you know, it's actually not illegal that Mutahar, you know, lied about being an engineer. It's still like, again, like you were saying, I know you in particular, you said it. It doesn't matter that it's not illegal. It's about the spirit of the law, not the letter of the law. You know, he sold himself on credibility, yada yada yada. We're relitigating this again for the nth time. No, this shit was just sitting in my my watch list. Also looked at Harmful Opinions going over the cat day, the cat day them zim zam zoobiba cheating in Battlefield 6. I think he had a more nuanced position on that issue, but the chat seems to believe that he was sweeping for the cat day. Thank you, Sarah, for the 5-stream streak as well. Eagle says, you all needed a law to tell you it isn't illegal to tell a bunch of random retarded people on the internet that you're an engineer when you aren't? No, not all of us, just Canadians. Only Canadians. And depending on, like, you know, depending on your position, you might not even regard Canadians as real people.
Kandros' video is absolutely great and stands regardless, and my understanding is that the whole engineering thing is just a side point to what he'll really be covering later this month, but throwing things like this out there.
At least Pirate Software's lies didn't break the law.
I think that warrants fact-checking and pointing out if
he should have just said at least
Obviously,
Pirate Software is white.
Could also have been correct, which I would have made clear as well, but it seems it was not. And just because, as you may know, I'm friendly with the guy, doesn't mean I'm not going to be critical, as I'd hope he'd be with me. To his credit,
he's sweeping for his buddy Nick Andros.
To his attention, he notified.
Nick Andros is in Harmful Opinions chat every day. Oh, there's a conflict of interest of him talking about his buddy Nick Andros. Ah! And it only took until now, until this part of the saga, for Harmful Opinions to bring it up.
At his audience, and I believe he plans to address it further.
It would be like if I cover a DSP drama, and then I like covered, I don't know, Ann Lee talking about Phil, and then I just never brought up, hey, me and Ann have done like a shitload of collabs together. I don't know. It's probably not on that level. It's just that's what it is. Is that like that Nick Andros guy is he's just always there every day in Harmful Opinion stream, and it just was not brought up by either of them until that part of this video. Took until this video for either of them to mention that. Now, I don't think they are working together to take down Muda or anything. I just think it's kind of like it's a nice little aside. Like I knew what was going on, and it doesn't really matter. It doesn't compromise anything with either of their research, and I don't think they collaborate on the research either. They do their own independent research. I just thought it was amusing that I knew about that, and a few others did, unless you actively watch his Twitch streams.
Anyway, you'll notice my tone's been a lot milder and less fun in this video. That's because I want to at least keep with the spirit of my apology video, even though you can hopefully understand why I felt obligated to make this particular update. I like to get a bit wild and have fun on the internet. I know a lot of people don't like my standard that anything someone's made public is fair game for any kind of commentary, and that won't be changing, but you gotta do it off a legit foundation, right? Anyway, take it easy, have a good day.
Collabs of the century, if you will. We do like our collabs of the century. So that was, I think, no, that actually isn't the last Harmful Opinions video. He put out one more, but actually first let's look at Nick Andros' video, since it's still in line with the Mutahar topic. It was the one that he just went over, so we actually watched them in the wrong order.
Welcome, I'm Nick Andros. If you've seen my video, Mutahar's been a fake engineer for 10 years, you probably walked away with the conclusion that he's been claiming to be all different kinds of engineer based on computer work he did in high school. All of that is true. He has presented himself as an engineer on his channel dozens of times, but on his live streams and podcasts, which not all of his main audience will see, he has admitted to being a dropout, that he hasn't been an engineer in years or eons, but he was still presenting himself as an engineer in the present tense, giving the false impression that he is currently an engineer. He's since apologized and stated he's not an engineer, and he didn't even state in his defense that one of his job titles contained the word engineer at one point, so it is true that he's been a fake engineer for 10 years. However, I made a mistake in my coverage. I claimed that Mutahar calling himself an engineer was illegal, or that it could be illegal. Now I do want to give the disclaimer.
Well, it's not a mistake to say that it could be illegal.
Up online, and based on what I've read, it's actually illegal to call yourself an engineer if you are not a licensed engineer.
Dude,
in a
these
later part
fucking
of the
skidding
video,
cars.
I made the same claim without actually couching it. At least Pirate Software's lies didn't break the law. But then I couched it again.
Once again, I am not a lawyer. It might not be illegal for Mutahar to lie about being an engineer.
There were many theories in the comment sections and discussions around this video, for and against the idea that him calling himself an engineer or a computer engineer was legal. Or
Imagine if it was illegal for Phil to say that he had a business, or if it was illegal for other people to call him a beggar or a scammer. You need like empirical proof that Phil has scammed people.
Legal. Some claimed it was not illegal because Mutahar never sold engineering services, and others claimed it was illegal because.
Well, I mean, for the business one, it wouldn't matter because like Phil unironically does have Burnell Productions, right? So he would actually be okay for that. Like he did go to that level. Burnell Productions. He's in the clear legally. He is.
Engineering titles such as computer engineer was a title violation. Harmful Opinions got sick of this uncertainty, and he followed the guidelines of Professional Engineers Ontario, which instructs people to report anyone claiming to be an engineer if their name doesn't appear in their public database.
That's
he has
malicious
received
compliance.
back a response from the PEO and then sent the email
Harmful
to
Opinions
me.
didn't have to
It
do that.
reads as follows. Thank you for your email. We have completed our investigation regarding Mr. Anas's use of the title engineer. It is our opinion that the evidence provided to us does not constitute a violation of Ontario law. The text of the relevant provision of our statute reads, every person who is not a holder of a license or a temporary license and who uses the title engineer or an abbreviation of that title in a manner that will lead to the belief that the person may engage in the practice of professional engineering is guilty of an offense. As such, the mere use of the title does not create an offense. An important consideration is whether or not the use of the title can clearly be attached to the province of Ontario. Although Mr. Anas is a resident of Ontario, none of his videos directly attach his use of the title to the province. If we were to interpret the statute otherwise, any person who called themselves an engineer on YouTube could be liable to prosecution under Ontario law, and that appears to be an absurd result. There is also American law, Jarlstrom v. Oregon State Board of Examiners for Engineering and
The
Land
only law
Surveying,
that matters.
which held that applying title protection statutes solely to challenge protected speech is a violation of the First Amendment and would likely be a violation of S2 of the Charter. Finally, we do not believe there is any public interest in pursuing this matter. There does not appear to have been any intention on Mr. Anas's part to mislead anyone
No
about
public
his
interest in
Ontario license
investigating
status,
further.
and he has already apologized for the confusion. As such, we
It wasn't
have
really
closed
an
our
apology, though.
investigation in this matter. So
He
the
said if
key
you were
element
offended
that
by
would have
it,
made
like, suck a
Mutahar's use
dingus.
of the term illegal would have been to attach his engineering status to the province of Ontario. So, saying, I'm a fucking computer engineer, I don't care, is not illegal. If he said, I'm a fucking computer engineer in Ontario, I don't care, supposedly that would have been illegal. So, I obviously made a mistake by saying what Mutahar did could have been or was illegal, and I apologize to Mutahar, and I also apologize to you, the audience, for misleading you about the facts. No, you didn't merely incidentally feel misled or feel deceived, you were deceived, and you were misled by me and my misleading and deceptive words. I did make disclaimers and couch the claim in uncertainty, but I was still wrong. Some people believe I'm trying to get Mutahar thrown in jail or get fined until he's bankrupt. That's not the case.
Can we do
at
that?
all, and has never been. I'm simply trying to get him to stop lying. Again, Mutahar still misled his audience about his knowledge and skills, and if you want a closer examination of Mutahar's knowledge, check out this new
The wrong Ryan. Harmful Opinions deleted the video because he got it wrong, but it was basically he did some more Mutahar digging, like general Mutahar digging, and found a situation in which he allegedly swapped spit with Nexpo, whose real name is Ryan. So he put out a video saying Mutahar is gay and sucked dick and made out with Nexpo. But it turns out it may not have been Nexpo. He didn't get confirmation one way or the other. So it may have been Nexpo, it may not have been Nexpo. He believed that it was not Nexpo and that it was another person named Brian. He connected the dots too early, put out the video before he got 100% confirmation, found out later that it was probably wrong, and felt that was enough to put out a retraction video in which he beat himself over the head for rushing the story. But the original video for that does not exist anymore. Or if it does exist, it's unlisted. It was basically him saying, Muta's gay! He is gay still! The sucking dick story is true. He did make out with a guy named Ryan. We just don't know if it was the YouTuber known as Nexpo, who is also known as Ryan. Hey, Pancake Mix. You came here because Sarah rated me. Yes!
Video by Slop News Network. I would also like to apologize to the people of Ontario for calling your province Ontario. There's also a creator called Accounting and YouTube who has looked into Mutahar's and Carl Jobs' investigation into the completionist charity, pointing out the errors they made. I'm gonna be ending this video
they
with
even
a
got
quick
that wrong?
Q&A.
Should we
Are you a
watch
furry?
that?
No. For full clarity, my avatar is a Microsoft DALL-E 3 AI generated.
Oh wait, this part. I may have pre-watched a little bit. This is the part where he tries to explain that he's not a furry. You know, because a lot of people had some general questions about this guy coming out of nowhere, shitting on Mutahar. Because he was the one who came out with the original video that, you know, Mutahar's not an engineer. So, of course, people were trying to do some, like, reverse, you know, opposition research, the Muta bros, to figure out who this guy is.
Pointing out the errors they made. I'm gonna be ending this video with a quick Q&A. Are you a furry? No. For full clarity, my avatar is a Microsoft DALL-E 3 AI generated image based on an earlier sported or sparrowed avatar I like to use. I was trying to go for an anime look, but it clearly has quite a bit of furry influence. While I do like the teethy grin as an avatar, I don't really like using the full body version as a representation of me, since it's very muscular and kind of homoerotic. How did you go through all of those transcripts? I used the website called filmit.com. Are you a Hassan fan? You don't need to come up with all these hardships you've been through. Everyone can already see your life is a struggle. You're not white, and you still can't say the N-word. He's got this other laugh about not buying anything.
Wait, is this, yeah, this part is Hassan's reaction to that? Hold up.
You've been through. Everyone can already see your life is a struggle. You're not white, and you still can't say the N-word. He's got this other laugh about not buying anything. No.
What's with the delayed reaction there? It's like he reacts like a second too late, and it looks like he's getting the mic ready to say something, but then he doesn't really have anything to say because the video just moves on from that little joke.
Wait, his fucking chat thought it was funny? I did not expect that reaction.
Spend my money on crazy computer chairs. I think what
I might not care so much for Hassan, but my heart does swell whenever I manage to make my beautiful Queen Denims laugh.
background.
Queen Denims!
Right? I've been designing neural stuff around.
This guy is a video engineer. This guy is a video engineer. This is what video editing looks like.
Next time, things are gonna be a little bit different.
She flinched.
Do you use an AI voice filter, or are you an AI voice?
No.
No.
Did Carl come out with the video? Oh boy, I guess we have to watch this one next.
Do you use an...
Yeah, right there.
Do you...
Great.
Use an AI voice filter, or are you an AI voice? No. No, I am not. I hope that was enough to convince you I'm not an AI. But to be perfectly clear about my signal chain, I use an SM7B connected to a Cloudlifter CL1, connected to a DBX286S with these settings, and that is then connected to my USB sound card without any additional modulation.
I don't know what any of that is.
English speaker, I'm Finnish, so I am trying to skinwalk an English speaker, but I'm a human, not a robot. Why do you make videos about Mutahar? How did this beef start? Why are half of your videos about Mutahar? It will become quite clear when my big video comes out. When is the big video coming out?
Big Mutahar video!
I guess I'll set a final deadline to September 11th, 2025.
Kino Casino will tease watching that for like a week before they never watch it.
About. It's about the drama that caused Mutahar to abandon drama content. It's about the drama that ended his podcast, and a story about a series of small actions taken by an insignificant player, me, which resulted into the post-Naxkarati incident. It's also a story about the dangerous consequences of people not holding their friends accountable. Are you in favor of online government ID verification for social media? No. I apologize for basically saying I was in support of those systems in my earlier video. What I wanted to convey, and what I should have said, is that it's a bit rich for Mutahar to be complaining about them, given the people that he has supported, and given the issues he's decided to bury. Through his neglect, Mutahar and many other large YouTubers have basically...
They did watch the Mikey No More Rich video on Friday. Just the VOD for that, it did not survive. They deleted it. Out of shame!
giving these people a killer argument as to why external intervention is necessary, and that online platforms and communities cannot be trusted to self-regulate. As I said in my earlier video, these systems could be abused for information control and things like that. It wouldn't make any sense for me to support them given the pseudo-journalistic videos that I make. Do you ever go outside? Yes, here's a deer I saw outside.
Oh, that's a nice deer.
Here's another one. That's all for now. I'll get back to working on the big video.
Oh, went the wrong way. Well, big ups, that's the update. I guess now we have to watch this, this Carl Jobs banger clip. Not clip, banger video. The most divisive cheating scandal in history! Uploaded 1 hour ago! Whoa, it's a live react!
Hello, you absolute legends. For the past week and a half...
When is Dingus doing a... Big up, Scoon. When is Dingus doing... I'll read this now before he plays the video. When is Dingus doing a Q&A like this? Dingus, are you a furry homosexual? No, I am not a furry. Dingus, will you ever play Fire Emblem 6? I don't want to lie to you. Oh, when am I doing a Q&A segment like that? I just did, right now. I did it for you. Well, no, you did it for me, and then I just read it for you right there. That was the Q&A segment right there. We'll never get another one. For another 2 or 3 years.
There has been an insane battle raging on Twitter. On the 9th of August, the gamer Riley CS posted a Battlefield 6 montage, and it's crazy. The aim is unbelievable. She quickly snaps back and forth between targets with a kind of ease and precision that is hard to take seriously. And at one point, she even snaps to a target that is hidden behind a giant rock. This gameplay has all the hallmarks of cheating: inhuman quickness when switching targets, snapping to enemies outside of her field of view, and even locking onto enemies behind objects. This seems like it's obviously fake, and it didn't take long for this to blow up, with hugely followed content creators retweeting Riley's post, calling out the fact that it's blatant cheating. And when I say this montage blew up, I really mean it. It has almost 100 million views, and I can't recall a single cheating scandal that has had this much attention, period. What's interesting is that in spite of this obviously fake montage, Riley has a ton of support.
Hey Golem, Carl Jobs put out the Riley Cat Day cheating video.
In one corner you have...
You missed the Mudahar segment, which is just me catching up on old Mudahar videos, and me watching Harmful Opinions cover this, this little eccentric character here. What's with the moon jumping off the rocks? What the...
The large, obviously fake montage, Riley has a ton of support. In one corner you have the large content creators proclaiming that this is the most obvious example of cheating ever, and in the...
Yeah, I guess he's just trying to continue as usual and ignore the Billy stuff. That's what he should do. It's what he should have done right after losing, but I think he's going back into it a little too late. Do I hear the Elden Ring Switch port is a total failure? They aren't letting anyone show it off? No, I didn't hear that. Unfortunate if true.
The other corner, you have a ton of professional gamers and highly skilled aimers saying that it's legit, and both corners have massive amounts of proponents. So not only does this seem to have garnered the most amount of attention out of any scandal I can recall, but it also appears to be the most divisive. And what's perplexing is that for all intents and purposes, Riley CS is a relative nobody, who appears to have just uploaded a montage of herself using an aimbot in unranked Battlefield 6 beta games, a game in which apparently over 300,000 other people have already been banned for cheating. So
it's
this really shouldn't even
principle.
be a story. And yet, here we are.
Is he gonna say it blew up because of their identity or their VTuber or something?
Unfortunately, regardless of whether or not Riley CS is actually cheating, I immediately realized there is a lot of misinformation being spread. So I figured that if you're going to have such a strong opinion either way, it should be based on correct information. So today, we are going to debunk the biggest myths and misconceptions around this quote-unquote cheating scandal. I really hope you enjoy.
Quote-unquote cheating scandal, he's gonna
win this incredible one-of-a-kind gaming PC toaster that is being given away for free by today's sponsor, Signal RGB. Signal RGB syncs all of your RGB devices, whether it be your keyboard, LEDs, motherboard, fans, everything, into one beautiful light show that reacts to your gameplay. Just imagine, it's 1 AM on a weekend, you are gaming in total darkness except for your monitor and this epic, colorful display. It really is a gamer's dream, and you can download Signal Signal RGB for free and potentially win this awesome gaming
sponsor
PC
block?
by using the link in the description. Signal RGB supports thousands of devices across over 100 brands. It's really easy to set up and it will automatically detect all of your connected devices.
Oh,
and as I
RGBs,
said
huh?
before, Signal RGB has crafted this ridiculous gaming PC.
What do you think, Sarah? Is he going to clear up the misinformation here?
Free. This is a fully functioning gaming PC that has really nice specs. I'm not gonna lie, I have entered the competition myself. I don't even know if I'm allowed to, but I did it anyway. This is one of the coolest giveaways I've seen. And if you want to win this masterpiece, just use my link in the description to enter.
Wait, he entered the giveaway himself? He entered the giveaway that he's promoting? Is that what he just said?
I don't even know if I'm allowed to, but I did it anyway. I have entered the competition myself.
I don't know if that's kosher.
I don't even know if I'm allowed to, but I did it anyway.
Yeah, he just said he did. Maybe he lied? I don't know. I wouldn't do that if I was doing a giveaway for... Well, the thing is, he's not giving it... He's not giving it away. He's promoting a company that's giving it away. But why would you enter it? I don't know. It's like you want your viewer. I would think if you're doing the promotion, you're doing the promotion because you want your viewers to win it. But then you also enter it. Are you gonna give it away again if you win it? Does he need the computer? I don't know. That's weird to me. Hey, Dragon Slayer. I'm doing the orb hunt right now. Game was completed last night. Going for that sweet 100%. But yeah, I don't. I want to do this.
This is one of the coolest giveaways I've seen. And if you want to win this masterpiece, just use my link in the description to enter and download Signal RGB for free. At the very least, your gaming setup will look cool as hell. Before going
No,
into
that's
the
what he should
details,
do. If
we
he
have
wins
to
it,
be
he should send it to Billy.
These clips don't pass the smell test. To any reasonable observer, they appear to be fake. So I would not...
No. She is a Battlefield 6 god. It's the human element, just like Billy's pal Todd Rogers always said.
Anyone for thinking that Riley is cheating. However, just because something appears to be...
Oh, big ups, Dragon Slayer finishing up Dishonored 2. Let's get a shout out for Dragon Slayer. Sorry, I'm like Worski over here, constantly pausing.
Pass the smell test. To any reasonable observer, they appear to be fake. So I would not fault anyone for thinking that Riley is cheating. However, just because something appears to be fake to a reasonable observer, that doesn't mean it is. This isn't proof. As someone who has been in the speedrunning community for over 25 years, I can tell you from experience...
Thank you, Halligan, for the lurk. Am I stuck in here? Why let me use the jetboard out into the desert like this and then have me be stuck? Restart checkpoint.
There was a time that whenever a casual viewer watched a speedrun, they would say it's fake. The most famous example being Super Mario Bros., where the world record runs would get flooded with comments from people saying Mario should have been killed by a piranha plant. Nowadays, people are a lot more knowledgeable about speedruns, so this comes up a lot less often. But let me give you one more speedrunning example that might relate to this Riley CS situation. This is Suigi, playing Super Mario 64. He is the greatest SM64 speedrunner of all time, and this is the world record in the 120 star category. So we have the greatest player playing the greatest speedrun, and it takes him around 38 seconds to collect this star. Now watch this clip of a different person getting that same star.
Oh, dude, that's totally
Not
cheating.
only does this
Hacks.
look stupid and fake, but it's 17 seconds quicker. So the obvious question should be, if this is real, why doesn't this person have the world record? They are clearly a better player just based on this comparison. You can see how this thought process might seem a bit silly in this context. Obviously, the player who did this insane strategy, known as Gib, just grinded this star for a long time to get that one clip.
Saru,
And
it's
while
a
they
human.
obviously have an incredible amount of skill, this one clip isn't indicative of how they would perform in a full game run, where you need to be consistent. And what's funny is that Gib doesn't even have a full game speedrun submitted. He specializes entirely on single star speedruns.
if I see somebody that's that good...
Oh my god. King Asmon over here, of course. Everyone's showing up to comment on this fucking cat dude.
At FPS, why aren't you playing that? Why have you never played on any team? Why aren't you on like a Valorant team? Why aren't you playing professionally, competitively? Why isn't that happening?
If you think Riley's clips indicate that she is good at FPS, so good that she should be a professional player, then you don't understand what makes someone good at FPS.
Amazing commentary there by Asmon. If you're so good at the game, why aren't you in competitions?
If these clips are legitimate, the only thing they demonstrate is that she has good aim. But how reliable is aim as a predictor of a person's overall skill in FPS? Well, luckily, we have a real-world experiment that tells us. In 2023, Red Bull hosted an event called Ready Check, which was a competition based solely around aim. Competitors played various scenarios which only measured their ability to aim with a mouse. They had 8 people who qualified, and they put them against 8 esports professionals, which were invited by Red Bull. You would think the esports pros would win easily. I mean, it's their profession, but the results might shock you. In every single round, the lowest scoring non-professional scored higher than the highest scoring professional. The best aimer out of the pros couldn't beat the worst aimer out of the amateurs. This was an in-person LAN event, so there was no chance for aimbots or hacks. The pros got stomped. So do pros just suck at aiming? If these other players are so good at aiming,
they were under pressure.
Why aren't they pro? Well, it's because there is a lot more to being a pro than just having good aim. You need to have excellent game awareness, problem-solving ability, good communication, leadership, teamwork, the ability to predict enemy behavior, the ability to handle pressure, being a likable person that people want to be on a team with, and many more skills
well,
that
the
have
cat
nothing
guy
to
already
do with
failed at
aiming.
that.
And all of these skills take time to practice and develop. So while the pros might have a laundry list of around 10 things they need to excel at, an amateur who solely practices aim is going to be a better aimer. But this simply does not translate to overall gaming ability. The winner of Ready Check, Maddie, who is basically the undisputed GOAT of aiming, even admitted he just doesn't care about the other aspects of gameplay.
Before we get into this specific performance, tell me a bit about how you got into the aim training community and becoming even a coach at that.
I originally got into aim training to get good at Overwatch. I'm not gonna lie, I was hard stuck like Diamond Masters before I got in aim training, and I was like, I want to get better aim, and I want to get better at Overwatch, but the more I played aim training, the more I realized like I'm really good at this, and I don't want to really focus that much on getting better at Overwatch and other aspects of the game. I want to aim train.
Riley is someone who specializes in aiming. She has over 1,500 hours in the Kovacs aim trainer alone.
Do they
She
have
is
over
on a team
1,500
that
confirmed
specializes
kills
in aiming.
as a Navy
If
SEAL?
her aim is better than esports pros, that doesn't mean she could be a pro herself. There are no delusions of grandeur here. These clips are not
those are
supposed
over
to
at
show
DSP
that Riley
Gaming.
is amazing at FPS. In fact, just based on the gameplay itself, it's terrible. If you tried to play like this on a pro team, not only would you get kicked immediately, but the other team members should be insulted. In this clip, Riley clearly sees several opponents, and yet doesn't engage or take cover. She completely ignores them and runs right out into the open. This is because she doesn't care about playing well or playing effectively, or even...
It's almost like all the people, like, really super duper ultra mega secretly analyzing this neglected to realize that it's a Battlefield 6 beta match and it's not ranked.
Winning. She just wants to get a good clip. And it would look really cool if she ran out into the middle of these group of players and took them all out, like some kind of action hero, which she does. This is an entirely different style of play. Once inside the group of enemies, it basically just becomes a target switch scenario in an aim trainer, which aimers are experts at. But the only reason this would ever work is if the other players were complete scrubs and you got incredibly lucky. Obviously in this case, the enemy wasn't paying attention competition, or they just suck. If you tried to do this against good players, you would get destroyed every time. In order to farm these clips, Riley has to intentionally ignore enemies, run out into the open, and pray she doesn't get spotted and killed while she attempts to chain a bunch of kills together by target switching. And indeed, even against scrubs, Riley gets killed way more often than not trying to get into these positions. These clips aren't indicative of what happens the vast majority of the time. These are highlights from hours of play. It's a selfish way of playing, and the only point is to grind for hours and hours to get a few good clips that would look cool in a montage. This is why the only thing these clips demonstrate is good aim, and Riley would fail at every other metric that makes a pro.
He's gonna bring up how he cheated in Tarkov? Well, it is an over 20-minute video. He says he did all the research, so hopefully. What about that guy who cheated on the AIM program that you made a video of? He just wanted to farm good videos? Okay, but like that's not a person he can get into the DMs of. You gotta keep that in mind. This is just a fake out, right? Carl is not actually gonna sweep the whole video? Well, okay. Here's me sweeping for Carl. Carl did say at the beginning that the clips absolutely do not look good. He's just providing context. He's providing the foundation. He said, you know, if you're gonna call them a cheater, actually understand why they are cheating. He's just bringing up the why and the how.
A pro, at least based on these clips. When you watch a professional who is trying to play effectively and efficiently, it's completely different. They take cover. They don't just run out into the middle of a group of enemies. It's a lot more strategic, and most importantly, it's a lot more effective. And to be fair, I understand where a lot of people are coming from, and I understand the disdain for this kind of montage. If you believe that Riley is trying to prove that she is some kind of battlefield savant, that would be really pathetic and cringe. If you are under the impression that these clip montages are supposed to suggest that Riley is better than professionals, that would also be pathetic. But it's not the case. These montages are purely a form of artistic expression, and nothing more. They aren't supposed to suggest anything.
But I don't...
It's just a form of artistic expression that they were cheating in Battlefield 6, and put out clip montages to suggest that they were actually good in the game, with descriptions like, this is the most locked-in catboy you'll ever see in Battlefield 6. It was just an artistic expression that they were cheating in the game. It actually doesn't matter because they weren't playing ranked, guys. Okay.
And nothing more. They aren't supposed to suggest anything.
I really disagree with that. That's almost like... that's like approaching disingenuous levels of arguing here.
But I don't... when you have people that are perceptually very, very good players, but they're not entering competitions and they're not winning competitions, I generally assume that they're probably cheaters.
These clips do not suggest that Riley is good at FPS. They only demonstrate that she has good aim, and having really good...
That's... But again... He even says at the beginning of the video that the video went viral and over 100 million people saw it. Over 100 million people, like, let's be honest, they're like, these people are retarded. They're fucking normies on Twitter. They're not gonna make that distinction, Carl. They don't give a fuck. If they actually, you know, okay, thankfully, they have enough mental wherewithal to arrive at the conclusion that the cat day is obviously cheating. But imagine the people that didn't come to that conclusion and the people that are sweeping for them. They would just look at that and say, oh, they must be good in the game. If you see a clip like that and you believe that it's real, you don't arrive at the conclusion that it's fake, you would think they are good at the game. The distinction that, it's not suggesting that they're good at the game, it's just suggesting that they have good aim. Nobody fucking cares. They're gonna see that clip compilation, and if they don't assume that they're cheating, they side with them. They're going to assume that they are the most locked-in catboy in Battlefield 6. Why? Because that was what the video was described as when they posted it!
Aim is what happens when you specialize in having good aim. In fact, many people who are not professionals have far better aim than most pros. But at the end of the day, when it comes to competitive esports, that really doesn't mean much. It's the equivalent of a Taekwondo exhibition. Sure, it looks...
It's just, so far, this is worthless. Like, you're introducing, I know, introducing nuance, trying to get, like, clarity in here, but that's not how people are gonna see it. It's worthless.
cool, and it takes a lot of skill, but try it in a real fight and you'll learn pretty quickly that flashy kicks just don't work against a competent opponent. And if anything, they will just get you into a world of trouble.
They snapped to a player through a wall and traced their movement through a wall. And the internet
How many other
is
E-celebs is he gonna shit on here?
so hard, they said, you know there's a mini-map, right? Yeah.
This is definitely
It's just
the
a
clip
human
that has
element.
raised the most eyebrows.
Masterful mini-map
Riley
reader.
flicks 90 degrees to the left and shoots at a rock. And then when she strafes around, an enemy is there. Tectone is correct that the code for this is a minimap. And indeed, a player is visible on the minimap in that location. So based on the minimap, it would make sense to snap to that direction.
They perfectly tracked their verticality, their horizontal
Carl going at this for
degree,
attention.
and traced
He sure
them
baited me.
through
I've got nothing to say about it. I fell for it.
Unless they have X-ray vision, you can't see someone through a rock.
I mean, he said straight up after losing the court case that he needs shit like this to get his viewers back. He said he was gonna work hard to win back everybody on his side. And I think videos like this would go a long way to helping him reach his goal, except not really because he's taking the wrong position.
Rock. You can't trace their movement through a rock.
Yeah, but like you've got to admit, I mean, we can clearly see what's sus about this, right? Is that he locks on.
Why is he going after like exclusively? Isn't Tectone like right leaning? Like why? Come on, it's almost why are we typecasting the commentators here that we're featuring?
Onto this player that's behind the wall.
It definitely appears sus. But what I don't understand is why people say that Riley locked onto an enemy she couldn't see through a wall and tracked them perfectly.
Oh, it's a unique mission.
This is an oxymoron. Not because it's impossible that Riley could be tracking someone through a wall, but because it's impossible to tell. If you can't see what is behind the rock, you cannot tell if anything is being locked onto, nor can you tell if anything is being tracked. You cannot have it both ways. If we try to do a forensic investigation into what Riley was possible.
DD Duke says, I hear YouTube changed their algorithm again to promote videos with more comments rather than watch time. If you have watch time but not engagement, it gets demoted. Oh man. Dude, it works just like Jak'd. Ah, yes, just like Zitter. Now you have to actively rage bait in order to get attention. Oh no. Hey look, I hit the goal. Big ups to the arc wielder.
Possibly aiming at, we find there was no one there. This is where she snaps to, which is to the left of the C, and when she peeks to the corner, the enemies are all on the right. There is definitely a downed enemy in the direction Riley snapped to the left of the C, but not only can we not determine if the player was downed at that moment, but the verticality appears to be way off.
Here is where Riley was aiming, approximately around here, and if we go in that straight line,
is he getting exposed by another
where do we
Catboy?
end
What
up?
is his voice?
We end up right here. And if you look, this is around the area that enemy 4 died.
If Riley did snap to this downed enemy, she seems to be aiming way too high. Even when Riley peeks out from the rock, she isn't locked onto anybody, and the closest enemy to her crosshair was moving, so we don't really know exactly where he was. The fact that an enemy was close to the crosshair when Riley peeked makes it seem like she was locked on the entire time, but unfortunately, we really have no way of knowing. At best, what we can say for certain is that she snapped to the direction of a player. We cannot say if anything was locked onto, and we cannot say if anything was tracked perfectly. This means it's up to you whether you think it's plausible that Riley could snap to that direction so well based on the enemy's location.
We don't have to watch Dingus vids anymore to help him out. We just go straight to the comments and say L take comment Dingus L. Yes, that's how we get the algo boost. I agree. I agree. Fuck metalheads.
The minimap. Personally, I don't find this to be that crazy. Riley turned to the direction of someone on the minimap, and there were a total of 4 enemies behind that rock. One here, one here, one here, and the 4th is the downed enemy on the left. So with 4 enemies behind that rock, it isn't shocking that her crosshair ended up in the general vicinity of one of them.
snap to a rock. Although I will say before, if you go back, I just want to break this down. They're on the radar right here at the bottom left. They're on the fucking radar. Okay, so I understand why they snap there, but I feel like if you're shooting straight, you're looking there. You're not looking at the radar. So how they know exactly where to snap to is kind of crazy.
This is a reasonable thing to bring up. Is it really possible to simultaneously aim on an enemy this precisely and keep track of the minimap? Well, in this case, Riley didn't need to, though you would never know this just based on the montage, because the edit cuts the clip right when she engages. But if you look at the original footage, the enemy that appears on the minimap is spotted and on the minimap for at least 8 seconds before the clip even starts. Riley knew the person was there well ahead of time, and in fact, she could see there were multiple people heading to that position. Snapping to that direction was completely logical here.
Is that right, Riley? Having a great gaming chair and good FPS can allow you to snap back 180 degrees and then trace an opponent through a wall for 8 shots before you realize, oh, your bullets aren't hitting, and then you go, oh, oopsie doodly.
Yeah, it's the human element.
Yeah.
Buy your own gaming chair, figure it out.
Why did Riley shoot? Well, it's because she was already shooting. The best clips
just
are the
that good at
ones
the
where you
game.
don't stop shooting. You just switch from one target to the next and try to get as many kills as you can in a single magazine without stopping. It's basically spray and
I don't know,
pray.
Tectone fell
In
for
this
the rage
case,
bait.
the rock is more than anything a red herring. It was already a flick to an enemy completely off screen, so the rock was inconsequential. Clip farmers do not check to see if their aim is perfect before shooting. They shoot first and hope they hit something. 9 times out of 10, they don't. Or they...
So he's really going all in with this explanation. Like, it doesn't matter because they're just a clip farmer. It doesn't matter because it wasn't a professional attempt. No, I don't really gel with that. I think for a lot of people, it was the principle of the matter. Hey, Big Rocket Man. Loving the playthrough. Big ups, thank you. I beat the game just doing post-game shit right now. Getting all the orbs and shit. Sarah says, not an argument. The mouse movement is trash. Nurgle says, sweeping it up. Diddy Duke says, you know, if Phil finally does enough research and gets the right lawyer, Duty is going to be in the same situation as Carl giving money to Bill. No, Duty won't be in the same situation giving money to Phil. There's no fucking timeline in which Duty gives money to Phil ever, except for the one in which he does, which is this one, because he gave Phil Argentinian memberships, and he admitted that in the Raw Phil chat. Anyway, so Duty would have to give all his ad revenue to DSP. Duty would not do that. That's not going to happen. If everyone's just going to say it feels like cheating or not cheating, what are we even doing? Well, we're providing clarity and context, you guys.
Die trying. But of course, you'll never see those clips uploaded to Twitter. We also never see this type of instant snapping to enemies through walls in any other clips, and no one has been able to produce another example of this happening, despite Riley streaming many hours every day. I would posit that if this instant snapping to enemies through walls was a feature of an aimbot, you would see it happen at least one more time. I haven't seen an explanation as to why it only happens a single time in this entire montage or in any stream. Even the people who seem to be the most interested in proving Riley cheated disagree on how she did it. The channel Call of Shame, who seems to be very knowledgeable on aimbots, and to be honest a lot more knowledgeable than most people I see talking on this matter, claims that the snap to the rock was not cheating at all, and that the aimbot is only activated when Riley shoots and the target is within a certain field of view.
The aimbot didn't get a lock. Let me explain why this happened. The aimbot...
You know, when Carl comments on these people who get caught out and exposed for cheating, he always says, well, if you get cheating, you should just apologize and kneel. You shouldn't run away and start over in another community under a different identity. And even if you do apologize and kneel, people will still regard you as a cheater for the rest of your time in that gaming sphere anyway. And it's what you fucking deserve for cheating in the first place. Now, I'm saying it a lot more mean. I'm phrasing it more mean than he does. But that's essentially what he says, is that if you have to try harder after you get called out for cheating once, because now you're going to have that smoke on you forever. If his argument for the cat day is that, oh, it doesn't matter because it wasn't ranked. It's just the beta. It doesn't really matter at the end of the day. But they're still cheating. So that's the principle of the matter. So now who's to say if they ever do go on to do ranked when the full game comes out, or if they go even further into a esports territory, they join a team or something, who's to say that they can't be accused of cheating then? Because you cheated before, so it's okay to say you're cheating now. That's what he says with the other people that he covers.
Bot only works if the enemy is inside its field of view. Now, because the enemy was outside the FOV, it didn't lock on, even though he is firing his weapon. The snapping isn't the cheat. The aimbot only takes over once the weapon fires. In this clip, watch the first 5 bullets. They all miss completely, because the enemy is strafing left and the aimbot's field of view isn't on the target. That forces Riley to miss his shots. On the 6th shot, the target moves into the field of view, and that's when the aimbot's micro-adjustment takes over. I mean, it doesn't get any more blatant than this. If you can't see aimbot by now, then you are deliberately lying to yourself.
In that last clip, he shows the aimbot supposedly working, but when I view the actual footage and examine the next enemies in the exact same clip, the aimbot seems to behave differently.
Carl calling out the... I don't know, he sounded like he was a professional, like he knew what he was talking about. Carl calling out the professional. I disagree. I don't actually see what you're pointing out here.
Riley is shooting here, and the enemy is within the field of view, but the crosshair drifts off target. So either she is toggling the aimbot between enemies, or this analysis seems to be cherry-picked. Call of Shame has also said this particular clip is both not cheating and also obviously cheated. Here he shows the aimbot supposedly working in this clip.
Aren't we supposed to be debunking the cat day? Why are we investigating the investigators?
The exact same clip wasn't cheated and was inserted into the montage to give defenders plausible deniability.
We're debunking the debunkers.
Montage, you'll see he's snapping all over the place. At first glance, this creates the illusion that he's cheating. I mean, you'd think that, right? When you slow it down, you can see that this person is actually snapping past the targets and correcting their own bad aim. They're snapping
wants to own the
nothing.
chuds.
And no, that's not cheating. Cheaters often include clips like this in their montages so that absolute morons can try to break it down and say, see, he's not cheating.
Pointing out contradictions isn't proof that Riley isn't cheating, and Call of Shame could be correct that Riley is using a sophisticated aimbot of some kind. Apparently he is working on software to detect aimbots in Battlefield 6, which I'm very interested to see. However, at best, this just highlights that people's opinions are changing from day to day, and at worst, it shows that people are making claims too quickly without adequate investigation. If even the cheating experts don't agree on what cheat is being used, or which parts of the clips are cheated, we obviously have issues. People also pointed out that after the rock flick, Riley's crosshair jumps extremely quickly. But again, it has also been mixed in with misinformation.
And once they get this kill, it snaps again. Right to that guy.
Dude,
right
this
there.
one's tough.
You guys see that little snappage?
For example, many people claim this snap is locking onto an enemy, when it clearly jumps to nothing. I have seen technical explanations as to how this can happen, and apparently players can do it at will. If the snap went to an enemy, I think it would be a lot more dubious than it is. But given that it didn't, and the phenomenon is reproducible, I don't see how this is any proof of cheating. Another clip that was seen as proof of cheating was this clip in Battlefield 5, where Riley flicks to players who appear to be invisible due to smoke.
Yeah, this isn't a hack. Somehow Riley knew in that smoke that there was someone in it and they were laying down. You can't see it, but Riley's God-given transcenses that
He's going after Asmongold, going after Tectone, going after It's a Gundam. Okay.
Send being human. At this point, it's a huge LARP hiding behind the queer community. We're watching someone literally use cheats and hacks and go, no, I'm not. No, I'm not. You're a transphobe.
And when I viewed this clip on Twitter, it made no sense to me. The best excuse I had heard was that sometimes people get lucky, and I can understand why this would also cause a lot of people to think Riley is cheating. However, the real explanation is far more simple.
Yeah, great, Aqua. Thank you for
On
asking.
Twitter, I can't see an enemy here, but the Twitter version is terrible quality and highly compressed. Luckily, Riley still has the original video in high quality and sent it to me, and when I view the original, the enemy is clearly visible. And when you see the enemy, you realize the flick wasn't even accurate, and it took multiple shots before Riley adjusted. So when viewing the actual footage, you see that not only can you see the enemy clearly, but the snap was completely off target. Both narratives surrounding this clip are simply untrue. In truth, the fact that so much of this debate has been happening on Twitter is probably causing way more problems than otherwise necessary. Twitter doesn't even offer frame advance on its videos, and the video quality is always far worse than reality. So a lot of the time, it's very hard to tell what happened. I've seen so many comments from people saying that Riley perfectly snaps onto enemies.
It's crazy, bro, because some parts look insane, like this one. It's perfect.
But when I view the footage myself and slow it down, that's almost never the case. There is usually an initial flick that misses the target, and then there is a micro adjustment. This has been the standard technique for switching targets for years.
The core technique involves a flick, a fast, explosive, snappy motion, usually performed with the forearm, that produces a straight line in the direction of the intended target. This rigid snap is followed immediately after by a microcorrection, a much more narrow and smoother adjustment to correct either the overflick or underflick distance away from the target. The microcorrection is followed by the target confirmation, a very brief, almost instantaneous check to see that you are on target and can take the shot. This is the foundation of static clicking, and it is what allowed Bardoz to reach such high accuracy thresholds.
In response to the fact that Riley usually misses her initial flick, people will say that you can insert inaccuracy into aimbots to mask their impact. The channel Lincoln Margison shows a great example of an entirely automated aimbot that appears almost identical to a human playing. So this is certainly possible. Essentially, the argument is that Riley missing isn't evidence of not using an aimbot, because you can make an aimbot miss on purpose. Or at the very least, you can make it randomly target different parts of the enemy to vary its effect. Recently, the player Shimmy was exposed for using an aimbot because it consistently snapped to the same part of the enemy's body. And in his case, the snap was very obvious, as was the inhuman tracking. In Riley's case, there doesn't appear to be any rhyme or rhythm to where the aimbot is targeting, and it often drifts off target completely. If it's true that aimbots are sophisticated enough to vary their targets and insert this amount of unpredictability, I would love to see Riley's play replicated. Ultimately, while it could be possible that Riley is using an aimbot, the evidence presented so far hasn't been strong enough to convince me of anything. I would never say she isn't cheating, that's always possible. But given how many misconceptions there are floating around, I don't trust much at this.
Why? I'm trying to put my words together. Why is he not convinced of the cheating aspect? I look at all of his other videos in which he does this exact same song and dance routine in which he investigates cheaters and how they're cheating and why they're cheating. And I don't see how this is any less clear-cut than those circumstances. But here he says, oh, it's inconclusive. I don't know, guys. All the chuds seem to be bullying them. I don't know. I'm looking at all the facts here, and I can't make heads or tails of it. Until something more concrete comes out, I have to say that they may or may not be cheating.
Point in time, Riley has been streaming many hours each day and showing Task Manager upon request, so if she is using something, she is hiding it very well. There is also a ton of circumstantial evidence being thrown around, like the fact that Riley was banned on Twitch for 1 day, which could be due to being mass reported. On the flip side, Riley hasn't been banned in-game, which could be used as evidence that she isn't cheating, especially given that according to their anti-cheat team, they have already prevented over 300,000 attempts to cheat already. Riley has been banned in the past on Twitch, and the reason given by Twitch was due to cheating. This might be legitimate. Riley may have cheated in some way in some game in the past. Twitch doesn't provide any specific details, so it's up to you whether or not you believe that Twitch is an authority on cheating, and if this ban affects your opinion on current events. I think the biggest determining factor
it's up to us. I feel like you just would not do this for anyone else he'd be covering.
This type of aim is possible. And personally, I can say that after looking into the AIM community over the past few months, Riley's clips aren't that insane for someone who specializes in AIM. And when you consider that these clips are just a 1-minute highlight reel of a stream that lasted hours and hours, it's not that shocking. Matty, the aimer who won Red Bull's Ready Check competition, who proved in a LAN event that his aim is far superior to esports pros, who is far and away the highest ranked aimer in the world, believes that these clips aren't anything out of the ordinary. When the best aimer in the world, and possibly of all time, believes that Riley isn't cheating, this should give you pause. Of course, this isn't.
Okay, got a good point by Kurnox, says Goon. He is contradicting himself a lot in the video. He said the Cat Day was only good at aiming while not being good at other aspects, but he used those other aspects to cover why the Cat Day was so good. Anne says, I went to make quick din-din. I was hoping this segment was going to be over. Sadly, I was wrong. This is a really bad video, Anne.
An appeal to authority, and doesn't prove Riley isn't cheating. But it's a good indication that things might not be as clear-cut as they seem. The AIM community is relatively young, having only really developed in the past few years, so it's understandable that most people don't know much about it. And if it's anything like the speedrunning community, I know from experience that when a niche community doing crazy things suddenly gets massive amounts of mainstream attention, there's going to be a lot of people who simply don't believe it. And that's not only reasonable and understandable, it's to be expected. I won't say if Riley is cheating or not, I'll just say that I'm not convinced she is. What I do know with a high degree of certainty is that the loudest voices surrounding this drama seem to have massive gaps in their knowledge. And I predict in a few years, as
call them
the
transphobic while we're at it.
More widely
Why is he too afraid to just own it and just say, yeah, they're also being transphobic?
They really aren't anything special at all. Thank you so much.
It's actually more snaky to me that he doesn't just straight up call them transphobic, because I feel like that's fueling a lot of it. I feel like the clips selected from the commentators talking about this person were very deliberate.
For watching you legends, I hope you're having a fantastic day, and I will see you in the next video.
That was a very bad video and very hypocritical. It just does not follow the vibe of every other Carl video I've seen, where he covers a person, covers them very thoroughly, goes through all the evidence, and can conclusively say that the person is cheating. Absolutely, 100%. Without even a confession from the person, he can concretely say the person is cheating. When it comes to this individual, he says, like, oh, it's up to you. It's you guys. Who among us are to know if they were cheating or not? I'm going to leave it up to you. And also, let me show clips from all these vaguely right-leaning creators talking shit. It leaves a very sour, dishonest taste in my mouth. I don't know what was the gambit here. What I do know is that he was in Riley's DMs because they had a talk on Twitter. So Riley was consulted on the video. I don't know why that wasn't disclosed, but I knew going in that Carl had already talked to Riley. So I was expecting some sort of commentary from Riley, but there was no mention from Carl that he had talked to Riley, and that Riley may have gotten his sway over in some way or form. I was expecting like an interview from Riley, maybe some comments from Riley defending Zimzam Zur self, but no. There's no disclosure that he had talked to Riley. Maybe it's in the description. I didn't check the description. It just feels dirty, real dirty. Okay, who among us? Who are we to say? Maybe Riley was like, okay, Carl, go get the clips from this person and this person and this person. Go get the Gundam clip. Go get the Asmongold clip. Go get the Tectone clip. Go blow all these people the fuck out. Specifically these people who are the ones who are not only commentating on this, but also, making fun of my chosen identity. It feels very skeevy and snaky. I would be very interested to see what their conversation behind the scenes was about. That was very off script for Carl. Very off script. Something has to have happened. The video was compromised. And as I said earlier, it goes against Carl's MO of, calling these people out, like being able to make a declaration on these people. And then he tries to argue that, like, oh, it doesn't matter because these people don't realize it was unranked. These people are acting like it's ranked, but it's a beta for a game that's not out yet. It's unranked. Okay, but it doesn't matter. The people are upset because it's about the principle of the matter. It doesn't matter if it was ranked or not. Just like with the Mutahar situation. It doesn't matter if Mutahar broke the law or not, because for a lot of people, it's about the spirit of the law, not the letter of the law, that Muta sold himself on the credibility of being an engineer when he wasn't an engineer. That's all it was about, to most people. Now, perhaps it would have been funny if he actually broke the law, but that's neither here nor there now. So again, it doesn't matter if, like, oh, it's not ranked. It's not. Why do you care so much, Chud? It's not ranked. Like, was that a line? Was that a line that Riley fed Carl? Oh, don't these people know it wasn't ranked? Okay, well, it doesn't fucking matter. I'm sorry, Chuddy. It doesn't. You're a cheater. You cheat, and so people are just gonna believe that you're cheating from now on. You know why I argue that? Because he treats Billy Mitchell like that. Because he treats every other cheater that he covers like that. He's done videos on people who have gotten called out for cheating or exposed for cheating, and they move on to a different games community and try to do the same shit again. And then those people get a bad rap because, you know, they were previously called out for being cheating. And like, there's no road to redemption for those people. If you get called out for cheating, you change games, you switch to another community, you're gonna have that stink forever on you that you're a cheater. Even if you no longer cheat, if you cheat once, you get called out, Carl makes a video on you, you try to move to a different community, you're still gonna have a tough time. Because, you know, it's not like Carl's gonna ever correct the record. You're just gonna be known as a cheater forever because you cheated one time. And he regarded Billy Mitchell the same way. Billy Mitchell, you know, people want to say he's a cheater, but he did get the score in Donkey Kong and Pac-Man legitimately. He streamed it on Twitch multiple times, him getting the record, but no one ever talks about that. What got popular was that, oh, he got called out for cheating. So now he's branded a cheater for the rest of his life. Regardless of the facts of the matter, regardless of whether he can actually do it or not, it doesn't matter because he cheated one time. So he's now gonna go the rest of his life getting called a cheater. What little of his life he has left because he's so fucking old. It's so whack. There's no road to redemption for these people. Like, it's one thing if you just move to another community, you change your name, and then you continue cheating. But if you get called out and you learn your lesson and you genuinely want to do better, you want to move to a different games community because they don't want you in the old community anymore. You switch games, you no longer cheat, you want to do right. But because you kept your name and Carl wanted to make a video on you, you're going to have a hard time moving on. Because everyone is going to think you're a cheater regardless of whether you cheat anymore or not. I was right there and fucked up. Well, those are my thoughts on it. Carl, it's the weird... It's the weird offering of charitability to this person when Carl would not otherwise offer charitability to anybody else he covers. And then there's the argument of whether, you know, was it motivated by him talking to Riley before making the video? Was it motivated by any of the commentators he chose to highlight being of a certain political disposition and not liking Riley for reasons beyond the potential cheating? We'll never know. Because Carl doesn't even have the balls to disclose that he talked to the person beforehand. And Leet says, I'm currently waiting for a Pokemon auto chess match to load as I'm finished grinding dailies in a boat game. Got a couple of eggs and some wheat. We're eating breakfast at night. I would like Pun to pick out a Pokemon type for me to try to focus for the match. Let's see if Pun did that. Let's see. Can't even have a definitive statement on if they're cheating or not. Carl is such a pussy. Agreed. To defend Asmongold, teams see good players even if they... Sorry. The auto-scroll. Teams see good players, and even if they are good at communication and teamwork, that is easier work on someone that is great at communicating and getting good at killing 5 guys in 5 seconds. Nurgle says, I'm going to cover this VTuber who is accused of cheating, proceeds to cover the people critiquing it. Yeah! Yeah! And Carl doesn't do that often. He doesn't really do that. If he covers a cheater, he exclusively covers the cheater. He doesn't cover other people who talk about the cheater. It's just really, it's really weird. It's off script for him. Like the way Carl sweeps, you would think Riley was not a streamer talking to chat as a living, unless Riley is like a muted streamer. They're not a muted streamer. You, Rue, are the judges, except Billy. He can't be a judge. I can't say for sure if they're cheating, but I don't have evidence that they are, so they're not cheating, Carl. Bro, the FPS community has always been like this. The only difference is now nowadays, these kids don't bother hiding their cheats and really laugh at all because the other cheaters will come in and sweep it up. Yeah, and that's how he was reacting According to Anne on Zitter, he was just laughing and coming up with like haha funny excuses because it's just a rage bait people. I think he's trying to pull a favor with a certain group and improve his image after the lawsuit. Oh, in regards to Carl himself. Rank doesn't matter. Shouldn't we be players aware if there's cheaters already in the beta? Maybe they'll keep someone from buying it. That's actually a good argument. If there's so many cheaters in the beta already, it's gonna keep people. It could actually factually gatekeep someone from buying the game if cheating is already so rampant before the game even drops. Legit, okay, but how does it affect you personally, man? It is! That's the video! Okay, but how does it affect you personally? How many Pokemon spin-off games are there right now? Way too many. Well, it's like the saying goes, if you build tons of bridges and you suck a dick, you're then known as a dick sucker versus a bridge builder? Yeah! Wait! Who propagated that saying? Oh man, Carl, what were you thinking? What were you thinking, Carl? Hey, Goki. Alright, here's Carl's other bad video that I haven't watched yet.
Hello, you absolute legends. The Egyptian Temple, or simply Egypt as we speedrunners call it, is the second bonus level and the final level of GoldenEye 007, and in my opinion is one of the coolest levels in the entire game. It has what is probably the game's only real puzzle. It contains one of the most iconic weapons in the Bond franchise, the Golden Gun, and if you can beat it in less than 6 minutes, you unlock what I think is the most fun cheat of all, the All Guns cheat. There are only 2 objectives: recover the Golden Gun and defeat Baron Samedi.
God
These
damn.
2 objectives seem to work hand in hand, because the Golden Gun is the strongest weapon in the game, and Baron Samedi is the strongest boss in the game, who has an insane amount of health. Trying to kill him without the use of the Golden Gun is not recommended, especially on the harder difficulties. In terms of speedrunning, Egypt is easily one of my favorite levels. Despite the level seeming to be rather simple on the surface, over the years it has had a surprising number of incredible discoveries, and Egyptian speedruns showcase some of the coolest and most difficult techniques GoldenEye has to offer. And in April of this year, the player Chris G set a brand new world record for Egypt on the Agent difficulty, and the run is beautiful. I've always wanted to talk about Egypt speedruns, and this is the perfect opportunity. Be awesome. So in celebration of this new world record, we are going to take a look at the history of Egypt speedrunning and learn why this new world record is so amazing. I really hope you enjoy.
Sounds like a dead fish for this video.
Did you know that over 20 years ago when I left high school, I studied programming at university? But about 6 months in, I quit. It was just too boring. Even though I am a super nerd and I could probably be a decent programmer, I just couldn't get myself to just sit down and learn it. Well, if you're like me and you want to learn how to program, but you've always found it too boring, or maybe you just don't want to spend tens of thousands of dollars on a degree, you should definitely check out today's sponsor, Boot.dev. Boot.dev makes learning to program as fun as it's ever going to be. It integrates earning XP, gaining levels, and completing quests to make it feel as much like a game as it can. You can learn a bunch of languages like Python, SQL, and Go, plus more. And courses are structured really logically to make your progress as smooth as possible. But what I personally think is most amazing about Boot.dev is Boots. Boots is a personal AI tutor, and Boots is incredible. It's trained to not give you the answers, but rather nudge you in the right direction. And I can go from having no idea what's going on to fully understanding how to solve a problem in just a couple of prompts. So if you want a career in back-end development, or maybe just want to learn to program for fun, Boot.dev is the bee's knees. Just click my link in the description or scan the QR code on screen and use code CarlJobs to get 25% off your entire first year on an annual plan. And of course, there is a 30-day, no questions asked, money-back guarantee, so there really is no reason not to give it a go. The overall strategy for speedrunning Egypt is very basic. The first step is to get the Golden Gun as soon as possible. With the Golden Gun, we can kill the Baron with a single shot, which is obviously far quicker than using conventional weapons.
Compare this Carl video, the Kino's so like this. Alright, let me load this up. You really want to delay the Arlo segment, don't you? Oh, Pokemon Stadium. No, Pokemon Snap. Pokemon Snap. Sorry, I jumped at the thumbnail. Man, I should recognize Pokemon Snap. I played it earlier. No, come on. No, come on. Come on. Kill Arlo, cancel Arlo. We gotta catch up with Arlo.
If we tried to kill him with the standard machine gun, it would take at least several seconds for each kill, so that's just out of the question. And getting the golden gun is one of the objectives, so
do
we
what
can't
makes you
skip
happy,
it even
Dingus.
if
Thank
we
you,
wanted
Sav.
to. Thankfully, the golden gun room is near the beginning of the stage, and as soon as we enter the room, the door behind us is locked, and the golden gun is secured inside a glass case. In order to reach the golden gun safely, we need to follow a specific path.
Whoa, Sav is doing something that makes me happy. The re-up with the Prime. 23 months from Sav on the Prime. Thank you, Sav. Thank you so much for the Prime. You could have used it anywhere, but you chose to use it here today. On me, and I appreciate you for doing that. Absolutely, positively, indubitably. Thank you, Nurgle, for the Strawberry Fanta. I am still sipping it very casually right now. Welcome in, Sav. We're watching controversial gaming videos while I try to 100% Jak'd 3, which is basically me doing a bunch of shitty mini games for post-game.
If we step on the wrong tile,
Thank you very much for the
multiple
Prime.
drone guns are exposed.
Enjoy the
and
emotes
the
and the
glass
no
case
ads.
protecting the golden gun will close and not let us pick up the weapon. And since the dawn of time, speedrunners have always used the exact same path. Once we reach the case, we first collect the ammo for the golden gun, then open the door to exit, and while waiting for this door to open, we grab the gun. When we exit the room, we encounter the Baron for the first time. He stands waiting at the far end of this large room, and while he is a long distance away, this shot was never too difficult, as you can start to line him up while you wait for the door to open. A single shot from the golden gun is enough to kill him, and after he dies and fades away,
already a
he
fifth of the way
explodes
there.
back into existence at the second location. We can't kill the Baron as soon as he appears, as he is totally invincible for around 5 seconds, so we need to wait and then shoot him when he becomes vulnerable. After killing him for the second time, he will reappear at his final location, and the quickest way to reach him is through a secret door near where we killed him the first time. After killing him for the third time, the level ends.
Only one more
So we
mistake.
can break down the level into several different parts. 1. Collect the golden gun as soon as possible. 2. After collecting the golden gun, shooting the first Baron at the earliest possible moment. 3. When waiting to kill the second Baron, we want to stand as far away and as close to where we need to go to reach the third Baron as we can. And finally, get to the third Baron and shoot him to finish the level. For the first few years, speedruns for this level were extremely simple, and it wouldn't be until 2002 that we saw the first major strategy improvement, and this was in regards to where we stand when we shoot the second Baron.
400?
Since speedrunning began, speedrunners always stood to the left of the pillar that blocks our view to where the Baron is standing. This is a bit inconvenient, because once we shoot him, we need to go back in the opposite direction. So ideally, it would be much better if we stood on the right side and much further back. And indeed, in early May 2002, I was the first speedrunner to realize that you could just shoot him from this more optimal location.
He's
this
chilling
was
himself.
a pretty huge discovery, and saved at least a second compared to standing in the traditional position. And I used
Alright,
this
halfway
new
through?
strategy to break the world record and achieve a time of 48 seconds.
This is a
The
video
obvious
about
question
himself?
becomes, why on earth weren't people doing this already? Honestly, this seems like a ridiculous thing for people to overlook for 5 years, but there is a good reason, and it has to do with what the Baron does when he spawns. When the Baron spawns in, he is facing the opposite direction towards the back wall. However, he is also programmed to always be facing towards Bond's position no matter where you are. So after he spawns, he will then turn to face you. And here is where it gets a bit more complicated. If there is no direct line of sight between you and the Baron when he spawns, for example, if there is a solid wall between you and him, he will turn on the spot and remain in place. If this happens, there is no way to shoot him at all unless you get right into the room where he is and stand off to the side. Otherwise, the pillars will obstruct our line of sight. This is why everyone used to shoot him from here. However, if there is no wall between you and the Baron when he spawns, instead of turning on the spot, he will walk in a half circle.
300 more.
This causes him to move about a meter from his original position, and if he does this, it is now possible to shoot him from further back. So there are a combination of factors that led people to not realize this optimal strategy until 2002. The first is that from where you shoot the first Baron, we are already on the left side of where the second Baron spawns. And if we take a direct line to his position, we will always remain on the left side. Therefore, when he spawns in, even if he has a direct line of sight to us, he will turn to the left, making it impossible to hit him from the right. On top of that, if we take a direct line to the second Baron, there is a wall preventing line of sight to where he spawns. So normally the Baron would remain in place and was difficult to hit, requiring players to go right into the room. At this time, players didn't understand Baron behavior, so they didn't realize that where you were standing at the moment he spawned in affected his ultimate position. Players may have tried to shoot him from the right side, but
so
the fact is that
close.
he would have been
100.
impossible to hit, unless they ran to a very specific location before he spawned. And in order to do this, you need to be quick. Even today, players barely make it to the right side of the pillar before he spawns, and we rush there intentionally because we know we need to get there quickly. So there was years and years of experiences from hundreds of players where he was just impossible to hit from the right side, and it just became common knowledge that he can only be hit from the left. Then in May of 2002, I became the first player to realize that if you were
Chilling
standing
himself
on his
again.
right side where he spawns, he will move into a position where you can shoot him from much further back and to the right, which is much closer to where we need to go. After this, there were basically no strategy developments at all for over a decade, and yet the record was lowered from the 48 I achieved in 2002 to 45 seconds by David Clemens in May of 2002.
Oh, I was about to say, where are the orbs?
2008, and there were two major variables that resulted in this 3-second drop. The first comes down to pure technique.
Okay,
and
the orbs have
David's
been
run
collected.
is incredible. For example, just from entering the Golden Gun room to shooting the first Baron, David gains around a full second over my original 48. And this is just because of better strafing through this relatively complex section. And while waiting to kill this
Nuke says, did I watch that 90-minute Tony Hawk 3+4 video exposing all the BlackRock stuff in the game while the guy does Family Guy impressions and has AI Peter Griffin talk to him? I did watch that video off stream, yeah. And I think Ludwig watched it on his stream too. Very, very good. Schizophrenic, absolutely schizophrenic, but it had a lot of good points to make. The guy, if you look at his other videos, he is a really big fan of Family Guy. It's actually pretty disconcerting.
Second Baron, you can see that David first stands back and begins running forwards for a couple of seconds before making the shot, while in my run, I was standing in place. In GoldenEye, it takes around 3 seconds before you reach full speed, so David will gain a bit of time by starting to run earlier. And the second major difference between my run and David's is how quickly the Baron dies after being shot. And this is extremely important for the first and third Barons. When the Baron is killed, there are 2 steps that happen before he will respawn. The first is that he must complete his death animation, and then after that, he must fade out. The fade out is always the same speed, but the speed of his death animation will differ greatly. There are 16 possible death animations, but not all of them are necessarily possible depending on where—
Billy bragging about his high score is cringe, but Carl doing an incident because of its discovery is okay. Look, he can't help himself that he's an absolute legend.
You shoot the Baron. For example, if you shoot the Baron in his torso, there are 12 possible animations, and the timing of these animations vary from 2.1 seconds to 3.9 seconds. If you shoot the Baron in the arm, there are only 4 possible animations, ranging from 2.1 to 2.77 seconds, and each animation is equally likely to occur. The speed in which the first Baron dies and fades away is obviously important because the second Baron won't spawn until he does, so if you get an animation that takes 3.9 seconds, you'll lose a total of 1.8 seconds against the fastest animation. And the third Baron's death animation is important too, because the level only ends once he has completed his fade out. And the second Baron's death animation usually doesn't really make a difference, as it already takes so long to get from him to the final Baron. David's run was amazing, not only because his technique was excellent, but he also had the fastest death animations on both the first and third Barons. On the agent difficulties, need a body shot to kill the third Baron with 1 bullet, which, as I said before, has 12 possible death animations. And on David's end screen, you can see the rest of his hits were limb shots, giving him a 1 in 4 chance of the best animation. So combined, in order to get the fastest deaths, the odds are at a minimum 1 in 48. And at that time, with the strategy used, getting a time of 45 seconds basically required the best deaths you can get. So you can imagine how difficult it was to get this time all the way way back in 2008. Comparing this to my run, I lost 0.8 seconds on the first Baron and around 0.2 on the third Baron, for a total of 1 second lost, and the rest of the time loss was just from suboptimal technique. And for years, even after David's run in 2008, the level really didn't change. But then from 2013, a host of strategies would begin to be found. In February 2013, the greatest GoldenEye player ever, Rayan Isran, wanted to break David's record and achieve a time of 44 seconds. In order to accomplish this, he would begin to implement a new strategy when leaving the Golden Gun room. Instead of waiting for the door to open, he would switch weapons and warp straight through. Switching weapons to warp through doors is an ancient technique and is used for almost every door in the game. And though it doesn't look like it would work on this particular door, surprisingly it does. This warp had been known about since at least 2006, but was previously only used by players with the Turbo Mode cheat that causes Bond to run very quickly. And with this increased speed, warping through the door is relatively easy. Without Turbo Mode, the warp is rather inconsistent. And not only is it inconsistent, but performing the warp and then hitting the first Baron is incredibly difficult. As I said earlier, normally you can...
That's me so far, Serio. That right there. Carl, yeah. Yeah, Go on. Interesting. That's a nice analysis there.
Line up the Baron while you wait for the door to open.
As a Strava speedran GoldenEye, I don't think he has.
You have to warp.
I think he's specifically a sly guy.
And hit the Baron immediately for this strategy to be faster. And I can tell you it's one of the hardest things to do in the entire...
The problem, Stereo, is there's no narrative to it. There's no story. When you watch these speedrunning videos, it's about the arc, right? The saga, because there's already a story attached to it. This is very mechanical by comparison. There's no story attached. There's no one to root for is the problem.
Our game, as the Baron is a tiny target from that distance. Using this strategy, Rayan was saving around 0.7 seconds, which was barely enough to make 44 seconds theoretically possible. He would manage to tie 45 at least 20 times during this grind, but executing the warp, which is extremely difficult, and getting the best Baron deaths in the same run was just too much. Rayan would also begin to implement a slightly improved method of killing the second Baron as well, which involves strafing against the pillar. If you use the strategy David used, there is enough space to run for about 2 seconds before you need to shoot, which means there is an entire second before you reach full speed after shooting the Baron. If you strafe against the pillar, you can reach full speed before shooting, which would save around 1/10 of a second. However, this strategy is also much more difficult, because the side of the pillar that you can actually run against is rather small, and it's very easy to slide off. In 2014, the strategic genius Henrik Norgren discovered that you can crouch underneath the door leaving the Golden Gun room in order to get through quicker. This allows you to shoot the first Baron about 1/3 of a second earlier. This new strategy led to a bunch of players getting 45, and at the same time, we also saw a huge increase of runners start to play the level with the 2.x control style. This is where you play using 2 controllers. It's much more difficult than using 1 controller, but it lets you start the level at full speed, saving around 1/3 of a second. A few days after discovering the crouch strategy, Henrik also discovered that you could switch weapons to warp over a trigger in the Golden Gun room to keep a straight path instead of needing to go around. By looking at this map of the room that Henrik made, you can see all of the triggers that would cause the room to fail. The idea is to switch weapons at the perfect time so that the drop in frame rate would allow you to warp over the trigger and appear on the other side. This was great in theory, and would save around 4/10 of a second. However, in practice, it turned out to be
Sadly,
far too
I will
precise,
never save the
and
20
Henrik couldn't
minutes
figure out a
that I
way
had
to
lost
execute it
watching
consistently.
this video.
And ultimately, this wasn't incorporated into runs. Still, the crouch strategy and using the 2.x control style allowed many players to tie 45, but 44 was still elusive. Even if you used 2.x and performed the warp, that only saved a total of 1 second over David's 45. So not only would you need to use a far more difficult control scheme to perform one of the hardest techniques in the entire game, but even if you managed to pull it off, you probably still needed the best Baron deaths, which is still around a 1 in 50 chance. And this is why, despite...
Videos like this are good, Astro, or rather they can be good, but this ain't it, Chief, as they say.
All of these strategies existing, 44 still didn't happen. And it likely wouldn't have happened for a long time.
Yeah, DC would never play GoldenEye.
optimizations-
He talked about it when it was originally released on Xbox Game Pass. He said it's not what people want to see him play. And he also thinks it's outdated.
Were made. Luckily, at the beginning of 2018,
One of the best games ever made. Greatest games of all time. It's too outdated for
Phil. In January
Phil.
2018, I began to play the level to see if 44 was possible. I had seen Rayan Isran perform the warp before, and I wanted to see just how difficult it was. And while the warp and shot at the first Baron was indeed very difficult, it wouldn't be long before I realized there was a huge flaw in the way Rayan had been executing the strategy. It was clear from Rayan's previous videos that he was pressing B to open the door before he was pressing A to switch weapons. This is understandable, because that is how almost every single door warp is done in the entire game. If you switch weapons earlier, the gap is usually too small to warp through, and GoldenEye speedrunners have developed a pretty good sense of how early you can press A to switch weapons to warp through doors at the earliest moment. However, this particular door in Egypt behaves differently, and I suspected that pressing A after opening the door might not be optimal, because the weapon switch takes a bit of time to occur. So first, I tried pressing A and B at the exact same time.
Oh, dude! Okay, Ace, can you clip that? That was like a fuck.
This is Carl when his Absolute Legends mask is off.
Oh, dude! Okay, Ace, can you clip that? That was like a fucking A and B at the same time warp.
This ended up working.
He had the expansion pass because his wife wanted to play Mario Kart, but I believe they have since gotten rid of it, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, he still believes that Soul Calibur doesn't have online after being told that it does, because he wants matchmaking is what he wants. Doing it through the service through his friends, that doesn't count. Ack.
And was slightly faster. And then I realized you could even press A to start switching weapons well before you even reached the door. This meant that almost immediately after pressing B to open the door, you could warp through. The only trade-off is that trying to warp the door this
Phil can't do matchmaking with friends because he has no friends, obviously.
However, it was now significantly faster than the way the warp was previously done. While Rayan was saving around 0.7 seconds, this new warp with an earlier weapon switch was saving around a second. With this faster warp combined with the 2.x control style, I was now able to theoretically save almost 1.5
Right, they make the oracles look like Squidward's house.
45-second run. And on the 1st of February,
the Ottsels were really big fans of SpongeBob.
2018, I managed to put a run together and achieve the first 44. I had such an advantage with the new warp and the 2.x control style that I didn't even need the fastest Baron deaths or the pillar strafe to get 44 comfortably. Over the next couple of years, several people managed to tie 44. In 2019, people started to realize that going to the right of this pillar at the beginning of the stage is about 1 frame faster. This is really funny. For 20 years, everyone had been going the long way around this pillar instead of cutting through the inside. Then in 2021, another strategic mastermind named Jak'd managed to find a consistent setup for performing the tile skip in the Golden Gun room that Henrik Norgren had found all the way back in 2014. Jak'd realized that the triggers of the floor were not always active and were instead placed into 4 different groups, with each group being active for only 1 frame out of every 4. And this cycling pattern begins as soon as you enter the room. So by using this knowledge, he developed a movement pattern that enabled you to get through half of a trigger while it was still inactive, and then you only needed to skip over the second half by switching weapons. This meant that the drop in frame rate by switching weapons provided plenty of time to reach the other side before the trigger became active. While it's not 100% consistent, the setup allowed runners to hit the skip most of the time. This discovery was huge and enabled players to incorporate this strategy into runs, saving up to 0.4 seconds. It was at this point in time the feasibility of getting a time of 43 became very high. If we put everything together, the tile warp, a fast door warp to the first Baron, a pillar strafe, and very fast Baron deaths, 43 was more than achievable. And I also realized there was even more time to save over my initial run of 44 seconds. While I did warp the door very quickly, I took my time actually shooting the Baron. I had a tendency to aim for a bit longer than I needed to, and I didn't fire my gun as quickly as I theoretically could have. However, shooting quickly makes hitting the Baron exponentially more difficult. When I played for 43 and tried shooting as early as possible, my accuracy fell dramatically, and sometimes I would go
back
for
to
an
making
hour or more
womanizing
without
videos.
getting a single successful successful
putting me to
hit.
sleep
I
here.
did manage to
Whoa,
duplicate
buddy.
44 a few times, but they all involved slow Baron deaths, and I just couldn't put a good run together. Unfortunately for me, it just wasn't meant to be. But after 4 months of grinding and duplicating 44 a total of 26 times, the runner Chris G would be the man to do it. And on the 28th of April 2025, he achieved
This is worse than Arlo,
run.
yes, because it no reaction whatsoever from the. It's just him talking. It's noise. It's actually noise. Regret having this in the playlist.
This run is truly beautiful. I've been envisioning 43 since 2021, and it's amazing to finally see it happen. From here, I'm not really sure if a run of 42 is even theoretically attainable, unless something else is discovered. It seems like the only
do what
way
I
any
can to make
significant
Arlo look
time
good,
could be
thank you.
saved would be by figuring out a way to kill the second
Is his
Baron
wife gonna come
earlier
out and hug him
somehow,
again
though this
and
might
pet
just
him?
be physically
Like last time he got a
impossible.
golden eye
So it's likely
achievement?
that 43 will remain the record now for a very long time. A huge congratulations to Chris G for this amazing new world record. Thank you so much for watching, you legends. I hope you're having a fantastic day, and I will see you
until I
in
put
the
this
next
slop
video.
on. Awful masturbatory video. I don't have anything else to say other than that. That was terrible. Okay, Asher was saying it earlier. I'll repeat. Videos like these can work if there's a story, there's an arc, there are like villains, heels, and protagonists, someone to root for. You gotta make a story out of it. You gotta tell me a story. You gotta be a storyteller. You gotta entertain and amuse me. This video bemused me, and I don't want to be a part of it anymore. I hope you're feeling. Now wait a minute. Don't see. I don't know if I don't know if I can necessarily co-sign that, bish. All right, Saru's gonna die if I don't play this one. He says it's really, 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 really good. Hopefully, it can revitalize me because that drained me. Just that video alone just drained me.
My friends, the unthinkable has happened.
It's already better.
A perfect score, long pawn.
The mic quality alone is so much better, but like for different reasons. It's like you're taking me back to 2008.
To perhaps be impossible has occurred, and in fact it just kept on happening and just keeps on happening as there have been some incredible developments in the video game.
Look at the CRT
Pokemon
overlay
Snap for the Nintendo 64 over the last few months, with numerous world records being broken. And
this is the guy that Carl disavowed and called a Nazi because he used to be friends with him back in the day, and then people found that out and it pressed on Carl to disavow him.
Many new strategies or setups discovered, with the game being pushed to its absolute limit. So let's take a look at this remarkable world of competition and everything that led to not only new records throughout the game of Pokemon Snap, but finally, once and for all, the truly amazing Charizard 4500.
Here we go.
Oh,
so,
that's soulful.
As a two-sentence refresher, Pokemon Snap is a video game for the Nintendo 64 in which you take pictures of Pokemon in various situations on the game's
Yeah, I played it for
handful of
Pokemon Day
courses.
this year.
These photographs are scored by Professor Oak using criteria such as size, pose, framing, and a couple of bonuses like whether there are multiple of the same Pokemon in the picture and if the Pokemon finds itself in any special
Be honest,
situation.
how much better? It's so much better. So, but like attitude, energy, the presentation, everything across the board, all departments, it's better. Night and day,
Like
yeah, you're right.
Flying Pikachu or Graveler's Group Dance. Naturally, since there is a scoring element involved, just like many other video arcade games of days past, a competitive scene in this game has emerged over the years, many of the game's records being held by two Japanese gamers who I've mentioned on this channel before, Fekaterigo and Tsukige. But my friends, within the last few months, this scene has seen an incredible revolution, with new tools unlocking deeper understanding of the game's mechanics than ever before, which has resulted in many new gamers setting world records and other incredible things.
Many new gamers are rising up.
So a couple of important things happened here. First of all, it's pretty widely known that a lot of Nintendo 64 games do not emulate very well due to the difficulty in replicating the exact conditions of the Nintendo 64's natural hardware. And
yeah, I remember emulating Mario Party 1 back in the day on N64. Oh, on Project 64 was the emulator I was using. Shit was blinking like crazy.
some games have been challenging to decompile, examine, or perform tool-assisted speedruns or super plays at all for this very reason. I'm sure many of us have memories of playing Nintendo 64 on really clunky, crummy, and bizarre emulators that were quite a far ways off from the real thing.
How does he
And
know?
thus,
I
while
didn't
they made it a
pre-watch, I
fun little
swear.
Dose of nostalgia to play, they were not effective in actually learning or developing anything significant when it comes to new strategies for competitive Nintendo 64.
That's just it with the N64. It didn't have many games, but the games were so good that everyone was emulating. Everyone! Back in the day on a crummy-ass emulator, everyone was doing it!
Gameplay. In March 2025, a tool-assisted speedrunner by the name of Cool Hand Mike performed a couple of runs of Pokemon Snap, submitting one to tasvideos.org. His best run completed the game in 20 minutes and 24 seconds. Now, this is only actually 8 seconds faster than the console real-time attack record of 2032 by a player named Gunlap, done several years ago. And not only that, but much of Cool Hand Mike's TAS gameplay looks like this, staring at the sky to reduce lag, which I know, coming from a guy who is historically a GoldenEye speedrunner, isn't exactly something I have the high ground on.
Yeah, I've heard about that trick before in other games. I'm curious to see it appear here in Pokemon Snap.
But suffice to say, looking at the sky to reduce lag isn't all that awe-inspiring of an experience for the viewer. So what makes this TAS special? Well, you see, this tool-assisted speedrun was performed on a recent update of a popular emulator, BizHawk 2.10, released in January 2025. And what's important about this version of the emulator is that it could actually play some of these difficult and clunky N64 games in a more authentic way. So this was actually quite a huge breakthrough, giving Pokemon Snap its first really viable and truly useful set of emulation tools after all these years. As a result of these tools existing, a few individuals, speedrunners, and high-score scientists began to take interest in seeing how far they could push Pokemon Snap. Two gentlemen, more well known for their work in the GoldenEye and Perfect Dark community, the Elite, with notable careers as speedrun scientists and strategy developers, MW and Icy Speedruns, were among those who turned their attention to Pokemon Snap, along with another esteemed gamer, KM91. MW, you may remember from previous videos, was the fellow who attempted to break the long-standing record of Charizard's high score, 4480, through sheer will of force and repetition. But after dozens of hours attempts and thousands of duplications of 4480, eventually felt like he was ramming his head into a wall, doing the same thing over and over, hoping for a different result. You know, insanity, as they say. Alas, the record remained at 4480. However, with these better tools at hand, renewed focus to the game in general, and a number of intelligent gamers collaborating, sharing, and developing new strategies, the history of competitive Pokemon Snap high-score gaming was about to change forever.
Neighbor of mine had this game. We didn't have it, but I never had the opportunity to like go to Blockbuster and get the pictures that you snapped printed out. It's a shame. I'm sure one of those machines has survived somewhere. They're out there somewhere. The Pokemon Snap Station.
So one great example of this Pokemon Snap revolution might be looking at the Pokemon Vileplume. Vileplume was one of those Pokemon where we weren't sure if a 1000 max size score was possible, with the world record for a very long time being stuck at 4680, that being 990 size, and the max pose score of 1350 for Vileplume's favorite song and the little dance he does during it. All that being doubled for good technique for Vileplume in the center of the frame gives 4680. You'll notice that Vileplume is one of those weird edge cases where you actually want to be a little bit off-center, just enough off-center to get a larger size thanks to the phenomenon known as square head theory in-game, but not off-center too much where you don't get your score doubled for good technique by Professor Oak. But sometimes the new tools and information provide just enough inspiration to take another deep look at a potential high score. And that's exactly what Japanese Pokemon Snap legend Tsukige did with Vileplume in February 2025. Tsukige would later write, "When Vileplume dances, it keeps turning towards you, but the first jump doesn't change direction. So when you stop playing the flute, it's at a slightly different angle from the front. I thought this was the problem. And while I was researching, I found that if I changed the angle a little bit, I could get a size of 1000. So I improved Fekaterago's setup from 2019. Tsukige's innovation with Vileplume was further documented in a tutorial
95 out of
on his
150,
Nico
doing an
video
unrecorded
channel.
schedule star right
Playing
now.
the flute once,
Jesus.
stopping to throw an apple, and then playing the flute again was just...
I hope he says, I hope he doesn't say that DK bombed terribly, because in 95, like, it could have been so much worse. He could have been pulling like a $30 Mafia stream. DK, like, he says DK never hits the goal, and that's not really true, but it's not like it completely flops either.
enough to change Vileplume's position slightly.
Oh well, he's gonna hit 3 goals tomorrow.
Score finally
I guess we're not doing the ESP tries it. I don't know. You guys don't want to see me eat the Happy Meal.
Something long sought after for 20 years of high-scoring chasing in this game, only made possible thanks to a deeper understanding and new perspective. And as a result, half a dozen other players have gone on to score the tied record of 4,700-point Vileplume.
No, I didn't see that crash out, Nurgle, for W place.
Indeed.
I did not. I know people are arguing about trans flags and whatever on that app.
Lapras
Because he says, Dingus, why is DSP so autistic about doing DSP tries it when he hates most of the food anyway? Because it shows that he's successful to the Kino Casino.
Another good example at the new tools and technique making the world record more attainable. You see, the way Lapras works is that you need to take a picture of one Lapras early from quite afar, and then the middle Lapras halfway through the stage is a little bit closer. Take a picture of this one, and then towards the end, 3 Lapras will appear with the main one quite up close. The thing is, the 2 background Laprases spawn kind of randomly up and down. So while ideally you want a picture with all 3 Laprases fully out of the water with their necks craned and extended to maximize the total size points and friend points all at the same time, this would either require immense luck or some way to predictably manipulate your luck by using certain patterns and knowledge on the course. Well, that's exactly what all the lads figured out. While Fekaterago had achieved a score of 3540 going back several years, Icy and MW were able to match this score in early 2025. Icy doing so in large part
60
thanks to
for
a
the
consistent
gold?
setup strategy he found, using very specific movements and button presses to consistently end up with all 3 Laprases surfing and craning their necks at the very same time.
You think DSP successful arc maybe over? No. People are just saving money. They're saving money for the next big release. They're saving money for Metal Gear.
Out of the river towards the end of the stage in a predictable, organized, and photographable manner in order to get a good shot and threaten the record. However, by using the emulator tools and the ease of resetting
I'm
save
predicting
states
500 for Metal Gear Day 1. Lock it in.
That looking certain directions and pressing certain buttons at certain times can indeed very predictably get a good cloister setup towards the end of the stage, offering you a good chance at the ideal shot. MW used this in order to tie Fekaterago's old world record of 5210. So, I think you get the point. modern tools allowing players to look into the game's memory while resetting using save states and other analytics.
Yeah, I can't imagine doing that on OG hardware, resetting these courses.
Scores being much easier.
When I was playing the game, it took a minute to reset your attempts.
Here's where it gets truly crazy. MW, who had spent countless hours attempting to score the theoretical maxed score for
Nurgle says, it's been funny as they are deleting shit. Oh no, sorry. As they're deleting sussy anime artwork. But people are demanding that the furry artwork is explicit, should be removed as well. Then they try to sweep it, saying the furry community isn't as bad as the other. Oh yeah, I could see how that could be them crashing out. I'm imagining it in my head. No offense, Dingus, but how can you consume the topic of this video if you're not watching it? As in, like, be commentating on it more? I'm consuming it. I'm just really fucking washed after that last video. I'm sorry if you want me to blab over it more. I do like Pokemon Snap, but I'm not like a... When I played it in February, it was probably like the second or third time I ever played it. So the technical aspects of it, when it comes to like speedrunning and shit and getting the highest score, I'm not a whiz at it. I'm sorry, I don't have S-tier commentary.
4500 on Charizard, figured he would use these tools to have another look at whether or not such a score was possible. Recall, in a previous video I made back in 2022, we figured that there was this tidbit of Charizard's stomach hiding under the lava no matter what, which may have been the reason we could only ever get a size score of 990 when combined with his max pose of 1250, which resulted in the Charizard score of 4480.
Examples that he's showing on screen. My apologies.
With the definition of insanity, trying for countless hours, thousands of 4480 duplications over the years, only for that perfect 4500 Charizard to continue evading his grasp. That is, until these new tools came along. Particularly, MW was able to analyze which RAM addresses visible in the emulator corresponded to size values, and from there was able to hone in on what may or may not have been possible with Charizard at that point. And on March 30th, 2025, to the Pokemon Snap Discord, MW...
Hey, Amran, is this max score Pokemon Snap? Nice, yeah,
There is
what the? Tevin! Saru told me to watch this amazing video by R. White Goose, and now I'm inviting the Tevi sisters to an amazing Dingus stream. Whoa, buddy. Big ups Catspur, big ups Amran, big ups Egging7038, big ups Scrumbles, big ups Almighty_Tevin. Why is my gameplay cropped? Let me fix that. What's going on? Oh, buddy. Yeah, big ups, welcome in. I guess I'm waiting for the wrap down. I hope you guys are waiting for it too. Ack. Oh, this is because I was fiddling around with the aspect ratio earlier. I don't know what he had to say about DK, and I almost don't care, but you guys can talk to me about it if you want.
W posted this image, a tool-assisted Charizard 4500 along with the BK2 file.
It's because I restarted the game. I didn't even realize it. Yeah, when I restarted the game, it fucked with my aspect ratio. I didn't even realize that. Nobody said anything. Oh, how embarrassing. Thank you again for the raid.
The file type native to the BizHawk 2.10 emulator with all the data proving that such a thing could be possible.
There we go. I'm sorry the aspect ratio was fucked.
Now, just because something gets emulated, especially in a...
Yeah, I heard there was a crash out toward the end. All right, look. In regards to DK, I knew he was going to beat it tonight. He started on the groove layer, went to the feast layer. The feast layer, depending on how you go about it, can be quick or long, depending on how you go about all the attractions in the area. I assume he did not beat the feast layer and then crashed out over not beating it. So there was no timeline in which he would beat it tonight. So he needs to do 2 more layers after the layer that he's currently on. Though I will say those layers are relatively short in comparison. Yeah, depending on it, like, I don't know how he goes about, like, you'd have to fucking rush for him to beat it the next time, which will be fucking next week. He'll beat it 2 weeks from now.
Don't try and stop me.
Thank you, 69 Tails, for the follow. What was that giant thing that dropped on me, or tried to get dropped on me? I gotta look at my fucking VNian. Seru's sending me all these droppables, but all the droppables that he's sending me are scaled for his model and not mine. So, because the lady who made his model so extremely, massively, stupidly huge, the items he sends me are scaled for his model, I think. And so when they drop on me, or get tossed at me, I gotta rescale them, except the scale tool in VNian is universal. So it just scales everything. So I gotta like activate and deactivate some, otherwise I'm gonna get tossed with a bunch of oddly scaled, mismatched shit. Like that. These ones are fine though. The size for these ones are acceptable in my opinion. What do we got? Thank you, 69 Tails for the follow. Thank you, Mitch Gadef for the follow. Big ups, big ups. Just waiting for this wrap now. But yeah, it was very cringe stream, I bet. Without even seeing it, I can imagine in my head how it went. But he's got 2 streams. I'm saying 2 streams and no post game, and I'm gonna steak my dinner on that. Hated, didn't hit his meal goal, yeah, and he didn't hit the meal goal on Mafia either. What's going on, guys? I was told this dude was successful. What's going on, Dave? What's going on, David? I thought you were a successful, positive, meaningful content creator. How are we not hitting the goal? You told your viewers on the pre-stream, the non-pre-stream today, the non-podcast, that you need to hit 3 goals from these 3 loser games that never make money. You said you need to hit 3 goals to go eat an adult Happy Meal, which isn't anything special besides the packaging. You're just eating the same fucking shit you would eat in a regular Happy Meal. You just get a toy. You just get a toy. They want to see you play with a toy, you man-child. They want to see you play with toys, Phil. That's what they really want. Actually, they might not actually want to see it because you didn't make the money for it. Really need to use random and separate the items to scale them per item. Yeah, I gotta... It's either that or... Yeah, scale per item. But then that's me just adding... I think how I would do that is just scale the node, like make various nodes. Like if it's the stuff you send, have a separate node and then scale that appropriately, and then have the other items that aren't scaled by you and just put them at set the normal ones at 1 and then set the ones you send at like 0.000075. You can send a node sometime if you want it. Yeah, of course, but don't rush yourself. I do appreciate it. Appreciate Seru's technical support. Seru's like my fucking Worski over here. He's my Seru's my Worski soulmate. Fucking technical support. He sent me an overlay earlier that I really want to mess around with because I've been getting overlaytism and I want to fucking refresh the overlays. That's why, you know, the DK overlay, I was doing something unique with that. That's why, I make... It really doesn't... The minutia of it doesn't fucking matter. Nobody fucking cares about overlays. I just like the graphic design aspect of it. I like placing things and the dimensions of it and getting the right dimensions down and placing shit in a way that looks aesthetically pleasing to just me, indubitably. And I've been thinking about refreshing it since I've been using kind of the same template for so long. So Seru sent me this one template, and I was messing around with the properties for it so that it would be more in line with what my dimensions are for my streams, and hopefully I can get that set up for the next big old AAA playthrough, which should be the Kirby DLC next week. Yes, Sarah's my fucking Worski over here. Thank you, Brian MK. Re-up 4 months at tier 1 for 25 months total. He says DSP's cheat meal this week, rip. His cheat meal of a fucking Happy Meal. Yeah, this is a Kirby and the Rainbow Curse, one of the few Wii U games that have not been ported to the Switch or Switch 2 yet. That's pretty good. I didn't play this one. It's Rainbow Curse music. Did not play that one, but I like the art style.
Nintendo 64 setting, it doesn't always mean it's truly possible.
To the Raiders, we're watching a speedrun video.
But given the fidelity
while I play Jak'd
of this
3,
emulator,
100%.
It certainly gave MW enough hope and, frankly, real concrete data to know exactly what to do in order to try to get the shot for real. So he picked up his controller, powered on his Pokemon Snap, and got to work. And just one day later,
he
on
fucking
April
locked in the
1st,
Pokemon lab.
And no, this was not in April Fool's. Around 8 p.m. Eastern Daylight Savings Time, MW performed this run.
We got a pause buffer the snaps? I could never. Pause for the right snaps, stare at the sky so the lag, so you get rid of the lag in the game.
Yes.
Ah, yes.
Well done.
Whoa, buddy!
Now that, my friends, is truly remarkable. Imagine how good that must have felt to finally achieve this perfect record score.
It's like me when I finally 100% a game. Like, oh my fucking god, I'm so glad it's over.
Tools and data advanced to a point where MW could run the numbers, realize such a thing was possible, and actually go out and perform it. You'll notice he seems to take the picture on literally the last frame possible before the level fades out. And the photo is pretty well centered, only...
They disabled the W-Plates Discord for two days? Oh, rip. Lol, though.
Slightly off center, which is likely the exact...
I like how the photo is just, you don't even get to, you don't even see Charizard's face, he's just fucking, he's like 2 seconds before he roars or something.
Of pixels that would score the 1000 size on Charizard. So it really goes to show the power and utility that these new tools have and how they are contributing to continued improved scores in Pokemon Snap.
Professor Oak dented as hell if he thinks that's a fucking 4500 picture of Charizard.
One last Pokemon I'll talk about today is the one and only Butterfree, or Smetbo in German. And I bring that up because in a video I published last year, I discussed how in all 3 known strategy guides or high score tables purporting to show high scores achieved by developers of the game or writers of the strategy guides published back around 1999, the time of the game's release, in all of English, Japanese, and German, the high score for Butterfree is shown as 4960. This
How
is the only
fuck?
score which is consistent across all 3 documents in all 3 languages, which modern Pokemon Snap players have not yet been able to obtain. Using the new tools and understandings of the game mechanics, setups have been found for more consistent Butterfree attempts, and these setups have resulted in a new record for Butterfree of 4900 by MW, and even a new tool-assisted record of 4940. Yet a score of 4960 continues to evade the community for now. Was the score published more than 25 years ago actually legit, or
Maybe
some
it was
kind
a typo.
of made-up score or typo? Perhaps we will never know. Regarding the possibility of a 4960 Butterfree, Icy writes, I spent dozens of hours researching Butterfree, including
Yeah, you'd think when Charizard's breathing fire is when you get the max score.
I wouldn't be surprised if one guy just said 4960 for some reason and the rest just referenced it.
It almost feels like a,
MW
a
writes,
glitch of the game.
And the 4940 TAS took me a long time of brute forcing. 4960 definitely never actually happened. It was probably a misprint that, like Icy said, every other guide then copied. And KM91 says, even if one day we could TAS it, that still wouldn't prove that they got the score in 999. They most likely got 4690 and had a typo. So hey, there's what the top analysts
That sounds like
and
coke to me,
scientists of
brother. We'll
Pokemon
never
Snap
know unless
today
we try.
believe in
Let's get
regards
some
to this
Butterfree snaps.
4960 Butterfree score. So who knows? But what we do know is that it seems like this revolution in Pokemon Snap is just the beginning, just the tip of the iceberg when it comes to development and competition in Pokemon Snap high scores for the Nintendo 64, with many more scores and records likely to fall in the near future. There have been numerous other scores broken over this time, so if you'd like to hear me talk about those, let me know in the comments or by liking this video. Alright, that'll do for now, my friends. There's the story of how the perfect Charizard finally happened after all these years. Congratulations to MW and to Icy Speedruns and KM91 and everyone else on achieving great records these days. Thanks to you for watching, and of course the channel members and Patreon members for supporting my work. Stay true, my friends, and I will see you in the next stream or video.
So much better than the Carl video, and it's not even close. There's a story to it, there's a setup, there's characters to root for. discusses the technical doohickery of the game without making it boring, mechanical, and robotic. And I was really suckered in. Big ups. I gotta watch more our White Goose stuff, I guess. I'm just so used to watching content that makes me seethe or or makes you guys seethe. Is it time? Is it time? We're waiting for the rep. We may as well just watch shit that makes me angry. No, wait. Let's hold off. Let's watch something that I'm actually hyped for. Guys, it's time to shill. We're gonna shill. Guess what DSP didn't talk about? Sega? What? Pac-Man? Namco? Oh my god. The blue blur meets the mighty hero. In 2 different games with 2 different DLC packs. He's right. See, look, he's in the game. Look, you go in the maze. You go to Pac Town, Pac Village, whatever the fuck they call it. And then in Pac-Man World 2, you can go to Green Hill Zone. Whoa, Pac-Man is Sonic, and he gets a Sonic outfit. And then he fights Eggman. And then Sonic comes in, and now they're best friends. Eat your fucking heart out, Mario. Both watching same weekend. And Sonic's at a network test coming up. Whoa, pre-order bonuses, and then the video just abruptly ends. So, it said it had a network test. Yeah, available September 25th. Yeah, dude, okay. For sure, we're playing Pac-Man Day 1. Pac-Man Day 1 is happening. As for Sonic, I'll probably wait for a sale. This Pac-Man isn't coming until early 2026. I don't like Sonic that much, guys. But it seems like Pac-Man DLC will be... Sonic DLC for Pac-Man will be later this year. Network test, August 29th to September 1st. Yeah, I'm pogging out. I'm pogging out just a little bit, chat. This is my Tism comfort character here. Forgive me, I'm allowed to pog out and soy mouth every now and then. Okay, so Pac-Man World 2 will have DLC levels for Collabs of the Century. As you can see up top, there are 2 more Sonic collab stages planned. Whoa, buddy, are we getting Chemical Plant? Are we gonna get Angel Island? Sky Sanctuary? Marble Garden? Carnival Night Zone? What stages could possibly appear that they're gonna send Pac-Man through? You get the Sonic collab costume, and my favorite, the legendary Pac-Land costume. And some, I guess some statues of Sonic characters or something. Dingus knows this Sonic. I played the classic Sonics on stream. You're exposing yourself. Exposed! No, we're not doing Splash Hill Zone. Alright, that was like the part of the stream where we get excited and get hyped. Now's the part of the stream where we get mad. ADB. This one is entitled, It's Actually Really Finally Happening, and you won't believe what it's about.
Hollow Knight fans.
Yep. He's a big Hollow Knight fan, guys.
Their minds right now because it is finally.
It's time for the Hollow Knight
and
thing?
truly happening. It's really actually happening this time, and
it's
happening.
happening.
There have been some times when it kind of felt like it was gonna happen or be happening. I've done a couple videos on this channel.
It's time for the 2D
talking about
Dark
some pretty
Souls
strong
thing?
rumors, some pretty darn strong rumors. But nothing official, and nothing quite official came from those rumors. I mean, well, sorta, arguable, whatever, doesn't matter. It's actually finally happening this time, though.
Is this 10 minutes? Oh, he couldn't get it to 10 minutes for the extra ad revenue.
Because Team Cherry themselves straight from the source. The team famous for just not saying anything at all. Well, they finally said something, and they said that they are hosting a special announcement stream related specifically to Hollow Knight Silksong, the video game.
That's why we had to watch this tonight, because that's gonna go down in the morning.
7:30 a.m. Pacific. This Thursday. The stream is already going. It's already running. It is real. It is tangible. It is clickable. It is viewable. It says right here, it premieres in 42 hours. There's already a chat.
He's not good at this game.
People
It might not even be his B-roll.
Right now, it says
I'm gonna have faith that it is. Arlo wouldn't steal footage, would he?
Another 42 hours, but there are 16,000 people just sitting here, just waiting, because it's actually happening. And of course,
imagine
it is
it's his fucking editor's
when
footage.
it comes to a game like this, where it kind of just felt like there was no reason to imagine it would take this long. You know, maybe it's gonna get delayed again. Oh, probably not. You know, it's been a lot of assuming. It's been a lot of assuming going on about Hollow Knight Silksong, so it's dangerous to assume.
Arlo quits anything remotely hard. He never finishes anything.
Irresponsible speculating, so it's not necessarily wise to assume. However, it is hard not to assume.
Oh, you want to see Arlo clout chasing? Wait till the next video.
Like, right? Because it's not just this. There have actually been finally some happenings even before this happening. The game was announced it was going to be playable at Gamescom, and I believe Gamescom is going on today. The opening night is tonight. Apparently Jeff Keighley was teasing something about it, which was making people think that there was going to be a release date or something tonight, but that is apparently not true. Jason Schreier has deconfirmed that, so I don't know. I guess
Jeff
that was
Keighley lied again.
Jeff. But it's playable at Gamescom, and then PAX
At least you can
West
play it at Gamescom.
is like next week, and it's going to be there as well. It is confirmed. It is going to be playable.
Yeah, Jeff just showed a
Switch.
clip of gameplay. Here it is. Here it is. You can play it at Gamescom. There it is. It's real.
It's really
no release date.
There are playable demos of the game. Now I guess there was technically a playable demo like a million years ago, but like between this and all the Steam page updates and all that stuff, they're finalizing the achievements and the languages and all the other rumors that we've had over time. It is finally happening, and now they're giving us this special announcement. I mean, at least a trailer, right? At the very least, a new trailer. Probably finally a release date. I mean, why would you have it playable at all these events if you were going to shadow drop it? So I'm trying to let go of the shadow drop idea. But they could just give us a date. Simple as that. Will it be for this year? Or is it getting...
Well, Arlo wants it to come out this week.
For this year.
Why would you have it at Gamescom
but
then?
The special announcement is not even the most exciting thing. I just mentioned Jason Schreier.
We hate that guy. He's dumb.
Industry insider.
He's lame.
He tends to bring us a whole lot of scoops. And he says that in addition to the special announcement presentation on Thursday, he himself will be delivering a scoop, a real scoop. The story behind why Silksong took 7 years to make. That's even more exciting right there. That really does... It really does suggest that, like, it's all coming out. We're getting the whole entire story. We're getting the whole entire reveal. And whether or not that includes a release date, at the very least, we're going to figure out why, because it has been such a baffling mystery. I've almost wanted to do, like, a main channel video or something on this. I kept putting it off, but, like, there's
Please
just
do.
such
At
a
least then you
long
can use the
and
Muppet.
interesting timeline. Just the very story of this game is so baffling, and Team Cherry has been so quiet. Nobody has had even a guess as to why it went this way, as to why it took this long. Didn't this take longer than the original game? It started out as DLC. It was playable and then it just took year after year after year after. Like he says there's a story. I don't know if it means development problems or if maybe the game, like, you know, more dangerous words, but maybe the game is going to end up being a lot bigger than we think it is. I mean, I don't know. Hollow Knight was already huge. It was already just like an amazing amount of content for like a weirdly low price. So I don't even know what more you do with Silksong to make it bigger. You could kind of just do Hollow Knight again. And like,
no, that's what I was going to say. Just do more of it. Give the people what they want. People want more Hollow Knight.
There just may be something about this that we haven't considered at all. That we just have not considered in the slightest. And it's going to explain everything. Or it really is that there were just problems. There were just problems. Maybe there were even like internal, like interpersonal problems with the people working on the game, or they came up against some.
Does Arlo want there to be workplace harassment or something?
I don't even know. I don't even have a guess. I don't know. So that's cool.
So
it's happening.
Yeah, this is very much a so yeah video.
Finally happening. And you Hollow Knight fans, I dare say you deserve it. You've been through so much. You've been such
just people waiting for a game, Arlo.
And
it's not that serious.
Remind you, I still haven't beaten Hollow Knight. I played like a really good amount of it. I've been meaning to get back to it, but I know that when I do, I probably have to start all over again. So
why was Sig made king and not the fat guy to give Sig something to do?
That it is an amazing game.
Sig kind of felt undercooked in this game.
I will admit it is.
He never really explained himself to Jack and Daxter either.
Is going to be able to live up to the hype. Hollow Knight was a great game, but like, I don't know. Did the hype only get this big because it took this long? I kind of feel like that. So like, can this game actually deliver? Can this game feel worth the wait? Is that even possible? Or after that much waiting, is it just like, is it no? I mean, we're facing the same dilemma with Metroid Prime 4. Is it even possible for it to live up when we've waited that long? Even if the game is like really great. It's like, well, what do you expect? Expect it to be like the single most mind-blowing game ever? Like, no, it's gonna be like what it says it is. It's gonna be another Metroid Prime. This is gonna be another Hollow Knight. It's probably not gonna go too far beyond that.
I'll never forgive you for introducing this Muppet into my life.
I'm hoping that this reveal goes well. I'm hoping reception and everything is good and people like the demo and it ends up being a really, really good success that everybody enjoys, because it's been a like I've changed amount of time. You know, I've said that about Metroid Prime 4. It's just like, yeah, it's been so long that I've changed as a person. Hollow Knight fans are facing that same thing. 7 years, that's a long time in people years. That's a long time in just like growth and development of a person. So yeah, all that to say, who knows? I don't even know. It's happening though.
I don't even know it's happening though. The motto of the fucking video. Just 8 minutes to advertise that somebody else who isn't him is going to actually do journalistic research here to get to the bottom of why this game took 7 years to get developed. And I guess an implication that Arlo wants it to be, Arlo wants there to be a controversy around it, to have something else to talk about. What else can you really say about that? It's him saying, oh, maybe it could be hype. Maybe it could be exciting. But what if it's not? But what if it is? I changed as a person since the release of the original Hollow. Did you transition? Like, what the hell? What do you mean by that? Oh, he means like his gaming taste changed. Maybe he liked Hollow Knight back then, but he's afraid that he's not gonna like it now because he doesn't like Metroidvanias anymore. Or Soulsborne clones. He's got... I'm imagining Arlo with the sign, and he's like championing it, and it says like, I have Soulsborne fatigue. Alright, now for a real Clout Chase video. Finally time. This is his Kirby Air Riders direct reaction. Now, to preface, Arlo is a big Kirby hater. Arlo fucking hates Kirby because he genuinely believes, or he believed at a point in time, that Kirby games getting made took away resources, manpower, and development time that could have been used to make other games that he cares about. He hates Kirby. He thinks all Kirby games are samey, and he wishes Kirby would just go away forever. The reason why this argument is retarded is because Kirby has its own development studio that only works on Kirby. So them making Kirby is not preventing him from getting a new F-Zero. Things before I dip into phone mode, thoughts on the spoofing of logos with the newest controversy being Cracker Barrel. I liken it to the Pepsi logo, bandana napkin with the Pringles man. I covered it earlier in the stream actually, because Pop-Tart redeemed the Twitter redeem, and that was the first thing I talked about. I think, I think it's a downgrade, objective downgrade compared to the old logo. They're trying to get rid of the barrel in Cracker Barrel. They removed the barrel from the logo. They're trying to get the barrel out of the Cracker Barrel logo, and they're trying to get the cracker out of the Cracker Barrel logo. They removed the white man. He was white in the logo, and they got rid of him. What does it mean, chat? What does it mean? What does it mean? I'm surprised they didn't just flat out change the name. Ah! Those are the right thoughts on it. Goon says, well, that's obviously not true. The studio works on what Nintendo wants, and if they don't, they can be fired, and their salaries pay people that do. Well, the Kirby developer isn't officially owned by Nintendo. They're not a first-party studio. That's why the Nintendo and Kirby is like the same relationship with Nintendo and Pokemon, and Nintendo and Earthbound, and Nintendo and Fire Emblem, and that they don't fully own the IP, nor do they own the studio that makes it. But because of how the way the rights work, you'll still never see Kirby on like mobile devices or on PlayStation or Xbox.
Before we begin, my deepest apologies for once again saying that I planned on streaming a thing and then not streaming it. I know it's not the first time.
So he planned on restreaming this direct, but he didn't, and you're about to hear his excuse why.
I've done that recently and kind of ditched all of you guys. The last time it happened, I forgot to set an alarm. This time, though, remember what I said? I would stream it as long as I got enough sleep. Yeah.
Yeah.
Kind of a rough night. I've struggled with insomnia and sleep problems for kind of a while now, and so I don't want to say insomnia relapse.
He had an insomnia relapse.
But let's just say it was a very, very, very difficult night, and I just couldn't. I absolutely just couldn't. I would not have been able to bring any amount of energy or attention or anything to it. So yeah, I really do apologize.
So
though.
yeah,
it's hard
so
I
yeah.
Don't wanna, not say anything
there's
unless
China.
I'm sure it's going to happen, because I'm never going to be 100% sure, so then I would never say anything. I don't know. I'm just going to keep trying to do my best, so I hope none of you showed up, hoping that I would be there, and then sad that I wasn't. But yeah, let's.
Oh yeah, I really needed Arlo as my primary restreamer for that fucking Kirby Direct. The biggest Kirby fan, I'm so sure.
Star machine tired. I don't know. It was great. I really, really enjoyed seeing Sakurai again. He's always a delight. I feel like he just, I don't know, is he just as good as always at doing presentations?
Yeah, he never lost it.
Does he get better every time? He's just so funny. Like, just, it's just so, I love.
Are you gonna call him cute too, you
weirdo? A, like a translated voiceover, like most other Nintendo presentations. He just does. He's a subs, not a dubs guy, and I really like that.
Fake fan Arlo exposes himself. Sakurai actually was dubbed for his Nintendo Directs up until the Byleth Nintendo Direct for Smash Ultimate. The Smash Ultimate Direct in which they revealed that Byleth would be joining the roster. That was the last one in which Sakurai was dubbed over. All Directs after, in the North American English versions, he was subtitled.
I like hearing his own voice.
It's my little fact check.
He brings so much personality to every presentation that he does. Just so funny, so many jokes. I love it. His delivery is always like so like straight-laced, deadpan, and yet I don't know. It's just a joy, and he's got such an amazing attention to detail. Even like not just in how he designs his games, but also how he gives us the information about how he's done it. No detail is too fine for him to bring up, and I just love that about him. I could gush about him all day. He's amazing. And so, you know, all that to say, very lovely presentation. Really, really fun. 47 minutes long, but it goes by so fast because it's just so enjoyable. But let's talk about the game, Kirby Air Riders.
Oh, you're actually going to talk about the gameplay?
Over was that this is called Kirby Air Riders because you can choose from a bunch of different characters now.
Oh God, he's going to do a play-by-play of the whole direct.
Most of my experience with it is putting B-roll.
Oh, but he says it. He says it right there.
Most of my experience with it is putting B-roll of it in videos about Kirby Air Riders. So that's been like my.
He did not play the original Kirby Air Ride. Hey, Danny. Yeah, it says the wrap is up. I am 3 minutes in. Hey, Night Zoomer. We could watch the rest of the 20-minute Arlo video, but I know what you guys are here for. Yeah, I know. Yeah, it's 20 minutes of him talking about the direct. It's half the length of the direct itself. Mafia concludes. DK drags on. No goals hit. So no DSP tries it? Question mark, question mark. The Daily Wrap. August 20th, 2025? Alright, I will mute the game.
Good evening, everyone. Phil here, and welcome to the Daily
A little
Wrap
bit of
for what
background
was
music,
Wednesday,
though.
the 20th of August, 2025. I'll be honest.
Oh, man. No way. Don't open the video like that. No. No way. He's going to open the video like, look at him.
Hey. Good evening, everyone. Phil here, and welcome to the Daily Wrap for what was Wednesday, the 20th of August, 2025. I'll be honest. Today,
He wouldn't lie.
Kind of a disappointing day. And it's funny because we actually had a really good week up to now. Yesterday was actually a pretty good day. The day before was really...
If he was really insistent on hitting the goals, why didn't he just schedule shit that he knew would hit the goal? He should have just did an American Truck Driving Simulator marathon today.
Really good. Here's what's going on. Here's
Yeah,
what's
hit
been
us with it.
happening this week, okay? So we'll have a stream, and
Hey, Rebsy.
we'll have good attendance, pretty good engagement.
I love it when Twitch doesn't send my message. Astro said that yesterday, I believe. Honestly, you just gotta have the tab open. You gotta, or get Chatterino like D-Scythe. Hey, Indrid. Yo, it's Indrid. Let's get some Indrid shoutouts. Oh, you're talking about a message in the chat. I thought you meant notifications. I think logos that are simplified by using flat colors and removing detail appear soulless, bland, and conglomerate. Yeah, that's the point. But sorry, I'm being Captain Obvious. But no, you're right. That's my 2 cents coming from a person with a graphics design degree. Whoa, he's got a graphics design degree over here. Man, I almost went for that in high school because that was what I'm losing my train of thought, but I was in that was what my cluster in high school was. My cluster. My teacher back then really wanted to push me to go into it, but you don't care about me.
And then the support will be amazing.
Hey,
so
NDC
we'll
dude.
have like a whole goal hit of support, and then we'll have...
Oh, sorry, D-Side.
Extra.
It's Goon that uses it.
But this week, it has never been enough to hit a second goal on
Yeah,
one
I'm a
stream.
graphics engineer.
So when we hit our goals, it counts as 1 towards the goals, and we've had up to 17 out of 20 this week.
Well, hey, I don't want to lie like Mudahar. I should clarify. I wasn't in the graphics design cluster. I was in the printing and imaging cluster.
And we'll have a stream.
They make the
where people will
assets,
show
and then
up. We'll
I
have
place
decent
the
engagement.
assets.
We'll have support, but we'll be like this close to hitting a goal, and we won't hit it. I mean, sometimes we've had streams where we're like $20 away and we don't hit a goal. Like, wow, really? We're not going to hit a goal when we're that close. Yeah.
Yeah.
So what's happened this week?
Oh, wouldn't the solution in this case be like, appreciate that your audience got you that far, even if they didn't get you to cross the finish line? So just go ahead and give them the count the goal anyway. Like, I feel like that's acceptable. Like, sure, people over here on this aisle will call them out and call it cope, and they'll laugh at them and point and laugh. But guess what, idiot? Let's be honest. Let's be real. They're gonna do that anyway, Phil. They're gonna do that anyway, so you may as well cope like you never coped before, brother.
Is sadly, even though we've had great streams and overall...
And here's the thing. Night Zoomer says, gotta love when he's 20 bucks away. If you end the stream at 120 or something like that, like you help them get there, but you don't cross the finish line, it's basically a fucking waste. You wasted however much money you helped them get up to that point, because it's all gonna go down the tube and you're gonna have to try again on the next stream. If you helped them get to 120 on the day stream and you didn't hit the goal, no one else swooped in to pick up the slack. You picked up some slack, but you couldn't pick up all the slack. You were helping Lance Cameron over there was going to pick up the rest of the slack, but he didn't pick up the slack, so you're left here with just part of the slack, but you need to help him pick up all the slack? Well, guess what? Whatever you gave him to hit that 120, it's a waste. You could have done it later on the night stream or on the next day stream to help him hit the 150. Imagine you give him 20 of that 120 and he doesn't hit the goal. You're scammed, $20 wasted, money effectively stolen because you don't move the needle doing DSP tries-its. Imagine on the night stream, Phil gets 130 without your help. In theory, if you had not given them the 20 on the day stream, wasted 20, you could have had that 20 to give him on the night stream to help him hit the 150. It's why it's so stupid. It doesn't make any sense. I want to be a little more lenient, Phil. Also, maybe take a look at yourself, too. Yes, that's true. 149 DSP is superior crackhead energy DSP. At that point, if he's at 149, fuck it. Just count the troll tips that he doesn't count and just say you hit 150. He should be nicer to his audience, but he never will. Hey, Conwooble.
He's been great. I mean, we had an insanely good GTA 4 night where there was all...
I didn't even see that. This was 11 minutes. I gotta talk and be transformative, guys. I gotta be like Posky over here, or I'm gonna get sued.
Kinds of subs and stuff gifted. We've had streams that have been above and beyond. Those are only counting like once or twice towards the goal, and then other streams aren't counting, and it evens out. So now here we are, and today we started at 17 out of 20 goals hit. For us to do DSP tries it tomorrow, I had to hit goals every single stream. I had to hit goals on today's Mafia finale stream, tonight's Donkey Kong Bonanza stream, and tomorrow's Sweet Code N2 HD stream.
Here we go. No. Did you hear that coming out? Look at his lips. Look at his lips. His bottom lip is paralyzed.
HD stream.
Come on. I don't know if it's his filters. Like, that sounds forced. That's put upon. That is put upon exhaustion from a blue-collar worker whose collar is not blue.
HD stream.
Yeah, I'm not convinced. Does that convince you? It doesn't convince me. Hey, Exodus.
Today, there was no podcast because I wanted to ensure that we beat Mafia. The good news is...
And you did beat it with an hour to spare, and you couldn't hit... Here, I'm going to spoil it for you, because you already know what happened. But he didn't hit the goal during Q&A. He did a full hour of Q&A, and still didn't hit the goal. What happened, big guy? I thought you said it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that you're not the problem. The games are what matters, and not you, because you're able to hit the goal during Q&A. What happened, big guy? You didn't hit the goal during Q&A, and you did it for a full hour. It's not like it was 20 minutes of Q&A, and people didn't know about it beforehand. It was a full hour of Q&A, and people couldn't show up within that hour to give you $30 to hit the 150 goal. Well, but you claim that you're not the problem and it's the games that are at fault? Interesting.
We beat Mafia, and I recorded a review of Mafia.
Oh man, you want to watch that
on the channel?
We could watch that. I don't mind.
Video
Fuck it.
On the channel. So if you are interested in my overall thoughts about Mafia after having fully beaten it, including its length, its gameplay elements. Is the game good? Even though it doesn't
gameplay
have,
elements,
side content, all the questions people kept asking me during the playthrough. Get your answer. The review is live, uploaded and highlighted as a channel highlight, and the highlighted video on the channel if you just come to the channel. Okay, so thank you for that. Give it a look. Then we did a Chill with Phil 30 to 40 minute Q&A session where I actually just hung out and just talked with the audience. Okay.
Well, that was the idea.
Did we do good? We did. $120, but we didn't hit the goal.
You should have just counted it.
Now, why
you should have
didn't we
just
hit the
counted
goal?
it.
It's very simple. A
Blame
lot
the
of people
game.
didn't like Mafia.
Oh yeah, really?
As I said, the entire time we've been playing Mafia: The Old Country, a lot of people felt that Mafia is a game that needed more content or more than just monster amounts of story.
Why? So you get bored of it quicker?
It's too many cutscenes and too much stuff going back to back. And
This is I'm gonna say this because it's funny because it's me, Dingus. It's a Schrodinger's playthrough. So you need the Goldilocks game. Saru and I call it the Goldilocks game. The game can't be too short because then there's no value proposition. There's no bang for your buck. It can't be too long and be full of gameplay or then it gets boring like Donkey Kong. But it also can't be too long and narratively based because then you get Death Stranding 2. We need something that's just right. 10 hours is too short going off of Mafia. But like, how long have you spent on Donkey Kong? 30 hours now? 30 hours is too long. We need a sexy 15 to 20 hour game for this guy. And it needs to have just enough story to captivate the audience, but it can't be too involved. It can't make you actually think or use your brain because those guys, they can't use their brain. They're in wheelchairs, they're vegetables, and if they're not vegetables, they're fucking fruits.
Understand that? I just wish that people's mentality were a little different. I think what's happened is people have been conditioned in the last decade to want games with insane amounts of content. So even if I'm playing a narrative-based game, they can't even stand it. Oh my God, it's still cutscenes. Ah, then they freak out and they leave. And today, attendance for Mafia was not good.
It wasn't.
Seriously, it wasn't. It was very
I'm just
low
saying
attendance for Mafia's
it wasn't
conclusion,
good.
because people just apparently were under the impression the game is bad. Truth is, the game was not bad. The game wasn't amazingly great either. It landed somewhere in the middle, and you can learn about that if you watch my review of it. But yeah, it is disheartening that
surely you could have known that going in that it would just be squarely in the middle. Like I'm sure that game does have some good moments, even if it's fiercely narrative based. There's a lot of illusion of choice and reliance on cinematic spectacles. Shorter Mafia game, kind of taking some cues from the first couple of games instead of going in the direction that 3 was going. Definitely a bench warmer game. It's the game you play as you wait for GTA 6 to come out. Let's be honest about it. Let's call it for what it is. It's not the worst game ever, but certainly isn't going to sweep Game of the Year. How could Phil how could he not have detected this prior to playing the game? This eludes me.
That the game playthrough was decent and people just didn't show up. So it was actually good that we made what we did. Make $120 on a stream that had low attendance is actually really good. So whoever did show up to that stream and supported, thank you. But we didn't hit a goal. So tonight's latest
thank you, but we didn't hit the goal.
Donkey Kong Bonanza.
Here we go.
Into the end game.
Here we go.
How do you think that went?
Oh my God, I'm gonna love when this dude puts out the fucking review for this game. Just go in it like a cute little cocky little freak. All right, and then proceed to cry about it after.
At this point, Donkey Kong Bonanza is just a game that won't end. It's a game that endlessly continues. No matter how much I play it, no matter how much I try to turbo through it, we're still playing it. Right now, okay.
Right now,
17 parts in.
Yeah, 17 parts. What a monstrously long playthrough. Fuck off.
After tonight, we'll be 19 parts in. If you actually do the math, the playthrough is actually something around 25 plus hours, and we still haven't beaten it. It just
because it takes too
going.
long.
And I'm not doing every piece of side content. In fact, tonight, you'll see I skipped a lot. I had enough. I was like, I just want this game to be done with. It's too much tonight. I hate to say it. The game tried, but failed to interest me.
But failed to be
the
interesting.
First world we were finishing up from last time was the musical world, and we just had to do the finale of that world, and it was very brief. And then we went right to the next layer, which was a food layer, where everything is related to like fat.
Oh, I kind of liked how he perked up that food. I was like, okay, why did he say it failed to interest him? What about it would be like, it would like interest him on the surface, but it didn't actually end up interesting him in the end. Oh yeah, of course, the level is food based.
Next layer, which was a food layer.
Dude, he actually bugs out at the fact that it's a food level.
Everything is related to like fast food, like burgers and fries and stuff like that. Just fryer oil everywhere. Okay, fine. Except the new gameplay element added is just you have to throw salt acid
Salt,
to make
salt,
it dissipate.
salt. All
and
I
that's
taste
it.
is salt.
Problem is, it doesn't work right. You can literally have a block of salt in your hand and throw it directly at the acid where you want it to go, and it does nothing.
I had this problem too, so I'll sweep a little bit. It's because you're tossing it directly at what you're... If you're tossing it, if there's something in the mucus that you're trying to dissolve, or the acid or whatever it was called, if there's like a fossil within the acid, and you toss the salt at the fossil and not the acid, it's not going to dissolve it properly. You got to toss... If you're trying to get like something that's stuck in the acid, if you're trying to like... if you're trying to freeze something, like an item to collect, you have to toss it like at the acid. You got to toss it around the item, not at the item.
Sometimes you have to do it 2-3 times to get it to work, and it's frustrating because now you have to backtrack to grab the salt from another area and then throw it again. Like, what are they doing? Why? We're this late in the game. We're at layer 1500 out of 1700. There's only 1700 layers, so 2 more worlds and we're done. Why is the game mechanic not work right? In addition, we're done learning new transformations, so there's nothing new being added besides, oh, hey, throw salt at acid. That's it. The entire other thing is keep digging, keep getting the bananas, keep getting the... There's nothing new. So it's really boring. In fact, they reused the ball.
Okay, you introduce something near the end of the game, would his critique not then become, why are you introducing stuff like this late in the game? Like, what's the point?
They're completely to a boss you've already beaten a second time tonight.
Every 3D Mario makes you do that. Name a 3D Mario that doesn't make you... I'm saying 3D Mario because it's the same developers. Name a 3D Mario game. Shit, name a Nintendo game that doesn't make you face the bosses again.
Frustrating stuff. And then, after beating this entire big part
You'll
of the
find yourself
world,
fighting an uphill battle real quick.
Oh, no, it's the end of the game. We don't want sub-layers anymore. We want to see the end of the game. Why are you extending the pain? Nintendo.
I don't know what made him think that, like, the groove layer was... I suppose it's fair to say that's the climax. I don't know why he thought groove layer meant the finale of the game was ending. Like, the finale of the game was beginning.
Why are you extending the pain? The problem is Nintendo did not pace this game well at all. They just did not. And they should have had stages that had new innovations and things that felt cool. Like, again, I know I keep making this comparison. When you play Super Mario Odyssey, right? One stage is...
You get a moon for just taking a shit in Mario Odyssey.
The jungle stage. One stage, you're in a city, right? One stage, it's like Dark Souls. It's crazy how different the stage is.
The stage in Mario Odyssey that's Dark Souls is literally just a boss fight. It's actually one of the lesser kingdoms in Mario Odyssey. In Donkey Kong Bonanza, you go to a canyon, you go to a jungle, you go to a winter wonderland, you go to a fucking food level, you go to a disco hall that also doubles as a prison. What are you trying to say here? Whatever, I'll let him describe the levels disingenuously.
Bizarre, right? And each one introducing new hat transformations and things that are unique and cool. In this game, it's not like that. In this game, sadly, when you get to a new world, okay, what's the new element? Oh, acid. Okay, you do it a couple times, all right, fine. But the rest of the stage is identical. Just try to get through it.
It's just how is that not like Mario Odyssey? That is just like the same thing but a different coat of paint.
Not good. And I'm frustrated because guess what? Low attendance, low support, yet again for Donkey Kong, which I knew would happen, which is why I want this game to be over. But when you've invested 25 hours into it, I want to get to the end of it. I want to be able to review it. I can't do that until the game ends, and it won't end. It just keeps going and going. Like, oh my Lord, I'm losing my mind trying to play this thing. Now, do we have horrible support? No.
You think him playing it once a week helps him get to the end quicker?
But we didn't hit the goal. So guess what? Tomorrow is my final streaming day of the week. Like I told you guys at the beginning, this is a shorter week.
Oh my god. 4 minutes left. The 4 minutes left is to hype you up for tomorrow. He's actually not going to resign himself to not doing it. He's actually going to believe he can get 3 support goals tomorrow for Suikoden. He's actually not going to kneel.
I have 2 streams tomorrow. The first stream will be the Level 1 podcast where we're going to cover this Pokemon announcement event, supposedly. This Silk Song announcement event, supposedly. So if we find videos and things to react to, I will react to those on the podcast tomorrow morning. And we'll have a chill show as usual. Then it is Suikoden 2 HD continuing. We started this yesterday. Had a great time with it.
The shamelessness of it, Carl.
So if we didn't do it the first time, what makes you think we're going to do it the second time, right?
You baiting it like a
So,
weirdo?
I wish that we would, but it is what it is. So likely tomorrow first stream, we're not going to hit a goal. I hope we do. Maybe it'll be a miracle and some people will come by and support, but I'm not counting on it.
There it is. There it is. There it is. You say you're not counting on it, but there would be no reason for you not to mention it if a small sliver of you wasn't counting on it.
Okay? Tomorrow night's late stream is Thursday night fights. Capcom
Yeah, tomorrow's gonna be like a mega victory bell reveal or something.
versus SNK2. I'm going to try to do a challenge set against my old friend Smooth Cat. We were supposed to do this like a month ago, and it all fell through. We tried to do it again. We're hoping we can make it work this time. He's insanely good at CVS too, like ridiculously good. He's beaten some of the best. He actually beat John Choi before and other people, so he's really one of the best. And he's probably going to beat me, but even if I play him and it's a good match and I learn something, then it's worth it, right? I just don't know how the connection's going to be, and I'm worried about that because he still lives on the East Coast and I live on the West Coast, so it may be awful. But we're going to try to do that, and then more ranked gameplay. Likely it's going to end up having to be
At least
all
he
on
still
PS5
has
'cause
access
no
to
one plays
authentic
this game on
Italian
PC
food.
anymore. So there you go. The final streams of the week. Level 1 podcast, Suicode N2, CVS 2. Not the kind of stuff that I'm probably going to be hitting and exceeding goals. Maybe I'll hit a goal or two, but there's no way we're going to hit 3 goals on that first stream and do DSP tries it. And you might say, well, it's not a big deal. Just do it on Sunday. We need 3 goals. Do you really think we're going to hit 3 goals tomorrow? Probably not. So I'm off Friday, Saturday. When I come back Sunday, we're probably not doing it again. And this is what's frustrating is overall, this has not been a bad week. I want to reiterate this. It's been a good week. Really. We got through a lot of games, right?
Oh, bro, I'm being gaslit in real time.
Bad week. I want to reiterate this. It's been a good week.
Yeah,
really.
It's been a good week.
We got through a lot of games, right? We finished Mafia.
It's been a good week.
We're done with Death Stranding 2. We're almost done with Donkey Kong. And we're going to be doing the DLC for GTA 4 soon, which is awesome, right?
Remember when you told us you weren't doing that?
We've had many streams where we exceeded goals and stuff, but the way it just lined up, you know, again, having a stream where you exceed a goal, but you don't hit a second, so it doesn't count. Then the next stream, you almost hit the goal, but it doesn't count. It sucked. Like
the goals are arbitrarily, they're arbitrarily made by him. So again, like why can't he just be nice and just fucking count it? Who gives a fuck if you don't get the last 30? People over here will, but we're not the customer base, Phil.
Dead to rights, we should have been at 20 goals already.
You gotta do right by your customers.
Okay? So
greed is massively strong. Just make it work.
I'm not frustrated at you at all. It's been a great week. It just sucks that this is why we can't do DSP tries it. All right. Tomorrow, maybe a miracle will happen and we'll do it. But if not, it's not the end of the world. But I do hope you will attend the podcast because that's going to be a great one with me reacting to this new stuff for new games. And of course, if you stick around for Suicode N2, it's a great game. I really love it. It's near and dear to my heart. One of my favorite RPGs of all time. I would love to hit a goal playing it. We'll see. All right. And we'll go from there. And I hope you'll be there for CVS 2 as well. Thank you guys for a great week. Let's have a good ending to it tomorrow. Okay? All right, everybody. And by the way, I really...
He wants $450 for a PS1 JRPG so he can eat an adult Happy Meal and some snack wraps.
Sincerely hope the next stream of Donkey Kong is the last one.
It won't be. If you ended at the Feast Layer, it won't be.
I don't play it anymore. You get to the point where it's like, dude, this is too long. They really made this game drag out too far. There's nothing new going on that's interesting anymore. It should be over, and it's not. They effed it up. So...
He's self-censoring? Is he on TikTok now?
See, I hope so. All right, guys. Thank you so much. Have a good night. See you tomorrow. Peace out.
Lame and sad. I'm waiting for that Donkey Kong review. That's what I want. All right. Let's see what he thought about Mafia. What a ridiculous rap. Absolutely outrageous. It's like he's Jim. No, Jim and the Holograms? It's absolutely outrageous. Yeah, I want that. I want that scathing review. Fuck it. Give me the full wash and shit on it. And then you know what I want him to do afterward? I want him to replay Mario Odyssey so he can like illustrate his points about how much worse Donkey Kong Bonanza is. But because he's such a different person now than when he first played that game, he realizes as he plays Mario Odyssey again that Mario Odyssey is no better, and then just gradually grows to hate Mario Odyssey. Like he just tricks himself into hating a game that he has fond memories of. He deserves it. Is Mafia the Old Country a ripoff? My final verdict. This is chopped off from the Q&A stream, I believe.
What is going on, everyone? I'm DSP, and I just finished my playthrough of Mafia the Old Country here on my channel, DSP Gaming. What I like to do is give you my opinions on the game, what I liked, what I didn't like.
This is what I'm waiting for Donkey Kong.
Dispel some rumors and some things that the gaming community is saying about this game, because I do feel like, sadly,
it's going to prove Panda Lee really was 18.
Are not the same as they were back even when I started being a YouTuber, you know, 17 plus years ago. And people are looking for different things in games, but that doesn't necessarily mean that a game is good or bad based on that. I want to give you my honest take here, okay? So, FYI, my playthrough of Mafia the Old Country clocked in at just around between 13 to 14 hours long. The playthrough was 11 parts, but a lot of my parts were between an hour to an hour and a half long, so it's probably going to clock in around 13 to 14 hours when you add it all up. Now, that includes the entirety of the story and a tiny bit of side content. Now, when I say that, what do I mean? Because everyone says, well,
he wouldn't give the big ups to DK Bonanza if he was to replay Mario Odyssey. That wouldn't happen. That would be funny if it did happen, if he just gets nostalgia for DK while playing Mario, but no.
Look at this guy. Expand Dong.
AJC. We're watching the guy go over his Mafia review. This amazing Mafia gameplay playthrough. The playthrough is finally over. I just got done watching the rap. He crashed out again.
The old world has no side content. Excuse me, the Old Country. All you do is you the story, correct? It's supposed to be a throwback to the original Mafia 1 and 2, which also had pretty much no side content. You just drove from place to place doing narrative-based missions as if you just did story in GTA, but nothing else. Well, there is a little bit
I finished it, Jesse.
In Mafia the Old Country.
Finished it and ended an hour Q&A, of which a portion was this review.
What is it? Collecting. And what I mean by that is there are collectibles in the game.
Is it a collectathon? It's like Banjo-Kazooie.
Saint cards that each one outlines a different saint in the
well, did you get a 6-star
Christian
saint?
Or Catholic religion?
6-star saint
also,
Holy shit.
Beads that you can find in the environment. And
was he in New Orleans? He's finding beads now?
And give you power-ups during the game. So, for example, your gun's more accurate. It takes less time for your gun's targeting to focus in and become
that's good news for Ralph.
The accurate shot. Your bullets will do more damage, hold more ammo of a certain type, and so on and so forth. So you can find.
You know, I thought he hated collectathons after what he just said about Donkey Kong, but after hearing this, you know, he likes collecting things in Mafia. Maybe it's more that he just hates monkeys.
Find those
He's
in the open world of the game. Some of them are right along with story missions, but others are hidden in the environments. There's also these hidden items. I'm not even sure what they're supposed to be. They look like triangle-shaped medallions, and when you get them, you basically sell them later on for 100 currency each. So there are a few different kinds of collectibles. There's also collectibles that don't really do anything. For example, you can find a newspaper article that talks about something that actually happened in Italy in real life back in the day, or you can find a newspaper article that applies to your story, like things you've done in the story. Now, what purpose do those serve? Absolutely nothing. You get nothing
wrong
for
with
it.
a little flavor
You're just
text.
collecting for the sake of collecting. Okay.
Oh, just like in Donkey Kong.
That's the side
They
content.
got more in
of
common than I
Mafia,
thought.
The Old Country. There's no actual side quests. No.
Well, yeah. Obviously, the point to there being newspapers in the game that you can read but don't have to read is that it adds to the world building of the game.
Missions, nothing else to do but the main story. The thing is, you only really get 2 or 3 opportunities during the course of the game to actually explore the game. Since the game starts all the way to the end, you're almost always in a narrative-based mission, and you are stuck in the confines of that mission. 2 or 3 times you're given a car or a horse, and you're able to ride around or drive around this open world, and that's great, and it actually shows you on the map where the collectibles are, but it's not really necessary whatsoever to do anything in this game. You can easily just coast through the story of this game without ever buying any upgrades, without doing any of the bead searching or anything like that. You can just play through it pretty easily, okay?
This game has a lot more in common with Donkey Kong than I thought. Listen to what he just said. Is he talking about Mafia or is he talking about Donkey Kong?
not really necessary whatsoever to do anything in this game. You could easily just coast through the story of this game without ever buying any upgrades, without doing any of the bead searching.
Okay, before he, specifically mentions the beads, you could apply that to Donkey Kong too. It's kind of interesting where when you get player freedom and different ways to approach puzzles in a game or challenges and shit, you can just coast along or you could do everything and shit. When you give him the freedom to play the game as you want, Phil hates the game more. If there's only one solution to a puzzle, then Phil likes it more.
Or anything like that, you can just play through it pretty easily, okay? So gameplay-wise, what can you expect in Mafia: The Old Country? It's third person, it's cover-based, and there's really two kinds of gameplay: stealth and shooting. Stealth, surprisingly enough, is incredibly similar to games such as Hitman, Assassin's Creed, and Uncharted.
Every time he cheeses the game in DK, he always brags like he broke the game. Yeah, that kind of stuff is a little frustrating because the developers really thought about all the different ways in which you would approach challenges in that game. I found that out like day one when I got on top of one of the very first obstacle courses in those little challenge rooms. I got on top of the obstacle course and there's like gold on top of there because the developers knew that some guy somehow, some way, at some point would get to the top of the course and you get a little reward for it. Phil would look at that and just say that he broke the game instead. He broke the game and skipped the challenge.
You're going to be sneaking around enemies as they're kind of in the...
He actually does want like square shape into square hole gameplay.
Environment looking for you.
No wonder he loved God of War so much.
I'm not kidding you.
The game was made for him.
Italian sense. I called it Sicilian sense during the game, where you can press up on your D-pad and you can see the enemies through walls. I have no idea why the main character of this game, Enzo, can see through walls. It doesn't...
It's called spatial awareness. He needs fucking context. The dude was dismissing world building earlier with reading the newspapers, but now he needs world building, like an in-game contextual lore reason for why he has spatial awareness. But Phil looks at that and like interprets it as a superpower.
Doesn't seem to make any sense at all. There's never given an explanation. You just can't. So you're not Batman, you're not The Witcher, but you can see through walls. I guess all Sicilians, purebloods, have this ability. I personally am only a quarter Italian, so I can only see pasta through walls. Like I could see a plate of spaghetti or rigatoni in the next room, but that's it. I can't see people. Enzo apparently can see everyone. Pretty interesting.
My joke was better.
You're trying to sneak around and take out people with stealth. You have a knife. Now the knife itself has a durability meter.
I can hear your suffering from here, JC.
You can basically do a certain amount of takedowns, and you can also use that knife to lockpick boxes and get additional currency and items, as long as your durability.
Yeah, I heard about that, Mr. Pun. The game is so cool, you can beat it missing a bonanza power, and the ending says you went back and learned it. That's kick-ass.
Up. Now, once it runs out, you can't use the knife anymore, so now you can't fight anybody. Okay, there is a silent takedown that you can do without the knife, but that requires you to hold the button and tap repeatedly, which takes a lot more time than just stabbing them. So ideally, you want to be using the knife, but if you're okay with the stealth takedowns, then you could tap the button as well. You can find whetstones in the environment that allow you to sharpen the knife, and then you can use it again to full durability and do more takedowns and assassinations or open more boxes. So,
as aggressively okay as the game is, the knife fights kind of look a little goofy to me. I think I brought this up on an earlier stream. They look a little goofy, the knife fights.
The stealth game.
No, I'm sure knife fights in real life probably look just as ridiculous.
You're going to be doing things to cause distractions, like throwing a bottle,
slash you.
throwing a coin. That'll send an enemy in another way, or you can sneak up behind the enemy and take them out. Yes, you can even hide bodies just like Hitman in this game. There's conveniently placed boxes and trunks around where you can toss a body to get it out of sight of the other enemies that are sneaking around so that you can get by undetected. If you get detected, then sadly, you're going to have to engage into the full-on gunplay of the game. I would say that the gunplay is incredibly similar to Uncharted, or maybe even Tomb Raider, cover-based, popping out of cover, aiming, waiting for your targeting to center, then firing, getting back behind cover, popping out again, doing it again. I would actually say that the gunplay is the most challenging thing about the game. Why? Because I played it on normal difficulty, and enemies shot you for significant damage. Like, you have a health bar that's around 4 or 5 chunks of health. I think it's 5. But when you get shot in this game, you usually lose 2 to 3 chunks of health with one shot. So you can only
just
take
like in Jak'd
maybe
2.
2 shots maximum before you're forced to heal yourself, or you're dead. And then you got to replay from a checkpoint. Healing items aren't very plentiful, but after you kill an enemy, you can loot them. And if you loot them, you will then actually start to find ammo and healing items, and that'll help out in combat. Guns, you get a handgun, a rifle, shotgun. Either rifle or shotgun, you have to pick between one of the 2 classes. And there's some throwables like grenades. So again, a la Uncharted, right? There's no gun in this game with a scope.
We have not processed a single
you
thing
can never
he
zoom
said.
in. You're always just doing cover-based.
We got closed captioning.
Wait for the targeting to narrow, fire, go back behind cover. That's the entirety of the combat of the game. There's no significant melee combat whatsoever. It's
actually, this actually improves the video, in my opinion.
Really just takedowns with the knife or shooting people. So that's the vast majority of the gameplay of the game. Now, there are 2 other kinds of gameplay in Mafia: The Old Country. One is
Racing?
driving, and one is knife duels.
Oh, well, close enough.
Driving. Quite honestly, I think that this game had more content to it because it seems like the driving is so lackluster, not fleshed out, and not much to it. But then there's an entire stage where you have to drive
BGM for
in a
Kirby
race.
DLC out on Twitter. It's Kino.
Doesn't seem to make sense. It's like,
That's good
in
to hear.
fact,
I don't
the
think I'll
driving
spoil
is so
myself.
like taking a back seat.
But thank you for
Every
the
time you
info.
get into a car for a story mission, it actually asks you, do you want to skip? And you can just skip. You can literally skip all the driving in the game by just holding the D-pad, which is really weird. The thing is, a lot of the times you want to at least do some driving because there's dialogue that happens in the car. You know,
Yeah, just
a
like
la
any
GTA,
Rockstar
where
game.
sometimes you're driving around the city and the characters talk and it fleshes out the plot. Well, that actually happens in Mafia: The Old Country as well. So you probably don't want to always skip the dialogue. So you probably don't always want to skip the drive. But the driving is so basic. You're just basically trying to drive these old-timey cars around the countryside, and they barely drive. I mean, their handling is terrible. You can't really make turns at any kind of...
Well, they're not exactly BMWs, Phil.
Speed. You just start fishtailing, and you can't control the car. The thing that's actually annoying is there is a racing stage. And like I said, it feels like the game should have had maybe a gradual upgrade system where you get better at driving, but instead you just have to do a race and they throw you to the wolves. Figure it out. Now, there are checkpoints during the race, but man, it's actually...
When I watched the Synthetic Man review of this game, he said the race was scripted and you always win no matter what. Phil somehow lost the scripted race.
Very challenging to get through this race because it doesn't feel like the driving is fully finished. The other gameplay is knife fights. Knife fights do happen at story intervals during the game. Basically, you have to fight another
Model
character
T stood
in a
for
knife duel.
Tokyo Drift.
And it's kind of rock, paper, scissors. There's
just like
a
Pokemon.
parry where you can
Rock,
counter
paper,
a standard
scissors.
stab. There's a dodge where you can counter an uncounterable stab.
Dodge!
And then there's a guard
It's roll, parry, slug. What?
break, which is heavy attack. So if the enemy's just standing there blocking, you can break through their block. Now there's also a standard slash,
Hold
which you can do a
back to
couple
block.
times for a combo. And then there's a thrust, which you can do if the enemy's a little bit more at a distance. Maybe basically you parried them and they step back, then you can run up and stab them with a thrusting attack.
Thrusting
it's
attack.
not that difficult.
When was the
Honestly,
last time
most
you
of
gave
these
Cat a
fights,
thrusting attack?
I wasn't paying attention that much. As long as you just pay attention to when they're doing an unblockable, which has like this flash on the screen so you can just dodge it. Outside of that, you can
I might
mash
give you a
buttons lot
thrusting attack,
and get away
Carl.
with it. There was a lot of times they were doing an attack and I just interrupted it with my own attack. Not that difficult. I'd say at the very end of the game, there's 2 story-based duels that are a little bit harder. But for the most part, it's pretty simple. It's not a big complex thing. The only thing that will ever make you slightly better at a duel is that you can get a bead later on in the game that you can equip that actually makes the duels easier. And then also there's knives that you can purchase in the game. As you play the game, you're going to find currency by looting people, or like I said, by selling those medallions. And as you get this currency, you can buy some better guns and a better knife. And the knife can basically have like upgrades to its durability, so you can use it more before you have to use the whetstone. But some of the knives just say right outright, oh, they're better in a duel, you know? So that'll help you. But outside of that, that's literally it. So there's stealth, there's third-person shooting, there's driving, there's knives, and there's every once in a while collecting stuff in the environment. That's all you do in Mafia: The Old Country. Now, before you say, well, wow, that sounds like a really boring game, why would I want it? The game's story is where it shines. This
now you're
game,
gonna sweep
much
for
like
it?
the original Mafia games back in the day, is heavily focused on narrative. And what I will tell you is this.
I mean, it sounds like a complete, concentrated, concerted package.
Graphic.
I mean, like, you give him filler, and then he treats the game like it's Donkey Kong Bonanza.
So this game, at least on PC, because I played the PC version of the game, are outstanding. The environments are beautiful. Driving through the Italian countryside is gorgeous. The lighting, the attention to detail as you're going around. You're seeing petals falling, trees are moving. The NPCs in this game are extra special. What do I mean by that?
They're dumb?
Most games these days,
according to
you go into
Synthetic
an
Man, they
environment with
are.
a whole bunch of NPCs, you know, in a town or a city. They all look like crap, right? But you're not supposed to focus on them. You're only supposed to be focusing on the protagonist characters in the foreground. Why are you looking at the background or whatever? In this game, everything looks gorgeous. Like every environment, every part looks good. And I think the reason is because it's a short narrative-based game. If this game was 20, 30, 40 hours of grindy open world content, the game devs would have had to focus on all of that and not had the time to focus on the little attention to detail. This game has a lot of detail. So if you want to be immersed and really feel like you're in Italy,
This video
back in the
has
early
no detail.
1900s, this game nails it. That being said, for the majority of
Which
the time
best
that
is
you're playing this
podcast best?
13 to 14 hour game, you'll be in a story mission, just going on rails, doing what the game is telling you to do. And if
'cause
you
it's a
fail
movie.
or veer from it at any point, it'll say, oh, you failed a mission, and then just load you back at a checkpoint. Don't expect variety. Don't expect anything that breaks the mold. It's just a story to be told. Now, admittedly, you might say, well, then why is it even a game?
Hey, Malcolm
Good
X Squared.
point. Then again, take a look back at the olden days of gaming 15 years ago. There was a lot of games like this. In fact, notably, Mafia
Remember when I
1
used to work at the
and 2
helicopter company?
were both like this, where they were 10 to 15 hour experiences. All you did was basic gameplay elements on rails and enjoyed the story. And
JPM says, Dingus, when are you getting the Happy Meal with the Hello Kitty? When does that come out? Is it... Well, I mean, he acts like he can do it tomorrow. Is it already out?
both Mafia 1 and 2
Balls.
were very enjoyable experiences. Mafia 3 veered from that formula. Mafia 3 had an open world with an incredible amount of content in it, but all the content was empty. Do you want to do a base takeover or fight this group of criminals or do this kind of looting or whatever it is? And the game required...
So, Mafia 3 open world is empty, but he just called this game empty for an entirely different reason. Empty in the sense that there's really not much side content for you to do other than collecting these cards and then just doing the main mission. And then even within doing the main mission, you can't experiment like you can in other open world games. You have to do the mission in one particular way. If you stray out of bounds or something, mission failed, sent back to the checkpoint. You gotta do the mission as the devs want you to do the mission, because the missions are just means of conveyance to shift you to the next scene of this movie. Because that's what it is, a movie. And there's nothing wrong with that. I like a good movie.
You to do it in order to unlock story missions.
But like he's calling this old one filler and it's empty and it's a void, but he just called the new one empty.
It was insanely boring. It was incredibly time consuming. It was a waste of the gamer's time. And I highly criticized it back then when the game came out during my review that the game would have been better without it. Why couldn't it just be narrative based like Mafia 1 and 2? The problem is, we're now 10 years later. And in 20...
So the problem isn't the game, or the developers, or how he played the game. The problem is now the audience. The audience didn't want it.
25, it seems like the vast majority of gamers have just been conditioned to expect at a minimum of 20 hours of gameplay, if not more, and that you're going to have side content to do.
The gamers are to blame for Donkey Kong Bonanza being 60 hours. Ah!
This game doesn't have it. So a lot of people right now who are playing Mafia the Old Country are just slamming it and saying, oh, no, there's not enough content. There's not enough going on. It's boring. My viewers on my streams when I was playing this game said similar. Are you still in story? You're still in a story, bitch. Like, what are you doing? That's the game. Like, that's the point. They wanted to go back to their roots because people
boring. It don't matter
about Mafia 3, and they did, but it seems like a lot of people have forgotten that a game without an insane amount of side content can still be good. The game does respect your time.
He's blaming the gamers for not remembering what they took from them.
It doesn't send you on any wild goose chases, boring repetitive quests.
That's
Instead,
the game.
Just enjoy.
It's not me. I wish I could change the game. I wish I could make the game work the way you want it to work, but I can't. That's the game. That's the game they made.
This fun narrative.
I wish I could make
how
the
is
game
narrative?
enjoyable.
It's good. Is it the best I've ever seen? No. Basically, if you like Mafia movies, if you like Mafia TV shows, if you like previous Mafia video games, you're going to like Mafia the Old Country.
Great. I assume that's the goal they were trying to achieve when they made the game.
It's the story of an up-and-comer, how he becomes part of the mob, how he gets into trouble, and how his story ends. Now, I'll say this. A lot of people during the course of the game were saying, does this tie to the other Mafia games? Yes and no. There's a couple characters in this game who do appear in the other Mafia games, but there's never a direct correlation. Nothing you ever really do in Mafia the Old Country determines something that happened in another one of the Mafia games, and the story of the main characters does not.
Wait, it was a prequel the whole time? No wonder he hated it. He hates prequels. There we go.
Tie into the other Mafia games, so it never really feels like, oh, it's a prequel, so if I do something wrong, you know, well, it doesn't make sense because this happened in a future game. No, like, that doesn't happen. So really, you'll be guessing the entire game. What's going to happen next? Who's going to get whacked? What's going to go on? Because none of this really will tie into the other games you've already played and the other...
Probably tactical for it to be a soft reboot because it's been so many years since Mafia 3. And so many years since the releases of Mafia 1 and 2. They did remake Mafia 1, but they're probably going for like a disconnected, shorter experience that harkens back to the gameplay structure of the first two Mafia games, rather than the open world aspect that the Mafia of that Mafia 3 took. Like, you go back to the gameplay structure, but narratively have it be its own thing outside of references so that newcomers don't get confused, because it's been so long since the last Mafia. It's like you can't really hinge on... You couldn't make Mafia 4 and have it continue like the story of Mafia 3 or something. If that was even a story you could continue, because I never played Mafia 3. But you know what I mean, right? Like, it's been so long, it's like, oh, okay, well, better to do like a soft reboot to get some new fans in, and then maybe we go from there and see if we want to continue the plot.
Stories that you already experienced.
Kind of like how DK Bonanza was a solid reboot.
So, is it a good story? It's pretty good. I'll be honest, I do think there was a couple minor missteps during the course of the game. Number one, I'll say that
it's like me with Jak'd 3. It's like a couple minor missteps with the plot, I gotta say.
I feel like the ending was a little underwhelming for me. I was hoping for a slightly better ending. It was just okay. I wasn't angry, but
Phil was mad. Phil was mauling. They made him play as the woman. Even Synthetic Man said it was all right.
Also wasn't like, wow, that was a great ending. It was just like, it was all right. Okay? The only other thing that I'll criticize, and I do think...
Synthetic Man said it wasn't woke, actually.
That this is the case.
Though he did argue that, you know, just because it's not woke, that doesn't mean it's good.
I do believe that this game originally was being designed to be an open world Mafia game, much like Mafia 3, and then at some point during development,
they got a clue and decided that's not what people wanted. They actually listened to people like you who cried about Mafia 3. They could have made a bigger and better Mafia 3 on current gen consoles, but then decided, just because you specifically cried about it, you were a little Arlo about it, they decided to make a shorter, narrative focused experience, tighter experience. He might be onto something. There's like kind of an open world, but it's locked to the post game. And there's only like 2 towns. From what I'm to understand, there's only 2 towns to explore. So it's like, I could see the argument. I guess we'll never know.
I think they changed it. Okay? I don't know what would have caused that or whatever. Maybe the budget got cut. The development time got cut. You know, these companies now, these days, especially game development companies, priorities are constantly shifting around.
An open world like LA Noire was so open world.
Halfway through development and been like, you're done. Finish it. And like, oh, well, good, we finished the story, but we don't have any...
Oh my god, like now he's cutting fan fiction about the game's development cycle.
Been like, you're done. Finish it. And like, oh, well, good, we finished the story, but we don't have any side content. That's fine. We'll just sell it as a discounted game.
None of this is
the
confirmed.
Old Country retails for $49.99 USD.
I'm very surprised it took him this long to talk about the price.
Not a full-fledged retail game. It's discounted by $20 because the game developers knew this was not a game that was going to be lengthy.
But does that mean it's worth your $49.99?
I would say never during my game playthrough did I feel like the game was disappointing in that regard. But I will say this, there's entire environments you only go through once ever, and there's no reason.
Just like Jak'd 3. Just like Jak'd 3.
To ever return. There's only one firefight. That's it? There's only one firefight in this area?
This is more evidence that he needs the Goldilocks game. So DK is too much of the same, but when Mafia puts you through all these different scenarios but only does it once, he's like, oh, that's it? I only do that once, I don't do that ever again? What the fuck? What's the sweet spot for him then? How many firefights did he need? Like 2, 3, 4? If it was like pushing 5, would he be like, oh, it's just more of the same. Oh, another firefight. Oh.
Then why does it even exist? Right? It's pretty crazy. There's a big map in Italy, open world, and there's nothing in it. It's empty. You go there once, you fight, and then when you go back, if you ever want to go back during the 2 or 3 times they let you drive, there's nothing there. There's no point to ever returning. Why does it even exist? So I do feel like this game was supposed to be a lengthier game with more content, and it changed at some point during development. But
so isn't it, it's not too okay. He's criticizing Mafia 3 for being a big open world that's empty and shit. He talks about the few instances in this new one where they do let you drive around, what little of a world there is in this one, and then gives the same critiques as Mafia 3. You go to a town and there's nothing to do there. Like, what the hell? Is it that much different than Mafia 3 or not?
Overall, I don't think it hinders the experience. It's incredibly cinematic. It's incredibly polished. It's incredibly entertaining if you like Mafia storylines. But you can't expect the world here. You can't expect that this game is going to be like the best game you've ever played. It's just kind of an enjoyable Mafia ride. So go into it with that expectation. If you don't, if you go in with, oh, this better be 20, 30 hours of side content, this better be like mind-numbingly amazing, and I can't believe it, you're not going to get that kind of an experience. It's still fun. I'm happy that I played it. It's not like I feel like I got ripped off or anything because I paid $50 for 13 hours. Hey, I was able to wrap it up within a week and a half of me getting the game, and
that's what he really cares about right there.
Having an enjoyable experience with my audience. I'm okay with that. I just think a lot of other gamers today won't be. Again, some of my audience, while I was playing it, were like, man, this game sucks. Look, you're just doing story. It's another cutscene. It's another cutscene. Yeah, games used to be like that. Games used to be heavily narrative focused until all of a sudden we were told, no, this game must have 20 hours of grinding. Doesn't make it.
Is that even true? Like, I can flip that on its head. Like, a game like The Last of Us Part 2? That was all like story. Yeah. Wasn't it? Like, there wasn't 30 hours of open world gameplay.
Better. If it had 20 hours of meaningful grinding that made the game better, great. But we already saw that with Mafia 3 and it failed.
It's just the broad brushing of the industry. It's just so dented.
So there you have it.
No, we don't have tightly focused narrative experiences anymore. So says the guy.
So Mafia: The Old Country, a very beautiful, fun ride in the world of the mafioso back in the day in the 1900s.
Like, he really just tried to say that games aren't more cinematic now. He really just the crux of the review is that games used to be more cinematic back in the day, but are not cinematic now. Video games. He's arguing that today, video games are less cinematic than they used to be, and you have more gameplay now than you did back then. Well, I wish that was the case.
Italy. If you like those kind of things, you're going to like it. Just understand that it's going to play like other games that you've played before, and it's going to be over sooner rather than later. If you're okay with that, check it out. If you're looking for a game with more, you're not going to get it here, and you're probably going to be disappointed. But for those of us who like Mafia storylines, it's fun. That's my take on Mafia: The Old Country. Thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed it. See you soon.
And there it is. And I'm sure right after that he segued into a begging style Q&A in which he made no money. Very whatever kind of review. I won't play Mafia: The Old Country, so I can't speak too much. I mean, I saw some of the gameplay. But he makes every game look bad, so I'm not gonna shit on the game. I'm sure it's an alright game. I'm sure it's a decent game. I've seen people that aren't Phil play through that game and enjoy that game. So I won't kick it while it's down. It's just a nice little fun bench warmer game as you await GTA 6. That's kind of how I look at it. It's fine. That's fine. I'm sure when they put out that game, they didn't think it was going to do banger numbers to the level of GTA 6 anyway. If it was successful to the degree that they get a return on the investment, putting in those hours, crafting that experience or whatever, going a different approach for Mafia 3, good. I'm sure it was like, just put it out. Put it out before GTA 6 comes out, and then maybe people will pick it up. But, yeah. I can't wait for him to talk about Donkey Kong. For this, it's like, I don't know. It's like, again, games are more gameplay now than they are cinematic experience. I mean, I'm sorry, I fundamentally disagree with that. No, it's actually the other way around. Games are more cinematic than ever, and it's actually a problem. We need more games that are just gameplay. Better yet, we need more Jak-style experiences. We need more Jak and Daxter games. We need games that are gameplay, but also are cinematic experiences. Alright, back to the Arlo review. Or the Arlo React. Can't believe I just... What was that, like an hour of fill? Christ, man.
Before we begin, my deepest apologies for once again saying that I planned on streaming a thing and then not streaming it. I know it's not the first time I've done that recently and kind of ditched all of you guys. The last time it happened,
we ditched you too, like 3 minutes into this video.
Set an alarm. This time though, remember what I said? I would stream it as long as I got enough sleep. Yeah.
He had an insomnia relapse.
Kind of a rough night. I've struggled with insomnia and sleep problems for kind of a while now, and so
don't worry, we all do.
Insomnia relapse. I don't want to put like a label on it.
Square City had insomnia coming in here.
Very, very difficult night, and I just couldn't. I absolutely just couldn't. I would not have been able to bring any amount of energy or attention or anything to it. So yeah, I really do apologize though. It's hard because I don't want to like not say anything unless I'm sure it's going to happen, because I'm never going to be 100% sure, so then I would never say anything. I don't know. I'm just going to keep trying to do my best. So I hope none of you showed up hoping that I would be there, and then sad that I wasn't. But yeah, let's on to the main thing now. I just watched the Kirby Air Riders Direct, and boy are my star machine tired. I don't know. It was great. I really, really enjoyed seeing Sakurai again. He's always a delight. I feel like he just, I don't know, is he just as good as always at doing presentations, or does he get better every time? He's just so funny. Like, just, it's just so, I love how he doesn't use a, you know, like a translated voiceover like most other Nintendo presentations. He just does. I think
that would be up to Nintendo, not him, anyway.
And I really like that. I like hearing his own voice, and he brings so much personality to every presentation that he does.
He's got a good sense of charm and humor about him, I'd say.
I love it.
I agree with him there.
His delivery is always like so like straight-laced, deadpan, and yet I don't know. It's just a joy, and
no, you do know. You just told us. How do you not know?
Attention to detail, even like not just in how he designs his games, but also how he gives us the information about how he's done it. No detail is too fine for him to bring up, and I just love that about him. I could gush about him all day. He's amazing. And so, you know, all that to say, very lovely presentation. Really, really fun. 47 minutes long, but it goes by so fast because it's just so enjoyable. But let's talk about the game, Kirby Air Riders.
Oh, I thought it was in a Suck Sakurai's Cock-All video. Okay. We're going to talk about the game?
Because you can choose from a bunch of different characters now. I didn't play the original.
He didn't play the original!
My experience with it is putting B-roll of it in videos about Kirby Air Riders, so that's been like my main kind of exposure is watching Born Losers Gaming playing Kirby Air Ride.
Oh wow, so he did steal footage.
Yeah, apparently in the original, there was like a way that you could use like Meta Knight and DDD or something, but it was like very limited. Here, it's a big, huge roster, loads and loads of characters. And they all have their own unique attributes, so that's a big thing. They all have their own unique stats, and then their stats will also affect the machines, the things that you ride on. in different ways. So that's really interesting. And then there's a really, really big collection of machines to choose from. There were apparently only 2 types of machines in the original, but now there's like a whole bunch of them introduced, like chariot type, and just so many different ones with so many different attributes that control in such different ways. And so that, you know, one of the big things about this game is just that kind of customizability, that flexibility, the character and the machine, different mixes and matches, and then even Kirby himself can apparently have multiple specials. And then that's another thing. You know, it seems that not too much has changed about the raw gameplay itself, and it's been so long since the original. I think there may have been a really big temptation to really innovate in that Nintendo kind of way, to give it some kind of really big new twist. You know, often they...
Well, no, there would not be a need to do that, because it's Sakurai making it, not Nintendo EPD, not Nintendo internally making it. They're just contracting out to Sakurai. And again, the president went up to Sakurai and begged him to make the game with no gimmicks attached. Just make the game again, but better. So that's why there's no gimmick attached.
They don't even want to do a game unless they can just introduce some wacky new element to it. And yet I love Sakurai's vision here. He's really, it doesn't seem like he's changed the gameplay all that much, you know, because the original, it's all one button gameplay. You just have the one button that kind of slows you down and builds up a boost, and then you let go to go again. Really simple. He's introduced a second button, unfortunately. His word, not mine. And this gives you a special ability. Yeah, all the different characters have their own specials. Kirby has a number of different specials. And when he started to say this, I really thought that, I was like, oh, here we go. Here's going to be the thing. Here's going to be like the big new thing. But no, it really is just like, it's like a Final Smash kind of thing. It's just, it's like an attack, you know? Oh, it's a boost, or it's a little like sword attack, or I mean, you know, there's a number of different ones, and they do look very powerful and very interesting, but it's not too big of a change. You know, it's not dramatically changing how the game works. And I think we can see that overall, he has really worked to maintain the simplicity of the original, you know, just kind of keep with what made that game the game that it was. That its DNA has not really been altered. Everything
Don't make the game any more complex, and Nintendo fans won't be able to play it.
Other new features kind of supporting that gameplay have been added. And again, there may be some details here that I'm not missing that are new here and weren't in the original or whatever, but overall, it seems to mostly be the same kind of game, just better and more. And I like that. You know, you don't always have to do something really new. Just do a new one that is better.
DD Duke says, I would buy Kirby Air Riders on Switch 2. I don't know if YouTube compression makes it look worse than it actually does. I think the Switch 1 could run it, but not the Portal stuff. Portal 1 and 2 are on Switch 1, but those games have smaller rooms than Kirby's Big Arena. I would say maybe it could run on Switch 1 with some compromises, because that ocean course he showed off looked really, really, really good. Particularly with the water. I don't know what they did with that level to make it look that good, but it looked amazing. Not sure something like that would work on Switch 1, like at the full 60. Like maybe that could probably run it, like, I'm not a tech guy. Maybe have that run 30, and maybe it could run on Switch 1. But, we do know that Mario Kart World and DK Bonanza started development as Switch 1 games. So I'm sure, you know, you got Metroid and Pokemon that are also launching on Switch 1. I'm sure at one point Kirby Air Riders must have started development as a Switch 1 game. Sakurai completed the proposal around 3 years ago? Well, I guess if it was that recent, possible that it could have started from the ground up as a Switch 2 title. A game like this probably doesn't have only 3 years to make it. Oh yeah, quicker turnaround than usual for first-party release.
I think that's great. But yeah, I mean, he went into so many little details. Obviously, I can't even go into all of them here, but just like so much really, really cool stuff. I love his...
I don't think I don't think if it was on Switch 1, like, if it was on Switch 1 as 30, I don't think I'd be as into it. I already went through that trial with Crash Team Racing, and they never ported that to PC, or gave it a next-gen upgrade for the full 60 experience.
whole philosophy here where like it's a racing game.
You're racing and
but
it's
the
V60.
idea isn't to like mess up the other players, because that's Mario Kart's thing, you know, is making each other mad, hitting each other with items and making a person just stop and just rubbing their face in it and just making them furious, you know. And that's it's fun in its own way, but here everything is more about increasing your own speed. I love this whole thing where players leave behind stars as they go. So when you follow in the tracks of a player who's in front, you're getting these stars and that's increasing your speed. So that's a really interesting dynamic that's going to help people kind of trade back and forth. And it doesn't mean that when you are in the lead, you are strictly ahead. You are strictly at an advantage, you know, and if you're behind, then you are not strictly at a disadvantage. I think that's a really, really just a fascinating idea. And like, you know, you can attack enemies on the track and attack each other, and when you do this, it boosts you. But again, like you attack another player, it doesn't really slow them down all that much. It's more about just giving you a boost. And I like that. I just think it gives the game a very, I don't know, just a much more fun and positive spirit that feels a lot more in line with the spirit of Kirby himself, I think. He's always a positive little guy, isn't he? And I really do love the emphasis on defeating enemies on the track. You know, I always like, I like a racing game with more to do. You know, just more stuff to accomplish while you're going. And so I love this idea that you're also beating enemies and that's also helping you. And then copy abilities. So Kirby, he's got his copy abilities, but he's like, it wouldn't make sense if only Kirby could have copy.
Yeah, they're breaking the lore here, giving everyone copy abilities.
So now everyone can use copy abilities. This is huge. That's huge. I'm just like,
it's just like, boom,
Kirby,
big reveal.
Like, I don't know what the word would be, lore or whatever. Just like Kirby fandom wise, I can imagine that all of these other characters using copy abilities is probably a really big deal. They all get different costumes just like Kirby does. So like seeing Meta Knight and all these Big Dan and Waddle Dee, but they look like the other, I don't know, it's awesome. It's cool. It adds a really cool dynamic to this whole thing. And I mean, even just the idea of copy abilities at all, I think that's very neat. This game already has so many features. The gameplay already looks fun, and then you have the specials, and then you add in the copy abilities. It's just yeah, again, it's relatively simple gameplay, and then a bunch of other just kind of wacky stuff on the track and everywhere to kind of support it and make it more interesting. And again, this game is not doing a whole lot of new stuff. It's mostly just doing the same again, but better. And so he really just talked about 2 main modes. It does not sound like the game has any other brand new modes. It's just the regular air ride racing mode, and it's city trial.
No top ride,
first
shame.
He talked about air ride. The courses look amazing. The courses look so good. I'm hoping there are more. Because, you know, I was kind of theorizing maybe this would be, maybe
I don't think the original air ride had that many tracks.
Game. It is not, though. It is going to be a digitally
around
and
10,
physically
wasn't it?
released game. The price has been revealed at $70, just like other new games, just like anything. This is a full release, and he did only show us a small handful of courses, and he confirmed that there is only one city trial map. That one might not be so bad because it does look very big, and I think he probably wanted to really zero in on that. Whatever, we'll talk about city trial in a minute.
Guess people were expecting multiple city trial maps.
Just the racing courses. He only showed off a few. I'm really, really hoping there are more, because at full price, it is going to be a little rough if there are only a few courses to choose from. I mean, you know, you can't compare the game too much to Mario Kart because they are very different games, but like Mario Kart games get like 32 tracks, you know, like,
yeah, if the idea is you're queuing up online with like 16 other people, well, I guess you could have a map rotation like Splatoon, but then I don't know, you're detracting too much. Like I know city trial is the main attraction, but ostensibly the main attraction should be the races. Like you make too many maps, you put them on a rotation like Splatoon, like then at that point it becomes like city trial, the side mode overshadows the races. Which is what, like, in practice, that is what happens with that game, but I don't think that's the direction that they want to go with it. One big map makes sense.
Get pretty old.
Like a Smash Run.
Only a handful to choose
and
from.
The original
so
City Trial.
That was just the amount that he wanted to reveal. Maybe that is fairly likely. The tracks look amazing, though. They look really, really awesome, just visually very spectacular. Really, I mean, you know, I love a good like roller coastery track. I love just a really big, exciting, very active and vertical dynamic kind of thing, and that seems to be what most of these are. He seemed particularly pleased.
I will say, describing them as roller coasters, I think is a term that I would agree with. The courses feel like roller coaster rides in Kirby versus how the courses feel in Mario Kart.
With the ocean themed track, I love him. You can see the pride. He's just like, I think this is a really good design. Like, he was clearly just really pleased with how they designed the ocean track, and it is amazing. The idea is living water, so just like the waves are rising up all over the place. It's super amazing. I really cannot wait to get my hands on it. But yeah, races look really, really fast and really fun. He talked about playing online, how it's like really fluid. When you finish a race, even if everybody else hasn't finished yet, you can just go straight into the next race. It's very, very fast. And I will also mention the UI is also so slick, so incredibly slick. Just really, I don't keep using the word dynamic, but it's a very good word. Everything looks so fun and sharp and crisp and alive and modern, but also kind of like simple and clean and elegant in that just classic Sakurai kind of way. The Smash Bros, like all of his games have all had similar vibes, especially in the UI and stuff, but like the Smash
his wife designs the UI, if I'm not mistaken.
Have never been more alive than they are here. The sound effects and just the menus and the announcer and everything, and it's awesome. It's like getting a little taste of Smash Bros, even though it's not Smash Bros. I think it's fantastic. So yeah, then he went into great depth about City Trial. You know, I think obviously he can recognize that was the more popular option when people played the original. I mean, it's the most interesting thing that Kirby Air Ride did. You know, I think
it was goated of them to acknowledge that.
Level, like the boost system, the fact that it's just one.
What was really hilarious in that direct was that he acknowledges that the appeal of the game isn't the races, and then proceeds right afterward to show off a race.
And where you're always going
very
and then
funny,
one button to
Sakurai.
stop and build up a boost. That was kind of the game's thing. But then beyond that point, it's the City Trial. It's the idea of going around this big like kind of sandbox and gathering up power-ups to compete against people in further races or whatever. Here, it seems to be like just like a handful of stadiums.
You know, Jack and Daxter said they would keep in touch with Vin for the rest of the game, and then he never comes back. It's kind of sad.
Events, and it looks great. Like, I'm really, really looking forward to this kind of thing. The idea of trying to build up your machine as you go. These like quick, it's like 5 minutes to get as much as you can, and then even within those 5 minutes, all of these different events are being introduced. All this stuff can happen. Big spiky whatevers can fall down from the sky. There's like mini stadiums where you brawl each other within the City Trial, and it just seems so dynamic.
He keeps saying dynamic.
No, it just seems so interesting, and he just could not stop going into all these little details, all these little considerations, even in just like the way that it works, the way that it selects one of the stadiums afterward, the voting system. There are a bunch of different options that you can do it randomized, you can do it vote. There's so many different ways to do it, and I think he recognizes that is part of the fun. Is one, giving people options, but then two, just having there be a lot of ways that it can be, so that even if you are doing it randomly, it keeps it just really, really lively and unpredictable. And yeah, again, there is only one map, but it does seem to be rather large, and it is split up between different areas with different themes, and it looks great. Yeah, it looks fantastic. Visually, it looks really good. It does look very big. I'm really excited to kind of explore its different biomes, its different sections, whatever. And then the stadium challenges also look really, really fun. There's one where you're like going after the trying to hit the right targets, and one where you just kind of fighting each other. There's like a skydive gourmet race. So just like, it's really cool. My only real concern there is that 5 minutes, all in all, isn't very long, but I feel like spending 5 frantic minutes trying so hard to build up a cool machine. But then it sounds like you, unless I'm misunderstanding this, it seems like you're only getting to do like 2 rounds of a single stadium challenge. After all of that prep, I kind of feel like if you're going to do all that,
Zarlo misses the whole point of the city trial. It's about the journey, not the destination, idiot.
You know, at least like a handful of races or something, or like maybe a race and a stadium challenge. It just seems like a lot of build up for a very, very short payoff. And I don't know, maybe he's just recognizing that the build up is the funnest part. Yeah, I suppose.
Ask anyone who played the city trial.
Put that much mental energy into trying to get a good machine rolling. I guess I want something more to do with it. But at the same time, then if you don't end up getting a good machine, then you're kind of locked in for a while, and then a player might want to quit. So I don't know. I guess I really can't judge it until I get it in my own 2 hands and see how it plays out. But it looks great, though. It looks great. So many little details, so many little considerations. It seems like he's done a really great job here. I mean, you know, he brings his full self to every project, obviously. It's Sakurai. He's such a perfectionist, but he's doing it again here. Really just seems that way. It's almost like surreal seeing how closely this footage matches footage of the original. But like, it's really not that different, but it's just
usually expect them to ruin this shit nowadays.
It looks more fun.
No, it just looks like the same game, but just in HD.
You can play online. I mean, come on, you can play online. I think we're still not 100% sure if there's going to be. I'm getting mixed answers here. If there's going to be local multiplayer, like split screen, it really would be a shame if there was no split screen. If anything, just because, you know, that was the only option before. People who played with each other on the original, it was only split screen, and so like obviously they're gonna want to kind of replicate.
Is he gonna do monger like there's not gonna be local split
and now we
screen?
got these big giant TVs, you know, like we were doing it on little tiny CRTs before. We got this big 4K TV. Like, let us do at least 2-player, you know, but like 4 ideally. So I don't know. Yeah, like I said, I'm getting mixed signals there. Hopefully you can. But whatever the case, being able to play online is great. There's always going to be, it's Kirby Air Ride City Trial, except there's always going to be someone to play with, and I think that's really cool. I think the game is shaping up real good. We also got other details like the release date. Thank you, coming out in November. I mean, he knows what he's doing. He always knows how to structure these things. And of course, he waited until the very, very last possible second to give us that release date. But yeah, it's coming November. Good to know. Feels good. Feels good to have that confirmation. And I also really liked how he went into the origin of the game and how it happened, because we have all been
They got on their hands and knees and begged him.
Did he promise to work
please,
on Smash?
Please, God, make Kirby Air Ride too.
He wanted like that whole rumor, and he had been like working on his own stuff and on his YouTube channel for a while. So just like we were really wondering what the story was there. And it is possible, at least, that there is more of a story than he is revealing here, or it may not be that.
All right, Sakurai, we'll let you make Kirby Air Ride
just
too.
Asked him to do it.
But you gotta give us Smash
really
Ultimate Deluxe.
It seems that he didn't necessarily propose it on his own. It could be possible that he has wanted to do it for a long time, and maybe they knew that. But yeah, he just said he was working on the Smash DLC. And Nintendo just asked him. They just said, hey, will you do it? And he said, yeah. And then he did it. And the game is being co-developed by Sora, his studio, and Bandai Namco, who helped him with Smash Wii U and 3DS.
I remember correctly, Bandai Namco said they set up a studio specifically for helping Nintendo with projects.
It was incredibly entertaining, and the game looks awesome. It really does look awesome. I haven't talked to a bunch of like Kirby community folk yet, but it's hard for me to imagine that too many people would be disappointed with this. It It seems like Kirby Air Ride, but way better.
I'm
And
sure
modern,
Nintendine
and
hated
Switch
it.
Too. So there you go. Good stuff.
Thank you, Arlo, for that video where you talked at us for an amount of time. You want me to get 1,000 points here? 1,000 points! 1,000 points! What were they thinking, chat? I think, that was the last one, right? Hey, it actually was. Bro's shredding the life out of me. Don't worry, yeah. There's less where that came from. So much less that there's not anything left. We did it! Yay! Alright, I feel like I'll just gun for the 1,000 here. And I just lost it.
Game on!
Should not have paused it right there. You can't move with the D-pad, can you? Yeah, I was moving with the D-pad there. Should have used the stick. I was halfway there too. What the fuck? Honestly, I hope you think I did that on purpose. I hope you guys think I did that on purpose to engage bait. See what this minigame needed though is, like, it's Pac-Man, but like not. It needs more enemies, so I can lose even more. But also, like, it needs to be an actual maze. This is not a maze. It's Scuffed Man.
No! Here they come again!
Anyway, to hit 1,000, looks like I gotta do this 5 times. Oh no, if it's 250 per round, no. Actually not 5. Should be good with 4.
Look out!
Oh, there it is. Don't worry, once we do this, we don't have to do it ever again. Out of sight, out of mind. Whoa, God, he juked me! Jak'd Siege of the Pac-Man minigame. I don't think I ever want to see another... Oh, dude, he predicted. He read me like a book. I don't think I ever want to see another Pac-Man minigame programmed by Neil Druckmann ever again after this. I'll say this, it's still better than the satellite minigame. 1,000 points in a satellite minigame? Fuck that. Nothing I could do, dude.
Game on!
he's gonna kill me there.
All right. Here they come again. No.
God, the positioning of these is so awkward.
Game on.
No, he's gonna move up.
No.
Oh.
Look out. No. I gotta avoid the nasties.
Why am I gamer moding so hard for this? Because if I don't, I die.
Game on. Look out.
There's no way I can stop him, is there?
No. All right. No. I gotta avoid the nasties.
Alright. I've never gotten past the second round, though.
Here they come again. No.
Or if we get 500, that's the silver trophy.
Look out.
No.
No.
Alright, silver.
Here they come again.
Oh my god, I'm so thankful you didn't move.
Look out. All right. Here they come again.
Stop spamming the yellow things! Oh, dude, I'm right there. Just let me win.
Game on.
Oh my god, there's two. I was about to make a joke too. It's like, could you imagine they add a second one?
No.
That's me. I'm like, no.
All right. No.
I'm actually gonna have to peak gamer face for this. The absolute state of me.
Here they come again.
Got it.
Avoid the nasties.
Holy shit.
No.
I actually got it.
All right.
Imagine the yellow ones take my the yellow one tanks my score under 1,000, and then it takes it away from me. There it is, 1,000 for the gold. I still gotta do this Marauders challenge. I did the satellite game. Gotta do the race. The Wasteland run, which I think that's you rescuing the Wastelanders in the storm. These various challenges that Cleaver has for me. We did do the turret game. Dom, I did the jetboard challenge before we even beat the game. Did the beam reflexor. Still gotta do the wave concussor course. The ratchet course, which doesn't even have a thing attached to it. What does that put us at for orbs anyway? I started the stream at a little under 300 because I checked orbs early on. I saw that I was at 300, but it was after I had earned some. So I started at 280 something. Now I'm at 388. We're getting there. Now yeah, it's because it's associated with a secret. I think I'll head that way for next time. We just start doing that, just in case it does award orbs. And I gotta do wave concussor regardless. I just gotta know what the strategy should be. Maybe I just spin and punch more often instead of just spamming wave concussor, because that counts for hitting the targets. I went the wrong way. And at the end of it all, you know there's going to be like one orb in a crate somewhere. So even after I do all the challenges, I'll be an orb short and have to run around looking for it. How do I get up here, though? Yeah, I'm not really seeing how you're supposed to get up here. What the? I can't climb this though, can I? I cannot. It's just for show. Like, I guess it's a grind onto that.
I got a bad feeling about today.
God damn it. I just want to grind, bitch. I'm grinding this game in more than one way. It seems like there's supposed to be something there for me to jump on to get onto these wires over here. It's not seeing how I'm supposed to get up there. Hey, look, Tess is back. Wait. Why is she a human? Whatever. Yeah, they know what version of Tess the Gunnelman prefer. Gunnelman! Speaking of Gunnelman, one of these fucking Kino boys gonna be back. The boys over at the Keto Casino? Quit razzing me. But, I'm feeling zonked, so I guess I'll call it here. And it's a little bit earlier than I probably would have otherwise called it. But yeah, I'm gonna hit the hay. Fucking Arlo and Carl Jopes drained the shit out of me. I know I keep saying Xenoblade is gonna happen. It would have been today if they didn't cancel the casino. There is no casino tomorrow. So, I think I'll do Xenoblade finally anyway. Just put Jack on a little bit of a break. But they'll be back Friday for a restream. A restream of the century. And they claim they'll do a show Saturday too. But if they do a show Saturday, I won't restream that. Hey, Rage Quit. Yeah, I'm looking after my health. Thanks for the stream, you're welcome. Like, I made some meaningful progress. I knew I wasn't gonna get I knew I wasn't gonna get all the orbs today. But at least I got a good enough so that it wasn't like a complete wash. Really, most of these are just hidden behind the challenges. I don't think there are many left that I missed that are actually out there for me to go run around and collect. If that is the case, and when I do all the challenges, that'll be the last thing I do. Because if I do all the challenges and I still have some missing, I don't have the full 600. Obviously tells me there's like 1 or 2 out in the overworld that I missed. Damn, that Steam is loud. I was thinking about the platform, and then I was like, what? I don't have Steam open. Steam? No, what? This tells you how zonked I am! Ah! Thank you guys for showing up. Wow, what a crash out that guy had. And he's gonna crash out even more when he doesn't get $450 tomorrow to eat Happy Meals that are only cosmetically different on the outside, or are the same on the inside. Much like Phil. After all this time, he's still the same guy on the outside as he was in the inside, as he was decades ago when he started doing YouTube, as he was decades before that when he was a menace in the FGC. Alright, but that's it. That's it. That's it. We're done. It's done. It's done. It's over. It's over. The stream is done. It's over. I'll find someone to raid. What music is this? Oh, it's Kirby. This is my kind of jam. Oh, I think this is for one of the side modes. It's one of the Kirby games I didn't play. Alright, but we're gonna go into that good night. I really want to work on this overlay stuff that Saru sent me. I fucking suck at putting that shit together myself, but I'm gonna try to do it because I keep asking him for assistance. I gotta learn to take the training wheels off and work on this shit on my own. You know, like I used to. But yeah, I'm gonna try to refresh the look of the overlays. I'm gonna try to challenge myself with the power of graphic design. And it really won't be any different from what it currently is. It's just gonna be like, I'll change the color of the borders. Well, it'll be a different design for the borders, but it'll also be a different color. And you might or might not care about it. You probably won't care about it. So me talking about it now is pointless and tantamount to me babbling, because I'm stalling the end of the stream. Who's stalling now, bitch? Yeah. Who's stalling now? Who's Hitler now? Get it? Thanks for stopping by. Big ups to the dinguses, the ding-dongs, dingers, dongers, and swollen _1s who made it to the end of the stream. Yeah, I hope it was worth your while. A few more streams and we'll get all 600 orbs. I promise. It just won't be tonight. But yeah, I hope everyone has a good night. Get some sleep, get some shut-eye. Go collapse in the bed and cry into your bed because the stream is over. But don't worry. Don't cry because it ended. Smile because it happened. We'll be back again tomorrow for Xenoblade. This time for real. I know Xenoblade's been getting pushed back all week. It'll happen this time for real. Casino or no casino. Yeah, pull up the stuff here. I'll cry because it happened. Ah! Kino Casino tomorrow, hopefully. I thought they had said Friday and Saturday. Let me check Worski's Twitter real quick while pulling up Streamlabs. Get the confirmation from the horse's mouth. Oh yeah, they will be back Thursday. They will be back Thursday. Okay, I thought it would be Friday. All right. Yeah, for sure Xenoblade then. Unless Morsky fucks up. Would it be the first time? Thank you to Saru, a raid with a party of 43. Kinda Sav, Prime for 23 months. Almighty Tevin, raid with a party of 179. 69 Tails, the follow. Michika Def with the follow. Brian MK, resub tier 1 for 19 months in a row. 25 months total. DSB's cheat meal this week, rip. You didn't appreciate the meaningful content enough, you dingus. Now look, now he's gonna starve. And his wife is gonna starve. Everyone's gonna starve. And it's all your fault. Anyway, we're gonna raid... Are we actually gonna finally be able to raid Zuki Wookie? Let's see, is he gonna rage quit again? He doesn't rage quit. It's like 2 times in a row, I try to raid Zuki, and then he ends the stream. Right as I'm talking. Because I stall when I raid. It's the trademark for this week. But bye-bye, adios, in the meantime. We'll see you when we see you. And if we didn't see you, then we didn't see you. But if we did see you, then we saw you. And if we didn't see you, hopefully we will see you next time. I can see myself in the mirror each and every single day. Hopefully I can inspire viewers like you, Rue, to see themselves in their mirrors each and every single day. What do you mean, God, no? Mr. Pun, don't be a hater. You're player hating. Zuki's playing Marvel Rivals. That'll be the raid message. Alright, Zuki Wookie is a detractor. You can go over there and talk to him about Phil, and he will be able to communicate with you on the comings and goings of that guy. Otherwise, you got Marvel Gameplay Chill. Or you go anywhere else. I'm not your babysitter. Bye-bye! Xenoblade and Kino Restream tomorrow. Take it easy.